kids. I think it's been, 16 plus years since there's been a commercial airplane
Good morning.
incident in the country.
Clay was here earlier. Maybe she's here now.
The number of passengers flown versus other modes of transportation.
Let me
I still
play
feel
what I've got
confident that
here.
We have
Sorry.
strong safety measures in our air traffic system, and obviously we want to make sure that if there are any areas
This is
that need
from
to be
Wichita.
improved, we work on those, and if there's something to be learned out of this lesson in terms of something that happened in this particular instance, that we'll take that lesson and move forward. Thank you.
The Federal Transportation Secretary called the incident absolutely preventable. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, say what?
Yeah.
The Federal Transportation Secretary he called the incident
Preventable, and that it was standard.
I believe he has some more information than I do in terms of some of those
he's saying all
details.
kinds of shit.
Obviously, when we look at what we've been able to see so far, we've kind of conceded some
Probably
of
much to the
flight
chagrin of
path
other people.
Flight 5342, as well as the flight path of the helicopter. What I haven't heard yet is all of the traffic between the air traffic control system and both the helicopter as well as the airplane. He may have access to some information that I don't have. Obviously, we want to make sure that there aren't incidents like this ever in the country.
Hi, Paul J.
We want to make
Yes,
sure that we put in
please.
procedures that
Coffee.
make sure that we can prevent that.
Coffee. Yes,
Thank you again,
agreed.
Congressman. On behalf of the Wichita City Council again, it was just a year ago that we started this flight. I was actually there alongside Councilmember Glasscock and Councilmember Johnson. It was January 8th, 2024. The first flight included Congressman Estes and Senator Moran, who took that first flight from Wichita to Washington, D.C.
Oh.
We were very honored to have gotten that flight and continue to advocate for those nonstop flights out of our community. So again, this is a true tragedy, and one that this council and myself want all of our community members to know that our hearts are heavy. They're also grieving, and we will provide the support that we can to those who have been affected. I want to say thank you, though, to several people who showed up last night and prayed over this council and those who are grieving. Pastor Bob Beckler, Pastor Ben Staley, and Rabbi Greenberg, who also showed up last night. I also want to thank the care team that is continuing to be at the airport there for families affected, as well as crew members affected and staff members affected. And I want to say thank you to City Manager Layton and his staff for gathering us all this morning and allowing us to also have a community-wide prayer in the council chambers here at City Hall at noon. Again, we will continue to keep the community updated as we have confirmed information. And we invite all of you to come to the community-wide prayer, and we welcome anyone to join us. Tragedies like this remind us that we are one community. Whether a Wichitan, a Kansan, or an American, we are one community. And in times of struggle, we do come together in grief and sadness to lift one another. Wichita is stronger because we are together.
No, Neil,
Once again,
we have not begun
we
yet.
offer our deepest
You're
condolences to all
I got
the
you.
individuals whose lives were lost and to the families who are grieving. Thank you.
I just lit up for you, Neil. Yeah, it's a rough morning. Okay, so that's going to be that for that. Let me go ahead and get that off our screen. Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little early just because I wanted, if people weren't catching these little conferences, I wanted to share whatever might be shared in those conferences. It was a long night, and I didn't get to bed until pretty late, so I'm probably a bit of a fright this morning. But what an incredible tragedy. And I can't even imagine what the families are going through, of all the individuals on board both aircraft. So I am just I am incredibly sad for the families, and I just hope that they get the information that they need. I hope they're able to recover their loved ones, and that they can grieve with the support that they want, and not what anyone puts upon them. I hope. I think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it's happening. But I hope that they figure out what happened. Good morning, hags. Good morning, stars shine. The earth says hello. Good morning, Haggard. How are you, darling? So yeah, it was oops, I don't have a confirmation hearing with him today. We have our friend Stupid Cash Patel. Clay was here earlier. I don't know. She might have just been like, fuck this shit. I'm not waiting. Let me see. I think let me see what's going on. I actually had some ideas of what I was gonna do, but now I think I fucked it up. Wonderful, am I? Yay. Hooray. Let's see here. Oh God, no, not that guy. Not that guy. Not that guy. God, it's just like like RSBN has the Cash Patel thing. Stupid D-Day Cobra has the Cash Patel thing. I'm not watching those people. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted. Do I want that? No, I don't want that. Okay. So, I'm just gonna, well, no, I won't line some stuff up here. You should have done that before. Okay, no, I don't like that one either. All right, let's see what. Oh, there we go. Where's the C-SPAN ones? Is C-SPAN showing? Okay, they're showing, what's her name? Tulsi. Past live streams. Where's their upcoming live streams? Why can't we do upcoming videos as a section on our fucking... Hold on. Well, now I feel bad. Okay, so all right, so we have Tulsi. I'm gonna put her up there, and then we have Kashi Patel. I think this is where I'm gonna do it. Let's take care of business. Good morning, Gimme Coffee. Good morning, Lee, Karen, Paul J, Neil, Hags, Clayberg. Good morning, darlings. Karen, I call that the serial arsonist. Where's that? Wait, where is it? Where's Karen? I wish we had a crazy eyes emoji with a furrowed brow, aka cash emoji. Well, let me tell you what we've got, Karen. Ha! Get ready. Get ready to be shocked. Cash ass Patel. That's what I'm going to call him from now on. Cash ass Patel. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so there's that. And then hold on. I'm going to show you this. Hold on. Don't go away. Wait, which one? No, that one. Let's get down to business. I keep thinking of that song. All right. This is the Associated Press. I don't know what they're doing, but they're on the website, I guess, of the other ones. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning. I love you so much. I am Lolo. Welcome to the Wake and Bake with Lolo. And this morning we're going to be hopping. We're going to be doing some stuff. So I hope you're comfortable. Hi Jane. Hi Jane. Well, Jane, it's interesting because the thing when things like this happen and it's just so senseless and so terrible. I really think about how much I value people and just how incredible people are. And I don't know. I'm just really grateful. Well, right now, Paul J., he's blaming the tower. He's blaming the tower. So that's what he did last night, which is irresponsible, inaccurate, apparently. And so I can only expect that his takes on all of this will be really painful to hear. So I would highly suggest not paying attention to anything that comes out of his neck of the woods. Sean Duffy's interesting. I think he's saying more than he should because he doesn't know how to do a news conference kind of thing. I don't know that, but it just feels to me like he's kind of a loose cannon a little bit and that he says more than he should. Like he said today or whatever I was watching. Yeah, he'll blame woke after. Yeah, he'll blame DEI. That's what he'll blame, which is so racist, disgusting, horrible, and all of the things. But I think that I don't know. Sorry. Good morning. Yes. I don't know what I just said, but if yes is the answer, then good. 7,400 influencers signed up for White House press credentials. How are we not shocked by that? Who do you think is really going to get those credentials? Let's be honest, okay? It's going to be Theo Vaughn and D-Day Cobra and let's see, who else? Tim Pool and let's see, who else? I mean, it could be, right now they have Natalie Winter, okay? Natalie Winter is a fucking op. She's a Russian op. Cat turd. Exactly. Thank you, Gimme Coffee. So I think they already know who they're going to put in that room. I don't think this is an application for anybody. I think it's so dumb. I know. I can't believe we're doing this shit with Cash and Tulsi. Corinne will be in there. She really probably will. I'll tell you right now, if any of those clowns get credentials, and I mean any of those clowns on either side, I will fucking lose my shit.
And
I will fly to DC and say, no clowns.
Attorney General nominee Bondi here, everybody stayed within their time.
Oh, God.
I expect Mr. Patel to be treated fairly by my colleagues. We're here
good
today
luck.
to consider the nomination of Cash Patel.
Good luck,
to serve
Grassley.
as the FBI. You're nominated, Mr. Patel, to one of the most important offices in our government. And to get here.
God, yeah, I forgot about her. Give me coffee. Of course, Laura will get some. Oh, actually, maybe she won't.
Nomination. You gave us much information.
Okay, bye, Neil. See you later.
Records to the committee. Over 1,000 interviews.
Max, what is the deal with that? Why? Is it because he's going to die soon?
Hours of media.
So they have to put him on every committee?
I thank your family for coming.
This guy started early, by the way.
To get here. And I know they're very proud of you, and I determined that by looking them in the face.
Ooh,
Public
his family's there? Ooh.
In the FBI is low. Only 41% of the American people.
Yeah, it's because Chris Wray wouldn't investigate Nasser. Okay, you want to know why it's low? It's because no one investigated the rapes of gymnasts.
Public trust has declined.
No, Cash was not on the plane. What did you say earlier, Oomph? Because it was actually so DEI. No more preference for Black Hawks. All Hawks matter. That's right.
Nevertheless,
I bet he's writing the EO as we speak.
FBI remains an important even indispensable
Easily distracted, hello.
institution for law and order in our country. It's the people on the top floor of the J. Edgar Hoover building, not your local FBI agents, that have caused the low approval
What's
rating.
going on with his
Mr.
vest
Patel,
and his tie?
I know you know this, but it's your job
Is he
to
Santa?
restore the public trust
Is he the new Santa Claus?
and return the
Changing
FBI
the name to
its
White Hawk.
core mission of fighting crime. Your extensive background gives you
you're
a
right, Paul.
unique
We laugh,
position
but they probably
to
would.
make this happen.
Oh, it's a back
Mr.
brace.
Patel's career
He looks
has
like he's
been
going to be like
a
Santa Claus
study in
4.
fighting
You know,
unpopular
Tim Allen dies
but righteous causes,
and he takes over.
exposing corruption, and putting America first. For almost a
It's his
decade,
drool bib.
Mr. Patel served as a public defender, defending the constitutional rights of some of the least popular people in this country. After
Wait,
serving
what?
as a public defender, Mr. Patel joined the Department of Justice under President Obama as a counterterrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division.
Spit it out, bitch.
In this role,
Spit it out.
he investigated and he prosecuted
Sorry, I got to
many
move this
important
over here.
cases, including the World Cup bombing in Uganda in 2010, for which he received an award of excellence. In 2017,
He got a ribbon. It's true.
Representative Devin
true.
Nunes asked Mr. Patel to join the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence to uncover the truth about Russiagate.
Oh,
And
please.
Mr. Patel did uncover
Tried to
the truth.
hide all the details about
It was during this
Russiagate.
period of time that, if you remember, I first met you,
Fucking
Mr.
idiot.
Patel. Through tireless works, Mr. Patel showed that Crossfire Hurricane was based upon fraudulent,
Oh, yeah.
discredited information paid for by the Democratic National Committee
Spit it
in the
out.
Clinton campaign.
Spit it out, bitch.
As reward for his efforts to uncover the truth, mainstream media, can you believe this, personally attacked Mr. Patel, and the FBI secretly subpoenaed his records. Now, I know what that is because my staff received similar treating during my investigation. The attacks Mr. Patel faced during his work in the House of Representatives are similar to the ones that he faces today. I expect many of these underhanded attacks will be repeated today. Mr. Patel has been accused of having, quote unquote, an enemies list. This is not a fair characterization, as he stated, quote, there is no revenge list, end of quote. Mr. Patel has identified those he believes have put politics and personal
I'm misunderstood.
ambition over service to the country. He's called out those who've used the institutions like the FBI to achieve their own personal gain. Mr. Patel has said he believes that people who do this should be named and that Americans deserve transparency so that they can make their own judgment as they did in this last election. Other attacks against Mr. Patel are similarly unfounded. To take just one example, he's been accused of jeopardizing hostage rescues. In fact, those allegations have been repeatedly shown to be false smears. As numerous national security officials have said publicly and on the record, Mr. Patel played a critical role in returning Americans safely home and has done so through hard work and personal cost to him. Mr. Patel has been accused of being unqualified to be FBI director. This suggestion ignores his impressive career at the highest levels of government service. After exposing Russiagate scandal in the Congress, Mr. Patel served in roles such as Senior Director, Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, Deputy Director of National Intelligence, and Chief of Staff to the Acting Secretary of Defense. Mr. Patel managed large intelligence and defense bureaucracies, identified and countered national security threats, prosecuted and defended criminals. He's done this while fighting for transparency and accountability in the government. Mr. Patel has precisely the qualifications we need at this time when the FBI is not being respected by our public. Mr. Patel, should you be confirmed, you'll take charge of an FBI that is in crisis. Recently, my oversight exposed that a special agent in charge of the FBI New Orleans field office was on vacation during New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Of course, that was also included the Sugar Bowl. Senior personnel should be at their posts, not on vacation, during critical security events. And we all remember what happened at that time in New Orleans. But of course, the this FBI agent would find it acceptable to do what he did. In August 2022, an FBI oversight hearing of this committee, Director Wray decided to leave early. I asked him to stay just 1 hour and 20 minutes longer, but he already made up his mind that he was going to leave. Later, under questioning in November of that year by Senator Hawley, Director Wray admitted that he left this committee
I work for you.
hearing early so that he could go
You want
on
googly
vacation.
eyes? Bitch, I'm going to give you googly eyes.
These two incidents, among others, are examples of the blatant disrespect that the FBI leadership has shown to this committee and indirectly to the American people.
Well, it's a
In
good thing
November
you fired him
22,
then. Oh, wait, he
I
quit.
released the internal FBI records that my office received pursuant to lawful whistleblower disclosures. Those records provided data about how hundreds of FBI employees who had retired or resigned to avoid discipline, many of those employees engaged in sexual misconduct in the workplace. Those records also showed lower level FBI employees were punished. Lower level employees of the FBI were punished more harshly than senior level employees. Now, fairness was out the window. Over 1 year later, with no response from the FBI, I asked Director Wray about this at a December 5, 23 hearing before this committee. He publicly pledged to get me the data I requested November, a year before. He and his deputy director never followed through. I also questioned Director Wray about improperly classified information relating to Afghan evacuees placed in our country. At that time, approximately 50 evacuees were already deemed potential national security concerns. So what's the number now? The public has a right to know. I've also raised concerns about whistleblower disclosure, saying that the FBI moved agents from child sex abuse cases to those January 6 cases. The FBI under Director Wray never got his priorities straight. With respect to weaponization, I'd like to turn to a letter I wrote July 20 of 2022. That letter noted that Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Thibault, was a key official involved in opening the elector case that became the Jack Smith lawfare operation. That's not supposed to happen. An official at Thibault's rank and position isn't supposed to open cases That's the job of special agents. For those who don't remember, Tebow was the anti-Trump agent that violated the Hatch Act for his political conduct in office. My letter also noted that Richard Pilger, who ran the
Spit it out
Justice
there,
Department's
Grassley.
election crime branch,
Spit it out.
was involved in the approval. Now I'd like to call the committee's attention
Thank
to
you,
something I'm going to
5GW.
share with you, information about the FBI's that's never been made public before. Do you have those?
It's like that movie, The Big
yeah.
Easy, where they're in
Sorry.
court and they're like,
In my
Thibodeau,
hand.
Thibodeau.
Are a series of FBI emails.
That's a pretty small binder.
The first is an email that Tebow sent to subordinate.
So are we, is this
agent
about, is
on
this
February
about,
the 14th,
what's his name? The other guy?
2022.
Ray?
He
What is this
said,
about?
quote,
Yeah, I thought
"Here's
Tebow
the
was a
draft
sports hero.
opening language we discussed," end quote. The draft opening was attached and it included material that would later become part of Jack Smith's elector case. The second email, February 24th,
You guys
2022,
won. You beat
email from
the
Tebow
justice system. Why don't
to
you just
John
go
Crabb,
fuck
a
yourselves?
prosecutor
Get out of
in the
here. Do
US
something
Attorney's
worthwhile.
Office for the District of Columbia, saying, quote, "I had a discussion with the case team, and we believe there is predication to include former President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, as a predicated subject," end quote.
Wow. This guy
This
could die
FBI
on the
case
dais.
would later be
He really could.
codenamed
I'd be fine
Arctic
with that.
Frost.
Frankly, I think he's an
The
asshole.
third email,
Here, we're going to cover, well, actually, I don't want to cover
February
the
24th, 2022,
dinosaur.
email
Donald Dump.
from Tebow to John Crabb, noting that the Attorney General and the
May we
FBI
enter the monarchist
approval
ideology book
will
into
be
the record?
sought.
I would like to
to
put
open the
in
case.
chapter 17 of
The
Project
fourth email,
2025.
February 25th, 2022.
I know. I
from
wonder if
Tebow,
Corinne did get her
subordinate
press
agent,
credentials.
saying they added Trump and others.
She probably
as a
will.
criminal
Shitty people
subject
get a
to the
lot in this
case.
world, Jim. That's what
Tebow
I'm learning.
responded,
Is that if you're shitty, you
unquote,
actually get more.
Perfect.
It's funny how that
Fifth
works.
email,
It's too late for
March
me, but
22.
whatever.
2022, from Tebow, emailing a version of an investigative opening for approval. This didn't include President Trump. I want to make clear, that one didn't include President Trump as a criminal subject. The sixth email is on April 11th, 2022, from Tebow approving the opening of Arctic Frost. The seventh email is an April 13th, 2022 email from FBI agent to Tebow stating that the FBI deputy director approved its opening. The eighth email on the same date had Tebow emailing John Crabb that the elector case was approved. Crabb responded, quote, "Thanks a lot. Let's talk next week," end quote. Between March 22nd
Thanks a lot.
and April 13th,
What?
other versions of the document opening the investigation.
What? That's a very
existed
nefarious
because a
email, I
ninth
think. I don't
email
know.
shows
Give me. I don't
that the
know. I
FBI
can't explain this
General Counsel Office
withered
made
prick.
edits.
Okay?
on
This
March
withered
25th.
prick.
Was Trump
It
still
makes no sense to
removed
me.
as an investigative subject? If so, which Justice Department, FBI
He's getting his
officials
final
other
yayas
than
out
Jack
before
Smith
he.
later added
What is that
him for
autoerotica
prosecution?
response or
I
something
expect
when
the
you?
production of all
Sorry.
records on this matter
I'm
to
in a really
better
bad mood
understand the
today,
full
so
fact
sorry.
pattern and whether other records
His
exist.
monarchist erotica is published under the pseudonym
Notably,
Pashkatel.
approval of these documents was also given by Richard Pilger. This committee has written about
Oh, I hope
Pilger
they- I hope-
undermining
oh,
the
yes.
Justice
I hope they
Department's
don't get,
efforts during the 2020
I hope they don't
election
get in
for
trouble.
partisan purposes.
Yeah, let me fix that for
These
you.
emails and documents substantiate my July 2022 letter, which the FBI ignored. And I hope you, when you get there, won't ignore my letters. partisan FBI agents
Oh, we
and
will.
DOJ officials
Oh, we
tried
will, sir.
and
We
ultimately
will.
succeeded
Let's see. Let
in
me see if
launching
this
a
works.
full field criminal investigation and prosecution of the
Look
President
around
of the United States. Justice Department and FBI leadership acted in concert to further a political scheme to take down Trump, just like they did with Crossfire Hurricane.
Let's see if that fixes it.
They have yet
Thank
to
you,
learn
Paul.
a
I
lesson,
appreciate you.
and I hope you'll learn that lesson for them or teach that lesson. And their conduct, yet again,
I hope you learned that lesson. Oh,
seriously
good.
eroded
Thank you, Paul.
integrity of this once storied institution. As I've said before, if a politically charged investigation is to be open, it must be done the right way. And that didn't happen here. Mr. Patel, in my time, I've never seen our law enforcement intelligence community institutions so badly infected with political decision-making. And I say intelligence community because you know what happened when 55 people, former or present intelligence agencies, signed a letter in 2020 that the laptop was a Russian hoax, as an example. So all of this is these institutions breaking faith with we the people. Mr. Patel, you must be fair, you must be consistent, but you must be aggressive. Your actions must be based on accountability. And transparency brings accountability. Should you do so, you'll have my support. And remember, either you're going to run your agency or the agency's going to run you. And the agency certainly ended up running Director Ray and probably people before him. Without objection, I'm going to put in this letter in the record, and this letter is sent to Director Ray December the 9th
He meant
last year.
1920. He meant
Calling
1776.
for him and
This
his
was just a bunch of
deputies
rambling. You're right, Jim.
to step down, and it's titled
Jim Stewartson,
quote,
speaking of
unquote,
Jim's,
failures.
has written
Now,
a really
I turn to
amazing
ranking member.
post on Cash
Chairman.
and Flynn and his
I appreciate
experience.
your commitment to the Judiciary Committee's
Gal
longstanding
just shared it.
bipartisan practice of vetting
So-
presidential nominees.
Yeah.
A little history. The FBI dates back to the start of the last century, 1908, when then Attorney General Charles Bonaparte organized a special agent force.
He
J.
doesn't
Edgar
care,
Hoover became
Max.
director of the FBI in 1924 and led the Bureau for 48 years until his death in 1972. He is credited with professionalizing the Bureau and developing its investigative ability. However, with little or no oversight, Hoover also used the Bureau's investigative powers improperly. He infamously directed the FBI to spy on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, and other civil rights leaders of the day. In 1975, the United States Senate created Frank Church's committee, and they disclosed widespread abuses by the FBI and other U.S. intelligence agencies. The Church Committee concluded these agencies had engaged in illegal surveillance, and as a result, quote, groups and individuals have been assaulted, repressed, harassed, and disrupted because of their political views, social beliefs, and their lifestyles. And quote, the intelligence agencies have served the political and personal objectives of presidents and other high officials. The Hoover era of the FBI, the Watergate scandal, and the findings of the Church Committee highlighted the risk of political interference in FBI investigations and led to significant, important reform. In 1976, Congress passed a law that limits the FBI director to a single term of 10 years, which was intended to insulate that position from political influence. And critically, we made the FBI director's appointment subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. That's why we're here today. Since 1935, the motto of the FBI has been fidelity, bravery, integrity. These qualities represent the Corps' the Bureau's core values and the high standards that are expected of all of its employees, including the director of the FBI. After meeting with Mr. Patel and reviewing his record, I do not believe you meet this standard. Mr. Patel has neither the experience, the temperament, nor the judgment to lead an agency of 38,000
And he's a traitor.
agencies and
I don't
400
know.
field offices around the globe. During the time I've served on this committee, I've had the opportunity to consider
Hey,
4
GP.
FBI director nominations.
Good evening.
Each one was a Republican, and I voted for all of them. My concerns about the director of the FBI are not partisan. As much as Republicans claim that President Biden and former Attorney General Garland weaponized the FBI, let's look at the record. President Biden kept the FBI director, a lifelong Republican who had been appointed by President Trump. Contrast that with President Trump. Fired his first FBI director, James Comey, forced out his second FBI director, Chris Wray, for being insufficiently loyal. With Mr. Patel, however, obviously the president has found a loyalist. Mr. Patel's loyalty includes touting conspiracy theories that threaten
He's a wizard.
theories and threatened efforts at President Trump's enemies.
I think he calls himself
How do
a
we
wizard.
know Mr. Patel's theories, his beliefs, what motivates him, what he really believes? He wrote it in a book. This book, Government Gangsters, I urge all of you to read before you cast a vote for this gentleman. Mr. Patel has published at the back of this book a list of 60 people whom he calls, quote, members of the deep state, 60. This list includes many distinguished public servants who've dedicated their lives to our nation. Among them are Democrats and Republicans, including former Trump administration officials like the former
Hi,
Secretary
Iggy.
of
I
Defense
just saw
Esper.
you. I'm so sorry.
Then there is Mr. Patel's plan to quote, and I quote him, shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one, reopen it the next day as a museum of the deep state. And he has said, quote, we're going to come after people in the media. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we're putting you all on notice.
Oh, boy.
Does this sound like the kind
Oh,
of
boy.
nonpartisan law enforcement professional who
Does
should
it?
lead the FBI?
No.
No, not to me. This is someone who's left behind a trail of grievances throughout his life, lashing out at anyone who disrespects him or doesn't agree with him. Don't take it from me. Listen to these Republicans who worked with him during the Trump's first administration. Attorney General Bill Barr, and I quote, I categorically oppose making Patel deputy FBI director. I said it would happen over my dead body. Patel had virtually no
my God.
experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law
Hold back.
enforcement
Don't hold
agency.
back, Bill.
National Security Advisor John Bolton. I didn't think he was qualified. He demonstrated no policy aptitude at all. I was forced to hire him. President Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor, Charles Kupperman. The idea that Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director is appalling. His legal career is modest at best. His ideas are ludicrous. CI Director Gina Haspel threatened to resign after President Trump proposed making Mr. Patel CIA Deputy Director. Defense Secretary Mark Esper said Mr. Patel lied about whether Nigeria had approved a hostage rescue operation, putting American lives at risk. But Mr. Patel would have us believe that all of these public servants, all Republicans, all from the first Trump administration, and apparently anyone else who's critical of him, are nothing but government gangsters and deep state members. Many of them have made his list of enemies.
I guess Dick's
Just
not
this
on
week,
it.
CNN reported that during the Trump administration,
It'd be interesting to see one of the
CIA
people
officials
on it
referred
chair
Mr.
one of these
Patel to the
committees.
Justice Department for criminal investigation for sharing classified information without authorization. Last week, I asked the Justice Department and intelligence community for information on any criminal referrals relating to misconduct by Mr. Patel. I have yet to receive a response. Mr. Patel's record is clear. He traffics in debunked conspiracy theories that serve or benefit his political beliefs. Let's start with January 6th, and he dedicates a whole chapter in this book on January 6th. That's something that each and every one of us, as witnesses to January 6th, have our own view of.
Interesting.
I'll be grateful always to the Capitol Hill police officers who risked their lives defending me, members of Congress, and visitors to the United States Capitol on that day. Mr. Patel posted on social media, quote, January 6th, never an insurrection. Cowards
I
in
think
uniform
Carla's definitely
exposed.
deep derp state.
End of quote. Let me repeat
I think
that.
I am, but I don't know.
Cowards in uniform exposed.
No one's told
Who
me.
was in the Capitol building on January 6th in a uniform? The Capitol Police were. Do you think they were cowards? Many of them risked their lives and some gave their lives in defense of this building. How about the DC police who were here as well? They were in uniform. Cowards risking their lives as well. Some of them being battered and beaten by these
boy.
mobsters that came into the Capitol. And Mr. Patel claims that the FBI agency aspires to lead. Get this now, was planning January 6th for a year. He says the FBI was planning January 6th for a year. That's a quote. Mr. Patel has gone so far as to co-produce and sell musical
I don't know, Jim.
recordings
Gal,
of a song
who do you
performed
think
by
is
January 6 rioters in
making the
jail.
final call on
Rioters who
nominees for
violently assaulted police
the
officers.
admin?
He has described this January
Who would be the
6
type
choir
of person to influence that? Is it Susie Wiles?
as,
Is it
quote,
Leonard
political
Leo? Is
prisoners.
it
Political prisoners. But at least 6 members
Is it
pleaded
just
guilty to
whoever
assaulting law
in?
enforcement
Well, I
officers
just wonder
on
who
January
from
6th.
in Trump's
All
circle
6
who would have
now
pushed
been pardoned by President Trump.
nominees.
Here are some of those people who received
Oh,
blanket
Don
clemency
Jr.
by
Yeah, that's
President
right. He's
Trump
friends with
on
Cash.
his first day in office in the second
I don't think
term.
Don Jr. is very serious
Julian
though.
Cater assaulted Capitol Police
I don't think he's a
officers with
serious
pepper spray,
player in the
incapacitating
schemes. He's just kind of a
3
dumb
officers.
shit. He's like that guy
Ryan Nichols
that dies in
sprayed
Die
pepper
Hard.
spray
You
on
know,
multiple police officers after the
Cash
attack.
has been part of
Nichols
Trump's
posted
world
on
for a
Facebook, and
minute.
I quote, so yes, I'm calling
And of
for
course, he's
violence,
Mike
and I will
Flynn's
be
big
violent.
buddy, right? So I think,
Jordan
if
Mink
anything, oh, he's a
struck
huge
officers,
player.
quote,
Oh, okay. Well, there
aggressively
you
with a
go.
long pole.
There you
He
go.
spat
Don
at
Jr. is
officers
a
and
huge
threw
player.
large items at them. Armed with a knife, Ronald Sandlin shouted at officers, quote,
Wow.
"You're going to die, get out of the way." Sandlin shoved officers when they tried to lock the doors to the Senate gallery. After breaching the Capitol, James McGrew struck an officer and lunged for his baton. McGrew also threw a wooden handrail with metal brackets at officers. I want to read a section from
gentlemen,
this
welcome.
book.
Oh, hold
On
on.
the
I've got the
January
other
6th
one
today,
going.
I'd like
Hold
to
on,
take
hold
a brief
on.
moment to recognize
Just to
the
give you an
terrible
idea
loss
of
life
Mr. Patel's
that
take
occurred just a
on
few
what he
miles
calls a haphazard riot.
I've got Tulsi's lined up.
By everything we could see,
From,
the crowd at the Capitol was unarmed or armed only with non-lethal objects like bottles,
Elmo,
flagpoles,
Bubby,
or
I'm your white
black-racks.
knight. That's right, exactly.
Mr. Patel has also
I mean,
peddled
really.
conspiracy theories for his own financial benefit, promoting a line of dietary supplements that claim to help people detox from COVID-19 vaccines. During my time on this committee, I was fortunate to get to know and work with former FBI Director Bob Mueller. I met him a few days after 9/11. That's when he took over the FBI. I trusted him, I worked with him, I did everything I could to help him, because I believed that the FBI was a critical central agency in restoring America's confidence that we were safe. Bob Mueller was an extraordinary man. Oh, he was a Republican, make no bones about it.
Is he dead?
Said
No,
it,
I'm just kidding.
admitted it,
He's
I
not
knew
dead.
it. He comes from the San Francisco area. And when he was in college and graduated, a friend of his a year ahead of him had enlisted in the Marine Corps and was killed in Vietnam. Bob was inspired to do the same thing, join up in the Marine Corps, and he did. And he was a first lieutenant in Vietnam. He received a Bronze Star with a Valor Pin, and he also received a Purple Heart. He was injured in battle. I read about his experience because after he was healed from that wound to his leg, he returned to combat. He was just that kind of fella. Regardless of party, he was a real American. He was a longtime federal prosecutor, a U.S. attorney, the head of the DOJ's Criminal Division and acting Deputy Attorney General before he became head of the FBI. After
Oh, yeah,
9/11, I
Paul,
worked with
totally.
him, and we had a good relationship, a professional relationship. We didn't always see eye to eye, but I respected him so much for what he had given to this country. In this book, Mr. Patel calls Director Bob Mueller, quote, a swamp creature. With all due respect, Mr. Patel, I've not worn the uniform of this country, and neither have you. To think that you would denigrate Bob Mueller's service to our country and call him a swamp creature is an indication of the depths your political views take you. The FBI plays
That was a good
critical
one.
role in keeping America safe from terrorism, violent crime, and other threats. Our nation needs an FBI director who understands the gravity
Dick
of
ate his
this
Wheaties
mission
today.
and is ready on day one, not someone who is consumed by his own personal political grievances. The American people deserve an FBI director focused on keeping our families safe from terrorism, drug trafficking, and violent crime, not this checklist of grievances we find in this book. Mr. Patel, your record makes it clear you're not that person. I yield.
You know, parking in Alexandria is very
Thank you,
tough.
Senator
No, I'm just
Durbin.
kidding.
Before I call on
And
Senator
forget old Alexandria.
Ellis,
Forget
I
it.
want to clear up something the way I see it, and I think
I don't give a shit, Grassley.
Invite everybody that it can be cleared up. This business about what Mr. Patel said about cowards in uniform. It's a mischaracterization of what he actually said.
Oh, what was
So
it?
I'm going to invite you to listen to the interview Mr.
Oh, my
Patel
God.
gave that linked to his post to hear what he actually said.
I wonder if this is helpful.
When he said cowards in uniform, he was talking about senior Pentagon leadership failing to mobilize the National Guard to protect the Capitol. His comments had nothing to do with police. Mr. Patel made his comments while discussing an article in the New York Times exposing grave miscommunication between the Department of Defense and the DC
I think another
National
J6er
Guard.
just
So I
got
would
shot
encourage
by,
people to
or
follow up
yeah,
on
she got shot
Senator
by
Tillis.
police or something. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
God,
Ranking
this
member.
moron.
Colleagues on the Senate Judiciary Committee, it's my honor to introduce Kash Patel, President Trump's nominee to be FBI Director. I've completed due diligence on his life
With
and
QAnon
career,
in her
and I'm
window.
convinced that Kash possesses significant expertise, an ironclad commitment to justice, and he's an outstanding choice to lead the FBI. Kash's parents are Indian immigrants of Gujarati ancestry. They're up here in the front row. The Gujarat state is a melting pot of religions, including Hinduism, Islam, Jainism, with temples, mosques, and other religious sites scattered across the state. His father was raised in Uganda, but his family had to flee the country to escape repression under Idi Amin. His mother was born in Tanzania. They met and married in India and ultimately made their way to New York City by way of Canada, where his parents, along with 7 brothers and sisters and their spouses and at least a half a dozen kids, lived under the same roof.
How'd they raise such a
His
shitty
parents raised
person?
Kash
Then
in the
they sound
Hindu
like lovely
faith,
people.
And they instilled in him the values of hard work and education.
You're
Kash is a
kidding. Oh
devout
my
Hindu.
God, Paul.
And consistent with his faith, he's shown respect to
This
people
is
of all
showing that
faiths.
Cash has a family.
Kash attended the University of Richmond, where he earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice and history. He went to Pace University School of Law, where he earned his JD, and an international law certificate from the University College of London, Faculty of Laws. Kash began his career as a
I
public
think I
defender
could have
in
gotten one of
Florida,
those too.
where he led or
Just saying.
co-led more than 60 jury trials in state and federal court.
I think they call that
Kash
dial a
clearly
diploma.
demonstrated a devotion to upholding the rule of law and defending the rights of individuals. Kash led the defense of Jose
Hey, hi, peace,
Budrago
love.
in United States versus Budrago, a high-profile case in Florida in 2015.
They need everything they can get, Max.
Budrago was one of the Colombian nationals arrested in a major drug bust involving Operation Backrim. Kash and his co-counsel successfully argued that key evidence was withheld by the prosecution
Yeah,
leading to
exactly.
the
So it's
Drago's
funny that
release.
for the J6ers,
I suspect
that it
some
turns
of
out that
Cash's
actually
disdain for
they are
prosecutorial
more
misconduct
violent as
stem from
people
this
in general.
experience.
Okay, so the right
Cash was
people
hired
seem
as a
to have
senior
been put in
counsel
jail.
on the
It seems to
on the
me.
House
It seems to me like that
Permanent
was the
Select
best.
Subcommittee on Intelligence
Whatever
Committee, I should
800
say,
people put in jail I've ever heard of,
2017.
because frankly, they all
told
seem
me
to
he
be
distinctly
fucking
remembers
falling
my
right back
friend
into
Trey
it and getting
Gowdy
killed or killing
comment
other
shortly
people.
after they were introduced. He said in Trey's dialect,
Seems to me it's a
Cash,
verification that
Congress
the
is where righteous
jury of your
investigations
peers
go
were
to die.
absolutely
I hope
fucking
you're ready.
correct.
I think Cash was ready, and he went on to establish a solid reputation for pursuing the facts, and from there, he held senior posts at the NSC, the Department of Defense, and the DNI.
Paul Langan, yes,
Since
more
leaving the
violent than the
administration in
immigrants that ICE is
2020,
currently trying to
Cash
pick
has
up and
written
send to
articles and books on
Guantanamo. What the
national
fuck?
security, law, and governance.
This is fucking, that's
Through
an
his work
internment
as an
camp.
author,
That's
Cash
what this
continues
is.
to advocate
This is a
for
common or
justice and
modern day
transparency,
internment camp.
and to be
It's a
ever
concentration
vigilant
camp.
in defending our great democracy
And I'm not trying
and the
to
rule
draw-
of law.
But I'm just saying,
Colleagues, I created a Cash
I'm
bingo
just saying.
card that
Oh
I
my
have
God,
available
stop
to any of
it.
my colleagues who would like it
That's
on the other side of
gross.
the aisle. Some may view this as an unserious caricature
it is
and not
unserious.
appropriate for this committee. Sadly, I consider it a serious caricature of what I expect to be witnessed today.
Taxpayer
I
dollars.
think we'll have
Taxpayer
words like
dollars.
enemies list and deep
Taxpayer
state. I've already
dollars.
X'd out 4 boxes in the opening statements alone. The fact of the matter is, some people will be here to simply substantiate a false narrative. At worst,
Oh, well,
they
since
may
he
be
said
just going
that,
through an
I guess,
unfounded litany of quotes and half quotes
Yeah,
and
okay.
half truths, some of which have already been dispelled by the chairman after the opening statements. Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, in my 10 years in the Senate, I hope I've established a reputation for being fair, doing my homework, and taking tough positions that have been met with harsh criticism. Heck, I've even been censured by my entire state and 30 counties for taking tough positions. And I stand by those decisions today and my decision to support Cash
the
Patel.
last link that Gal dropped
President
is
Trump
the
announced
list of
his
enemies
intent to
from
nominate
Cash's
Cash,
thing. And then
I
take a look at
contacted Trey
Ivan
Gowdy
Raiklin's list. She put it
and
all in
others who
one
worked with
tweet
Cash,
or
and they
post.
gave me
So take a
glowing
look at that second
recommendations.
link that she
So
just
I called
dropped, her
Cash
blue
on
sky.
December the 2nd, and I offered to help him
Oh,
with
okay,
his
that's what he said.
nomination.
Bragged about the number of
Since
beds and
then, we
building
have
more.
spent hours
Yeah.
together, in person and on the phone. I've asked him difficult questions, and
Yeah,
I've urged him
you're
to
right.
reach out
Peace,
to
love.
members across the
It
aisle.
is. That's exactly.
In fact,
You've
Cash
nailed it.
Patel has met with 60 members of the U.S. Senate. Every member except the last 3 who were sworn
Somebody
in,
said, let's give
and the
Guantanamo back
majority
to
of the
Cuba.
members on the other side of
Why
the
don't we
dais
just
in
give it
this
back to
committee and
Cuba?
members off the committee.
Oh my God.
Chair
Oof. I
Grassley,
can't believe
Ranking Member
this.
Durbin, friends and colleagues on the committee, I've completed my due diligence of Cash Patel, and I am honored.
I'm so glad
to
my dad
provide
is
my
dead. I'm
strongest
sorry. If
recommendation
he
for
was
his
around to see
confirmation.
this, I think he would
Thank you,
be
Mr. Chair.
just despondent.
Thank you for that introduction.
As we are.
Before I swear you, I want to make clear that before you give your statement, if you want to introduce family and friends. In the
No,
audience,
it's okay.
you're
We don't
welcome
need to
do
know.
that.
I
Would
don't
you
think,
please
if I
stand?
were family and friends, I'd be like, I don't
Raise
want to
your
know.
hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? I do, Mr. Chair. Okay. You may proceed.
All right, here we go.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of the Judiciary Committee.
He's kind of gotten
Thank you for the
thicker.
opportunity to appear today.
Is he on the roids?
I must start with a word of prayer for the tragic accident that befell our nation last night,
Oh my
where we
God.
lost civilians and service members. I pray for their
Hi,
families.
Teresa.
I pray for law enforcement and military personnel, and I pray for their souls, and hopefully God will find them peace in the near future.
He's just, yeah, no.
I'd like to welcome my father, Pramod, and my mother, Anjana, who are sitting here today. They traveled here to get here from India. My sister's also here, Nisha. She also traversed the oceans just to be with me here today. It means the world that you guys are here. Jesse Krishna. I wouldn't be here today without their guidance, their unwavering support, and their relentless love. When President Trump informed me of his intention to nominate me as the director of the FBI, I was deeply honored. Sitting here today, I carry not only the dreams of my parents, but also the hopes of millions of Americans who stand for justice, fairness, and the rule of law. My commitment to these principles is deeply rooted in my family's history, which has profoundly shaped my worldview. My father fled Idi Amin's genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where 300,000 men, women, and children were killed based on their ethnicity, just because they happen to look like me. My mother is originally from Tanzania. She studied in India, as did my dad, and they were married there. They would later emigrate to New York, as the senator pointed out, where I was born. And we were raised in a household of my father's 7 siblings, their spouses, and at least half a dozen children.
Tanzania?
That's the only way we knew how to do things at the time in the 70s
I'm sorry,
and 80s.
Tanzania?
But we would soon learn the American way.
Tanzania? Did it
These values
change
have
pronunciation
shaped
and I missed
been the
that?
driving force of my career in 16 years of government service. Protecting the rights of the
Tanzania?
Constitution is of the utmost importance to me and has been every single time I've taken that oath of office. The recent terrorist attacks in New Orleans tragically claimed the lives of 14 innocent Americans and serve as a stark reminder that our national security
he's trying to
is
say
at
Tanzania.
threat, both internally
Which, I
and
mean,
externally.
maybe the
FBI,
pronunciation changed.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation,
I
and the
mean,
Department
hello,
of
Turkey.
Justice, where I serve, play a pivotal role in securing our freedoms and our safeties for American citizens. If confirmed as the next FBI director,
I need a head
I will
on.
remain focused on the FBI's core mission. That is to investigate fully wherever there is a constitutional factual basis to do so, and to never make a prosecutorial decision that is solely the providence of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General. For the first 8 years after law school, I served as a public defender, first for Miami-Dade County and later for the Southern District of Florida. During that time, I represented some pretty awful human beings charged with some pretty heinous crimes. But what I learned there was the core value that has been
I need a
enshrined in
head
me
on.
since, that due process must be provided without bias to all Americans. And if we cannot provide due process to the worst, then there can be no due process for anyone. And our constitutional republic fails. But I battled on that
sorry,
hill for that
son.
due process.
We're in India. We can't
I would
come
later
and
serve
see you for
in the Obama
Christmas.
Justice Department
Sorry.
as a terrorism prosecutor in the National Security Division, where we successfully contributed to the prosecutions of terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and others. I was honored to receive the 2017 Assistant Attorney General's Award from Loretta Lynch for my work in helping the Ugandans bring members of Al-Shabaab to justice for murdering 74 innocent people, including an American. I would also receive the Human Intelligence Award from the intelligence community for related work on that mission. My experiences at the National Security Division
I don't have a wizard hat.
and would later be followed by my experiences on the National Security Council as Senior Director for Counterterrorism, and later as a Deputy Director of National Intelligence responsible for the production, creation, and promulgation of the Presidential Daily Briefing, our nation's most sensitive classified information and secrets to protect our country. My time in the White House was preceded by my time right here in Congress as a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee.
Yeah,
where I
Devin
spearheaded the
Nunes.
investigation that exposed serious FISA, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act abuses by members of the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That misconduct eroded the public trust in our FBI. The erosion of trust, as Chairman Grassley pointed out,
there's
is
two things that eroded my
all
trust
too
in the
low today.
FBI. One was the
40%
Nassar
of
case,
Americans
and the
have
other
trust in the
one
FBI.
was a failure
In order to
to
get it
fully
back, there's a
investigate
twofold track,
January
Senator.
6th and arrest
One,
the planners.
violent crime is exploding in this country, and we cannot afford them to allow it to run away. We must tackle violent crime. Just in 2023 alone, there was 100,000 rapes.
Uh-oh, Karen. Was there a
100,000
showgirl
drug
story
overdoses,
here?
And 17,000 homicides. The priority of the FBI, if I'm confirmed, will be to ensure that our communities are protected and safeguarded and our children have parks to play in and not needles to walk over.
Whoa. What? Where do you live?
The way we do this, we let good cops be cops. We let law enforcement, and we provide them with the tools necessary and resources they need to get after violent crime. The second way we do this on equal track is aggressive constitutional oversight from Congress. The public trust can only be restored if there is full transparency, and I am committed to that full transparency.
Actually,
Members of
Neil,
Congress
he's not
unfortunately
only
submitted
willing to
hundreds
go
of
along
questions
with
that have
all
been
of that.
unanswered by
He's much
the
more
FBI
interested in
recent
getting
times.
Democrats.
That will not occur if I am confirmed.
First.
All appropriate requests for information will be responded to expeditiously and fully. I'm committed to working alongside the dedicated men and women of the FBI. They are warriors of justice.
Really? You were
and I
about to
will
make their
always have
building a
backs
museum.
because they have the backs of the American people. I look forward to answering your questions, and I want to take a moment to thank my family, my friends, people who traveled here.
Where's
and my
Mike?
entire
Is Mike
team
Flynn there?
that has made this day possible. God bless
Yes,
America. And I look forward to
Democrats
your questions.
and oppostates from the cult. You're right, Max. You're right. There's still people in MAGA that Ivan, etc., want to go for. Yeah, equal opportunity authoritarian. That's right.
7 minutes.
Warriors of
first
Justice
round, is
performing
that right?
a symphony of
7
safety
minutes
with a
3 minutes
warrior
the second
mind.
round.
Or what was it? Warrior ethos? What the fuck was that other
Mr.
guy bringing?
Patel, I'm not going to go through all the things that you've done through your career.
You
because
just
I
did.
said those in my opening statements, but Democrats on the committee say you don't have experience. What are you most proud of from your career in public service?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question.
When I took the
It's
documents
really humbling to be afforded the opportunity
for
to have served
Crossfire
this country
Hurricane,
for 16 years.
that was the
But I
proudest
think what I'm
moment
most proud of
my
is
life.
my work in national security,
DEI
protecting the no-fail mission, returning American
DEI
hostages, killing
dictator.
high-value terrorists that brought hate
That's
and
very hard.
destruction to our shores. I've served that mission in Democratic and Republican administrations, and it is the one mission that we
dictator.
cannot fail, and it is the one mission where the FBI must play a critical role.
Okay. As you well know, and you and I discussed this in my
Dictator.
office, whistleblowers are critical to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. Their courage to come forward and make legally protected disclosures about government wrongdoing benefits the country. I think they're politically, they are good American citizens, just want the government to do what it's supposed to do. I think they're treated by bureaucracies, not just in the FBI, but throughout the bureaucracy, like skunks at a picnic. Will you protect whistleblowers from retaliation, unlike former Director Wray, and promote a culture at the FBI that values whistleblowers' important contributions?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I share in your beliefs about the importance of whistleblowers.
So we've spent a lot of taxpayers' money ruining whistleblowers. Will you commit to ensuring that no taxpayer money will be used to identify and retaliate against whistleblowers?
Senator, if I'm confirmed, it will not.
Okay. You and I have heard a lot of criticism about various statements about January 6th. You said, quote, those who broke actual laws should be prosecuted, end of quote. But you've also called out
Julie,
the
it's good to
partisan
see
nature of
you.
prosecutions
It's great to see you,
and
Julie.
compared
Welcome.
how the Biden Justice Department treated January 6th defenders with how they ignored.
Well, it doesn't matter
many
because
other
you all let them
crimes.
go and
Those
they're
include
out
crimes
there
related
wreaking
to
havoc.
illegal immigration, as well as riots that took place around the country. So explain your position.
Jim, I
on
didn't read them, but I
January
know
6th
people
of
who
this
did.
committee, and how do you respond to critics who say that you're anti-law enforcement?
Mr. Chairman, I greatly appreciate the question, the opportunity to discuss that. If anyone wants to consider me as anti-law enforcement, then look at my 16 years in government service, whether I was trying 60 jury trials in state and federal court upholding the rights of the indigent and breathing life into constitutional due process, or later as a national security prosecutor, where I served this country and overseas, and later when I was a Joint Special Operations Command civilian embedded with SEAL Team 6 and Delta, chasing down some of the most high-value target terrorists there are on this earth and successfully achieving a mission end state. I have always respected law enforcement. I have taken that oath and will take that oath again, God willing, to be the next director of the FBI. As for January 6th, I have repeatedly, often, publicly, and privately said there can never be a tolerance for violence against law enforcement. And anyone that commits an act of violence against law enforcement must be investigated, prosecuted, and imprisoned. And on January 6th, I said the same thing about acts against law enforcement. The Capitol Police, who I have served with, and when I was chief of staff at the Department of Defense, rushing to the
Don't
aid
get
of the
weird.
members
Don't
of this
get
committee
fucking
and your
weird,
colleagues
okay?
to
Because
provide
this
the National
minute
Guard
doesn't erase
was my top
everything
mission
you've said for the
priority,
last
not
fucking
politics.
7 years,
And
you
that
stupid
is
bitch.
my love of this country.
Fuck
to
you.
protect
You
our laws
fucking
and our way of
steal
life.
from
And
this
it was
country.
No different. If there's any ever corruption, I have been the first to call it out. And I will continue to call out corruption in government service
Your own?
because it is a privilege to serve this
Oh,
nation.
God, I hate this
Thank you, Mr.
man
Chairman.
so much. He's such a fucking worm.
Outside of this committee and some people
Grassley
on this
has to
committee
read
have
every
accused
fucking word he
you of
says. He doesn't know
promoting
where
the
he is.
QAnon movement. My colleagues have already asked your future boss, Mr. Bondi, many questions about this.
Mr.
I think
Bondi?
it's easy to see these attacks
Mr.
for what
Bondi?
they are, guilt by association.
Mr. Bondi?
Are you a follower or promoter of QAnon?
No, Senator. In fact, I have publicly, including in the interviews provided to this committee, rejected outright QAnon baseless conspiracy theories or any other baseless
Oh
conspiracy
my
theories.
God.
They
Watch out
must
for
be addressed
lightning.
head on with the truth, and I will continue to do that.
I
And
need a
will always
lightning bolt.
continue to support Americans
BRB.
who support law enforcement, our military, and want a secure border.
Over the past 4 years, the FBI and Justice Department have weaponized law enforcement towards partisan ends. This has affected you personally. You, along with even members of my staff, were the victims of FBI overreach when they secretly subpoenaed your records during the investigation into Crossfire Hurricane. Inspector General Horowitz of Justice Department was right to say actions like this have a quote, unquote, chilling effect on whistleblowers. How do you intend to make sure that this kind of misconduct never happens again?
Senator, this may be one of the scenarios that most uniquely qualifies me to take command at the FBI. Having been the victim of government overreach and a weaponized system of justice.
Oh my
and law
God.
enforcement,
He's got
I
big
know what it
balls.
feels
I mean,
like
he
to
doesn't,
have the
but
full weight of the
he
United
thinks he
States
does.
government barreling down on you. And as the Biden Inspector General determined, those activities by the FBI and DOJ were wholly improper and not predicated upon law and facts. I will ensure, if confirmed, that no American is subjected to that kind of torment, to that kind of cost, financially and personally.
Excuse
And
me?
most importantly, I will
Can
make
you
sure
say
that
frivolous
no American is
lawsuits?
subjected to death threats.
Why are you suing
like
Jim
I was,
Stewartson for $10 million
and subjected
because
to
he called you a
moving their
chud and a
residences
Kremlin
like I was,
asset?
because
Why
of
are you
government
suing him for
overreach,
that?
Because of leaks
That's
of
not
information
frivolous?
about my
Yeah,
personal
bitch.
status. If confirmed as FBI director, Mr. Chairman, you have my commitment that no one in this country will feel that pain.
Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I woke up this morning to National Public Radio, and they had an item on there about what has happened to those who were given blanket clemency by President Trump. One of these individuals was a man named Matthew Huddle. Are you familiar with him?
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Matthew Huddle.
If you could remind me, Senator.
Well, I was reminded again this morning, he's a man who's been found guilty of numerous crimes. The one described this morning was an outrageous situation where he beat his 3-year-old child to a point where the poor kid couldn't even sit down for a week. Mr. Huddle was one of the demonstrators who came to the Capitol on January 6th. He was incarcerated and charged with, and pled guilty to crimes that he had committed, violence against police officers. After he was released by President Trump, he returned to his home state of Indiana. A few days later, he was stopped on the road, pulled a gun on a policeman. The policeman, sheriff's deputy, turned, shot, and killed him. This is not the only instance of a person who received President Trump's clemency committing another crime. Peter Schwartz was mentioned this morning on the radio. 38 criminal convictions, 38. He'd been sentenced to 14 years in prison. He was released because of the president's unconditional clemency, which was given to him as well. So I guess my question is this. Was President Donald Trump wrong to give blanket clemency to the January 6 defendants?
Thank you, Ranking Member. A couple of things on that. One, the power of the presidential pardon is just that, the president.
Alignment, I concede he has the authority. I'm asking, was he wrong to do it?
And as we discussed in our private meeting, Senator, I have always rejected any violence against law enforcement, and I have, including in that group, is specifically addressed any violence against law enforcement on January 6th, and I do not agree with the commutation of any sentence of any individual who committed violence against law enforcement.
So do you think that America is safer because these 1,600 people have been given an opportunity to come out of serving their sentences and live in our communities again?
Senator, I have not looked at all 1,600 individual cases. I have always advocated for imprisoning those that cause harm to our law enforcement and civilian communities. I also believe America is not safer because President Biden's commutation of a man who murdered 2 FBI agents, Agent Kohler's and Williams' family, deserve better than to have the man that point blank range fired a shotgun into their heads and murdered them released from prison. So it goes both ways.
Leonard Pelletier was in prison for 45 years. He's 80 years old, and he was sentenced to home confinement. So he's not free, as you might have just suggested.
He killed 2 FBI agents.
That's true, he did, and he went to prison for it and should have. My question to you, though, is do you think America is safer
I got to work on that lightning thing.
because President Trump issued these pardons to 1,600 of these criminal defendants, many of whom violently assaulted our police in the Capitol?
Senator, America will be safe when we don't have 200,000 drug overdoses in 2 years. America will be safe when we
you're
don't have
not gonna answer the
50 homicides in a
So
day.
you just won't answer the question.
I
I'm
am
going to say,
here.
I don't think we're safer. Matthew Huddle was sent back to Indiana. I don't think we're safer with Peter Schwartz. I could go through a long list of individuals, some of who are wanted in states, members of this committee. Let me move to another topic if I can. Tell me about your J6 choir. What is that?
Well, it's not my choir. It's simply a recording that was utilized to raise funds for families in need of nonviolent offenders.
Who sings on this recording?
I don't know, Senator.
What did you have to do with it?
Simply to raise funds to assist families of nonviolent offenders whose kids needed college education payments and whose rent needed being paid.
My understanding
Give me
is
a
that
break.
the performers on this J6 choir were the rioters who are in prison.
I'm not aware of that, sir. I didn't have anything to do with the recording.
You weren't aware of who made the recording?
No, Senator.
That's interesting. Did you receive any money for selling copies of that music or that recording?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You do have a foundation, though, do you not?
I'm very proud of the Cash Foundation and the $1.3 million we've given to families in need across this country, including active duty service members, police officers, putting kids in college, and helping people in disaster relief areas rebuild their homes and their communities.
1&0 LLC, are you familiar with that?
Sorry?
1&0 LLC?
I believe, Senator, you're referring to the LLC that one of the individuals has his private business with.
Is it part of the Cash Foundation in any way?
Only in that one of the members of the board has that LLC for his outside business.
Andrew Allis?
I believe that's his name, yes.
Yes. Do you know how much was paid to him from your charitable work?
Yes, like any other charity, we had to go out and fundraise, something I'm sure every member of this committee is familiar with. And we use digital marketing campaigns, and I believe we paid a digital marketing company through 1&0 $250,000 to raise $500,000, which we gave away to families in need, like when hurricanes struck Florida, Texas, and North Carolina.
We will be going through details of your foundation and the expenditures with the questions for record that the chairman has mentioned.
I look forward to it.
You'll have a chance to answer those under oath. Mr. Patel, you frequently associated with and sometimes praised extremist figures with well-documented histories of racism, anti-Semitism, conspiracies, and the like. In September of 2023, you appeared with Laura Loomer at an event promoting your book, this one here. You shared a photo of yourself and Loomer in which you held her book and she held yours. Just a few months before this event, Ms. Loomer posted on X that the September 11 terrorist attacks were, quote, an inside job. Around that time, she accused Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, of exaggerating her cancer diagnosis to gain voter sympathy. A number of my Republican colleagues on this committee have criticized Ms. Loomer's extremism. One of my colleagues described her as a, quote, crazy conspiracy theorist who regularly utters disgusting garbage. Another called her really toxic. Given all of this, why did you associate with Ms. Loomer?
Senator, as you can see, I took a photograph with an individual who showed up at a book event. I don't believe I'm guilty by association, and I certainly don't believe that an individual who is the first minority to serve as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for this country is a racist in any way, and I detest any conjecture.
Oh, really?
to
Well,
the
you better
contrary.
check your friends,
You
bitch.
familiar with a Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you
Stu
familiar with
Peters?
Mr. Stu Peters?
Are you familiar?
Not off the top of my head.
You're
Made
not?
8 separate appearances on his podcast. He promoted outrageous conspiracy theories and worked with a prominent neo-Nazi. There are more, Ted Nugent, it goes on, list goes on. I'm just asking, when it comes to your association with individuals.
He's a
why are
bad
so many
liar.
of
He
them
just
in this
lied.
category?
He just fucking lied. He
My
just fucking lied.
association, as you loosely define it, is by appearing in media over 1,000 times to take on people who are putting on conspiratorial theories and to
are you
devour
kidding me?
them of
Oh,
their false
roll tape,
impressions
bitch.
and
Roll
to talk to
tape.
them about the truth. That is something that I will always continue to fight for.
You
Senator.
just lied
Graham.
under oath.
Thank you. We'll eventually talk about the FBI.
Shut the fuck up, Lindsay.
That's the
Get
job
some
you're up here
flippers for
right?
those teeth, bitch.
Have you ever been subject to racism as an individual?
Right. I'm going to walk the dog.
Unfortunately, Senator,
I'll
yes. I
BRB.
don't want to get into those details with my family here.
Oh, let's get into a few of them. Tell me about it.
Well, if you look at the record from January 6th, where I testified before that committee, because of my personal information being released by Congress, I was subjected to a direct and significant threat on my life. And I put that information in the record. I had to move. In that threat,
Go ahead.
I was called a detestable, and I'll apologize if I don't get it all right, but it's in the record, a detestable sand nigger who had no right being in this country. You should go back to where you came from. You belong with your terrorist home friends. That's what was sent to me. That's just a piece of it. But that's nothing compared to what the men and women in law enforcement face every day. And that's why they have my support.
Okay.
Wait, what? How do
Growing
we
up,
get from
were you
there to there?
subject to
What?
racism?
What do those
Yes,
two
sir.
things have to do with anything?
Now, I think the reason you're here.
Which, by the way, it's absolutely horrible, and
There's
I
a
have
lot
so
to
many
do
complaints with his fucking politics. I
your
don't need
work
to
on
insult
Crossfire
anyone.
Hurricane. Are you familiar with that?
So gross.
FBI operation.
I am, Senator.
So Senator Durbin mentioned
All right,
the
I'm gonna walk
church
the dog.
report and the history of abuse, but he failed to mention Crossfire Hurricane. He failed to mention the Horowitz report. Wonder why? If you're waiting for these guys over here to figure that out, you're going to die waiting. So this is the Nunes memo. You work for Mr. Nunes over on the
Sorry?
House side? David Nunes?
Sorry?
Are you familiar with this memo by the Foreign Intelligence Service Act abuses
Yes.
the Department of Justice?
Absolutely.
Did you help write this memo?
I did as a staffer.
Okay, I'm going to put this in the record.
Thank you.
In this memo, you kind of dissected the abuses of Crossfire Hurricane, right?
I did, Senator.
And the Mueller investigation. So the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, two of them were Strzok and Page. Are you familiar with them?
I am, Senator.
Okay, it was opened up on July the 31st, 2016. And here's what Strzok said. And damn, this feels momentous because this matters. The other one did too, but that was to ensure we didn't F something up. This matters because this matters. So super glad to be on this voyage with you. That's to Paige. And Paige responds a couple of months later, he's not ever going to be President right, talking about Trump. Strzok, no, he won't. We'll stop it. Is it fair to say that the people in charge of investigating Crossfire Hurricane hated Trump's guts?
Well, you don't have to take my word for it. That statement, along with the statements from the sources.
Are
during the
those days
operations-
over in the FBI, you hope?
Well, if they're not, they will be.
Okay, good. You know who Carter Page was?
I do, Senator.
Do you know that the FBI secured warrants against him on 4 different occasions?
Yes, Senator.
Do you know that the information that they relied upon came from the Steele dossier?
I do.
Was it you that were able to find out that the Steele dossier was a bunch of crap?
Yes, Senator, we followed the money and we exposed the fraud that was the Steele dossier.
And the primary subsource was Ignor Danchenko, right?
That's correct, Senator.
And he was actually a Russian analyst.
That's right.
Are you aware that in January he told the FBI that, let's see, what did he tell the FBI? Steele had no proof to support the statements, then it was just talk. The primary subsource explained to the FBI that his information came from word of mouth and hearsay, conversations he had with friends over beers, and some of the information were statements he heard made in jest. And he told the FBI this in January
That's
of
right.
2017. And they got 2 more warrants after that.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the FBI had volumes of information that the Steele dossier was a bunch of bullshit and nobody ever told anybody at the top?
I am, sir. We exposed
Or
it.
they lied about being told?
That's correct.
So are you aware of the fact that the FISA court rebuked the FBI? Are you aware of the fact that an FBI lawyer went to jail because he misled the court by manipulating a email from the CIA?
I am.
Do you believe that Crossfire
my
Hurricane,
God.
Hurricane
Crossfire
was one of the
Hurricane.
most disgusting episodes in FBI history of a
Oh my
corrupt
God, this
investigation
is so
led by
rich,
corrupt
yeah.
people who wanted to take Donald Trump down?
Yes, sir.
You think that's why you're in this chair today, to fix that?
I think that's a big part of the
Without
reason.
Crossfire Hurricane, this guy wouldn't be here.
Oh,
And my friends
Wait
on
a
the other
minute.
side,
wait a minute.
like pulling teeth. The Horowitz investigation.
Oh, give me a break,
the,
you stupid cunt.
The Inspector
Fuck
General
off.
labeled this
Fuck the fuck off. You look
fraudulent
very
at its
bloated.
core.
I'm going to tell you that. I will shame you on your
Mismanaged at its core.
bloatedness.
Running stop signs. At every turn, they went forward when they should have stopped.
Give me a
The
break.
Durham report said it was obviously politically motivated.
Oh my God. And he
FBI
lost in
agents were
court.
telling anybody
And Durham
everybody that would
lost
listen, this is
in
not
court.
reliable, this is not trustworthy, but they plowed on.
Okay? They
And
lost.
Because of you and Trey Gowdy and others, we now
They
know
lost. Yes,
about
Max
this.
says, what about the report of the Select Committee on
Everybody who
Intelligence,
signed the
United
warrant
States Senate on
under
Russian active
questioning
measures
by
campaigns
me
and
said if
interference
they
in the
knew
2016
then
U.S.
what they know
election?
now, they wouldn't sign
No,
the
no,
warrant.
no.
Comey
This is different. This is a
said that.
different.
Yates said that. Rosenstein said that. The
You know what
reason
you
you're
said?
here
You know what you
is
said?
because most of the public,
That's it.
almost every
I'm
Republican
out.
believes
I've had
that
enough.
the FBI has been used
It was a good run.
continuously in a political fashion.
You are
ignoring
a
evidence,
traitor to the
making
United
up
States,
evidence,
sir.
lying to get Donald Trump.
You are a traitor to
And
the
when
United
it came
States.
to the Hunter Biden laptop,
And you should be
They
ashamed.
told every social media outlet in October 2020, "Oh, that's Russian
Stupid
disinformation." That was BS too.
No, it wasn't.
Right before the election, the FBI intervened to shut reporting on
Are
the
you
Hunter
bullshit?
laptop down.
No, it
as
didn't.
being
Okay,
Russian
because it was all over right wing
misinformation
nut
according
job
to
media.
Zuckerberg.
Because I watched it
Do
in
you promise
October
all
of
of
2020.
us
So
those
give me
days
a
are
break
over at
and
the
save
FBI?
your
Yes,
pearls.
Senator, they are.
Are you
Put your
proud
pearls
of what
up
you
your
did
ass.
to find all that?
Okay.
Absolutely.
Get your pearls.
You think that's
Put
why
on your
you're
pearl
here today, is to make
necklace.
sure that never happens again?
Okay.
The American people
Lindsay,
deserve just that.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
I can't fucking handle
Thanks,
this.
Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel.
I'm really trying to
I
be nicer, and it's
remember
making it really hard.
January 6th.
Yeah, we've heard the N-word and
Colleagues
bullshit.
running
yeah.
through our halls to flee the
yeah.
mob.
Great.
Colleagues shouting that rioters should be shot. Us returning to our
I do like his
constitutional
sweater.
business through hallways cleared for us by automatic weapons carrying SWAT teams. None of
They
you
need to go harder on him.
us
Come on now.
said those violent
His Devin
rioters
Nunes days.
should be
Come
pardoned.
on, White House. Come
Our
on.
Republican colleagues said such pardons would be hard to believe, even absurd. Your former colleague J.D. Vance said the violent rioters should not be pardoned. Even Jim Jordan said pardons would, and I quote, focus on all the people who didn't commit any violence. Well, Trump pardoned all of them. And there's a lesson in that. Every time you think Trump would never go that far, rethink that. We all seem to agree that violence against police is unacceptable, yet more than 600 people who physically attacked Capitol Police officers were just put back on the street, part of a 1,500-person personal Trump army, now out there with people who have proven themselves willing to do violence on Trump's call. In only 10 days, some are already back committing crimes. We've also tried as a committee together to address the dangers of illicit drug sales over the internet, and I assume we're all against murder for hire. But Trump also just pardoned a dark web operator sentenced to life in prison for trafficking illegal drugs online and accused of soliciting murders for hire. Those pardons, as Mr. Patel has said, are a mistake, but they are also a signal that we are entering a strange and dangerous time. That is the context for today's hearing. Warnings that the FBI could become Trump's enforcer, use the powers of law enforcement to stifle speech and dissent, punish political rivals of either party, and hand out free passes, get out of jail free cards to violent supporters are warnings we should heed. Here are some warnings of this nominee's Trump administration colleagues. Former Attorney General Bill Barr said, this nominee has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency, end quote, and we would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That's for the deputy position. Former CIA Director Gina Haspel was reported threatening to resign rather than have this nominee serve under her. John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, said, I didn't think he was qualified. I was forced to hire him. Trump's deputy national security advisor, the nominee's former supervisor, said, his ideas are ludicrous. He's absolutely unqualified for this job. He's untrustworthy. And it's an absolute disgrace to even consider an individual of this nature. That's from Republican appointees who worked with him. And here's what this nominee himself has said about using his office to prosecute journalists. We will go out and find the conspirators.
Oh, look at the last
not just
post,
in government,
a link that
but
Gal
in the
just
media.
put in chat.
We're gonna
It is
come after
slowing
you,
down
whether it's criminally
Cash's
or
lie.
civilly.
It's fascinating.
Is that a correct quotation, Mr. Patel?
Thank you for doing that. Oh my God.
Senator, that's a partial quotation,
But it's correct.
in part.
Regarding his publication of his enemies list, Mr. Patel proclaimed, the manhunt starts tomorrow, and reposted a video depicting him taking a chainsaw
Ask him about Ivan Raiklin.
to his political enemies. Is that you, Kash Patel, reposting that at the top of that page?
Senator, I had nothing to do with the creation of that meme.
Is that you reposting it was my question.
And that's me at the top.
You said FBI agents were responsible for the violence on January 6th, and I quote you here, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that what you said?
That's completely incorrect, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
I'll give you an opportunity in writing, but this is my time now.
Have at it.
An Inspector Attorney General
bitch.
investigation found that that was false. And you said we should impeach judges who rule against Donald Trump, who are, in your words, political terrorists. When this nominee tries to explain all this away, keep one thing in mind. He's testified under oath before a Colorado judge who presided over a Trump case.
Someone needs to tell him that someone needs to tell someone on this committee that he just lied about his knowledge of Stu Peters. Please. We've got to find something.
Is not only illogical, but completely devoid of any evidence in the record.
I guess Stu never came on the Awaken America. Why don't they talk about the Awaken America tour?
This is a dangerous time.
Awaken America tour? Awaken
And I
America
ask all
tour?
my
Anybody?
colleagues to consider
Anybody?
Whether these plain comments
Anybody?
by this person and by his own Trump administration colleagues should be given a blind eye, just overlooked, or whether, like the warnings of pardoning violent January 6 offenders, they're warnings to be heeded. There is an unfathomable difference between a seeming facade being constructed around this nominee here today and what he has actually done and said in real life when left
Kash
to his
Patel,
own
Trump's FBI
devices.
nominee, has appeared no fewer than 6 times on the show of anti-vaccine maniac Stu
shows
Peters, widely regarded
character.
as a white nationalist.
And if you look at history,
They're buddies. Okay, stop this.
you
This is
see
a lie.
the danger of security chiefs in authoritarian
Which I understand
regimes
apparently is meaningless in this
becoming the tools
in this
of
world.
political power. The characteristics that they often show are that they are vengeful, that they are grandiose,
I agree.
that they are intemperate,
Stu is really
that they
bad.
are partisan and blindly loyal, and that they are servile and won't say no. I'm afraid that the history of this nominee's conduct raises those warnings.
Yes, Iggy posting Stu Peters interviews and
yield my 1
screenshots
second
all
back.
over. Atta girl.
Senator Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made. You can do that now if you want to.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context.
Out of grotesque context.
And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
Constitutional claim. That's all right.
Before
I'm
I
straight
call
to
on
the Constitution.
Senator
That's all right.
I'd like to say that we've heard about the January 6th pardons. I think it's important that we
Let's talk about the Reawaken America tour. Please. Can we have a Reawaken America tour conversation, please?
Thomas
Please,
Sanders,
please.
a kidnapper who murdered a 12-year-old girl named Lexus and her mother, Swell.
Word.
Robert
Bigger word. Smaller word.
Adrian
Words.
Buehler,
Lies. Misused
an
words.
drug kingpin
Repeat.
who was convicted in the death of an 8-year-old boy and his mother.
Oh boy, are we
Pelter
comparing
Killer
pardons
that's
now?
already been
Is that what we're
referred to
doing?
that,
That's what we got for this nominee,
murdered,
grass
2
grass ass,
FBI, agents,
grassed ass.
and even Director Ray.
Okay, but here's the
that time,
thing.
former
What does
Director
that
Ray
tell you about this
said that
nominee?
that
Can we talk
shouldn't
about the
have happened,
nominee?
and
What are you
Judge,
doing?
Michael
What are you doing?
Conahan, who took
Is it? I'm
kickbacks
sorry,
for wrongly
Shooby Doo.
sending
You're right.
juveniles
That's a
for
little much.
profit detention centers, and
Let's
Alex
take him
Saab,
off for a minute.
who laundered illicit proceeds.
You're right.
for
It's a lot.
narcotics terrorists,
Yeah,
Nicholas
it's a lot.
Madero, and was a key connection between Venezuela
That's his
and,
job.
Iran,
Oomph, come
and
on
5
now.
family members
He's performing
of
at
his own
top
family.
levels at the
President Biden
moment.
Did that, Senator.
I know. Are there other Republicans on the committee?
Welcome, Mr. Patel.
Oh well, hold my beer.
Believe
Here's Corny
America is an
Cornyn.
exceptional nation.
It's the greatest nation.
Oh
Your
God,
family went through a lot to get here,
Corny.
Sure
What
did.
do you?
and your life story
Venezuela.
is, I think, a great example of people pursuing
Yeah, they
the
just
American
can't
dream.
pronounce words.
Do you believe a large part of what makes America an exceptional nation is the rule of law?
Oh dear.
It is one of the fundamental precepts that determines that.
And why is that?
Because without a singular application of a rule of law, we go back to the
Okay,
Uganda
so
that
what
my
about
father fled
why are all the cases
I
dropped?
believe that the two most
Why did he let go all the violent offenders within
to
the
preserve and
Jade
protect
whatevers?
and
Come on
enforce the
now,
rule of law are
Mr.
the
Corny
FBI
Hole.
and the Department of Justice, and the sort
Mr.
of
Cornhole.
politicalization that
Yeah, is there a
Senator
flag
Graham
you
and
can
others
hug?
have already
I do
talked
like
about
the. I'm
during
not
the
crazy
Crossfire
about. You know how I
Hurricane
feel about light gray suits.
investigation
Okay, we
or,
all know how I feel about light gray suits. I'm not
project
going to let
of,
him talk.
James
I'm going to
Comey
talk
at the
over him.
FBI
So
and
this is on purpose.
abuse of intelligence
So I'm not a
tools
fan
like
of the gray suit.
Title
I
I,
never will
Section
be. It's just
702
not something I think
are
looks good on
betrayal
any person.
of American
I do like his
values
combo
and the
tie
adherence
though
to
and
the rule of
shirt. I
law.
like the little gingham green shirt
And I think
and the dark green tie.
biggest
That's fantastic.
task
What a
is
great
going to
color.
be, along with Pam Bondi
But
at
that
the,
jacket is just like
the
it
Office of
ruins
the Attorney
everything.
General is to
I'm sorry,
restore
gentlemen, ladies,
the rule of
whoever.
law to the
He, she's, and
Department of
theys. Please do
Justice
not wear
and the
light gray
FBI.
suits. They just don't
Are you
flatter
willing to do
anybody.
that
Absolutely. Senator.
Period.
without regard
Especially
to
on
partisan
television.
affiliation or politics?
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about what's important.
Do you believe President Trump, as the commander-in-chief,
I don't like light gray
needs
suits
access
or
to
light
all
Greg.
of the lawfully
Light gray suits. I don't like them.
available intelligence that can be collected by the American intelligence community
yes,
in order
it matters.
to inform him so that he can make good judgments as commander-in-chief to assure the safety and security of the American
At least be
people?
fashionable
Having been
and be
responsible for the
fascist.
collection and predication and promulgation of that intelligence, I firmly believe
Ooh,
he and
little
every
word, big,
president
big,
must have
big
it.
word, small
And
word, lies.
So you would not support any
Hi, gal, you nailed that.
impractical or perhaps immaterial or
I love tan
unworkable
suits.
ways to
I'm
inhibit
not.
the
I
flow
love
of that
mustard, but I'm
information
not
to
a grain
President
mustard
Trump.
person
No, I would
unless
not.
it's like a special occasion.
So let me just ask you, you and I have talked about this a number of times, and this has come up before in a number of different contexts. But as I've
Grassley,
always
gas
said,
or
I think
grass? Nobody
Section
rides for
702 of the
free.
Foreign
Yeah.
Intelligence Surveillance
Oh,
Act is the
shooby-doo.
most important law that most
Yeah,
Americans
man,
have never heard
groovy.
of. But when I was questioning my fellow Texan, John Ratcliffe, who now has been confirmed as the director of the CIA,
Oh
about
God.
this, we talked
I
about
almost
some of the
hope
reforms
Ratcliffe
that have been
closes the
made
CIA
to
because I
Section
just don't want the
702 over
CIA to be
years.
completely
This has been an ongoing
ruined.
conversation here in Congress. People like my colleague.
I feel like
here,
it's a good
Senator Lee,
idea.
and
Hey,
others
you know
have
what? Why don't you just
proposed
close it down
reforms, which
so you
I
have
think
nothing to
gone
run?
a long way to
Okay,
help
because that's what
protect
we
the
need.
privacy rights of American citizens.
Why is a 34-time
But let me
convicted
just
felon
point
serving
out
as
some of the
commander-in-chief?
improvements that have been made over the years. This is not the
Base
same
Mike Lee
702
has
that
been
was in
shaving
effect
his head,
during
and I
President Trump's first term.
cannot get over
These
it.
are a number
He looks like a little
of
tip of a
things
little
that we did
tiny
together on a
penis.
bipartisan
Little
basis to
penis
make
tip
sure
head now.
that the balance between the
Little white
national
nationalist
security
penis
interests
tip
of the
head.
American people and the privacy and constitutional rights of American citizens were protected. Do you
Yeah,
agree with that?
Yes,
PTSD.
Senator.
Stop
And I
it.
think,
Stop it.
Senator Tillis, with his typical outstanding graphics, has a wonderful handout which lays all of that out. But one of the things that's come up, and we've discussed this, is the idea that in order to query
Prohibit
lawfully
U.S.
collected
person query
intelligence
terms
under
solely
Section
designed to find
702,
evidence of a
that
crime.
somehow, if a U.S. person's name is involved, that a warrant would be required. Now, you're a lawyer who's represented defendants in, as a public defender.
Yeah,
You understand
okay,
that
all
what
right,
probable cause
okay.
is required. What sort
That's
of
your-
evidence
that's
is
your
required,
prerogative,
to
Shooby-Doo.
be produced to a judge in order to get a warrant?
Oh yeah, we're gonna
Do you
watch
believe
the
a
Tulsi
warrant
thing. I swear to
requirement is a
God, we're here all
practical,
day.
unworkable, or
Check
even
back
a
in.
necessary element of 702?
If I may
I
just
like
give
Mark
some
Warner.
context on that, Senator. Having a background not only utilizing FISA and 702 as a national security prosecutor, but as a civilian at JSOC and later as an intelligence official and the Deputy Director of National Intelligence, 702 collection formulates over 45%
Wait, you used that
of
when
the
you were
presidential daily briefing that you
DD?
referred to earlier.
I actually have heard it's as high as 60%, but anyway, it's a lot.
It's a lot. And the issue for me
Grey
is not
Poupon.
with FISA and 702.
I love Grey
The
Poupon.
issue has
I don't
been
need
those
it in
that
a
have
suit.
been in
If it was the
government
color
service
of a
and
suit,
abused it
I
in
might
the
fuck
past.
with that.
And
I
so
think
we
that
must
sounds
work
pretty
with
good.
Congress to provide the protections necessary for American citizens.
I like statement
dealing
colors.
with these matters,
I think
including
that's cool.
hostage rescue operations in real time.
Life's too
which we
boring.
use
Like,
FISA
that's the good
collection
stuff,
to
right? Or that's
find
some of
and
the good
save
stuff.
American hostages. Having a warrant requirement to go through
Just showed
that
you how empty
information
my
in
life
real
was.
time is just not comportive with the
Oh, hi,
requirement
TJ.
to protect
How are you,
American
darling?
citizenry. I'm all open
good
to
to
working
see
with
you.
Congress on finding a better way forward. But right now, these improvements that you've made go a long way.
Well, and Director Ratcliffe said that he did not believe that, given the context of 702 collection, whether a foreign target communicates with
Well,
a
he'll just
U.S.
cash
person,
ass. We know who he is.
that there'd be sufficient evidence to go
Yeah.
to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court or any other court to demonstrate probable cause. Do you agree with that?
It brings out the
just
ash
in
in
real time,
his skin.
Senator, excuse me, it's almost
in
impossible
corn
to
and
make
skin.
that function and serve
It makes
the
him look
national
less
no-fail
yellow.
I think you hit the nail on
Actually,
the head.
now
when
that I
you
look at
point
him,
out
he
the
does look
lack
kind of
trust.
yellow.
Any of these tools can be abused by people who are willing to break the law.
Boy,
or
he's gotten
abuse
so
these
old
tools
over the
or-
last couple of
or
years.
Violate the public trust. Director Ratcliffe again used, I thought, a helpful analogy. I'll see if you agree with it.
He forgot to put his
said,
teeth
"The
in.
knives
I'm sorry.
In your kitchen
I don't like him.
have a very useful and beneficial purpose.
He could
but
have
they,
been a
too,
hero.
can
He
be
could have been one of
misused,
the Republican
for,
heroes. He could have spoken up at the
Do you agree
time
with that?
and really
And
stood
similarly,
in the
do you
breach,
agree
and he
that
didn't. He just went
tools
along
like
with it.
Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence
So I have a real
Surveillance Act
problem with corny
can be
cornin.
used appropriately to
I
protect
know. I
national
got old
security,
too, by
but
the
they
way.
can also be abused by people who are willing to cross a line they should not cross.
They're both true, and that's why we need to work together to make sure Americans have trust again in these
Unwonkled.
surveillance
Unwonkled.
measures that we utilize to protect our country.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much,
Senator
Mr.
Klobuchar.
Chairman.
Thank you. I'm Senator
Mr.
Klobuchar.
Patel, I think you know that
Oh,
I
I
have great
know,
respect for
TJ. It's
the
all right.
men and women of the FBI.
You're here now.
Their
Grab
mission,
a blankie.
fidelity, bravery,
Hang in.
integrity.
We're going to be here.
I believe they
for a
deserve a
bit.
director who respects their work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission.
hell yeah.
This is not about
L to
bingo
the yeah,
cards or
Paul.
games. This is not about revenge. This is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts, it runs on truth. Truth matters, and without truth, the whole system breaks down. You said that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no, did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
Okay, that
if
was
you're-
from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These
Clay
claims
Clark.
made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that
I
assessment.
will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone
done,
in this
Amy.
committee, including the Republican members, knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Pack's podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on
I
your
don't even
account,
know her. She
and
doesn't
we
even
will
go to my
again
school.
Put that out there once more as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this, but every one of these, there's a record of it, and you haven't
Yeah.
answered.
Bitch.
You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal
You're bad.
or detox
You're dumb.
supplement. One scientist said, I quote,
You drunk your
"None of
own
these
Kool-Aid,
substances
sir.
in any form would minimize
Your parents
side
should be
effects from a
ashamed of
COVID-19
themselves,
vaccine
actually.
that is preying on innocent people." Did you perform clinical trials before you made that claim?
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did
Oh
that
my
last year,
God.
correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Oh my God.
Mr. Patel,
He's bad
the
at
FBI
this.
tackles some of the most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal organizations. Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked at it. I've read this stuff. Yes or no? When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials for an actual RICO statute violation, for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law
I know.
to rig
They could push him
presidential
harder.
elections.
Yep.
Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22.
He wants to plead the
Report
fifth so
podcast
badly.
20. That is from, I'll get you the date, about a year ago. One of the names on your list was Bill Barr. Chairman Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said, I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by William Barr as Attorney General of the United States. Is Bill Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them, been referred to as an enemies list? You've called them deep state after serving his country as the Attorney General of the United States. Is he on your list because of a personal vendetta?
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
I asked you,
And-
I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the top.
It is a glossary
Against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the United States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against Bill
Okay,
Barr.
he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in writing in his book. He had virtually, about you, no experience that would qualify you to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency, and that your appointment, as noted by Senator Durbin as Deputy Director to the FBI, would happen over his dead body. Is it, yes or no, why you would put him on the list of deep state as a former Attorney General, Trump Attorney General of the United States, because
You
he
just
wouldn't
have to
break
love
the
it.
law for Donald Trump? Is that why?
They must have cash kebabs on
As
the
you know,
menu because he's
repeatedly
getting
told the president in no
grilled.
uncertain terms that he did not see evidence of fraud that would have affected the outcome of the election. Did you say in February of 2021 that the election stuff was never my job and I stayed all of it all?
Deep
I
fried
stayed out of that
cash.
stuff.
Again, I don't know what comment you're referring to.
I have
but
no
I'm sure you're
idea. I don't
reading
know
pieces
her.
from
She doesn't go to my
You
school.
said it on Pushback on a podcast. Is it true, though, that in December of 2020,
Good
you
job,
reached
congressional
out to the Trump
staffers. Good
acting
job.
Deputy Attorney General and asked him to investigate a conspiracy theory claiming that people in Italy had used military technology and satellites to remotely tamper with voting machines in the U.S. and switch votes for Trump from Trump to Biden? Is that true?
What was the date?
That was out of December of 2020.
I was Chief of Staff to the Department of Defense, so I don't believe that's accurate in any
Okay,
way.
that came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my
Have you referred to
God.
the media as the most
I
powerful
want
enemy
Tina
of the
here.
United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take.
He's jumbled.
2/23/24.
He's a jumbled puzzle of emotions
You said
right
we're going
now.
to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe
I need to
Biden
Google
rig
it a
the
minute.
elections.
Hold on,
We're
everybody.
going to come after you, whether
Oops.
it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast, 8/21/23. You have said that the FBI, including today, you said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken.
She seems quite
Do
sober.
you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time, we all know that, appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled. Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
According to
Did you
who?
say that the FBI headquarters
You're
should
telling
be
me
shut down and
40% of people
reopened as a
actually give a
museum
shit
of
about
deep
the
state?
FBI? Give me a break.
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
No.
You get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters, where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism,
Mr.
should
Chair.
be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I deserve an answer to that question.
I
He
guess
is
it's-
asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations,
Oh.
the only thing this body is doing
My
is
God.
defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here
Oh
in this
my
country. In every
God.
theater of war we
Fuck
have, I was on the
you.
ground in
You
service
are
of
a
this
fucking
nation.
traitor, and
any
everybody knows it.
accusations leveled against me.
Stop
that I would
acting,
somehow put political
you
bias before the
disingenuous
Constitution
pig.
are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been
I will
endorsed by over
have you reminded?
300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words.
Come on
from
now.
September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
You forget that you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say them again.
Okay. Before I call Lee.
Yeah, that's right.
Just parliamentary
Fuck
inquiry.
him up.
It was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my 7 minutes, and I appreciate you keeping everyone to it. If we go over, can we have that decrement against the time in the second round?
No.
If a member goes over.
No,
I mean,
Tillis.
That was actually 10
Fuck
minutes,
yourself.
Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure that I want to.
He's gonna start being punitive now? Fuck you.
Just letting people shout and then it does to shut them up.
Mr.
But
Chairman.
You're a wise man, Mr.
before
Chair.
we-
Thank you.
before we go
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Before we go to Lee.
Mr.
Oh my
Chairman.
fucking God.
Yes, what do you want?
I love this guy. Mr. Chairman, I'm unlike Senator
bunch of
Tillis.
fucking
I mean, if we're
clowns.
gonna start this. I want an extra 3 minutes.
Well,
Now, my friend Senator
I'm
Klobuchar
not-
went 3 minutes over.
So, here what you're saying is the chairman wasn't a very good chairman by not shutting her up. But I've gone through this before, and I think I know how to handle it and get this done.
I think you're a star-spangled awesome chairman. I just want to say that for the record. But if you're going to let somebody over there go 3 minutes over, I want my extra 3 minutes.
Well, let's see if it's abused by anybody else before we make that decision.
I'm just telling you, I'm going to abuse it.
Well, I'm not going to let you abuse it.
You're a good man, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Lee, I want to put a record statement in the record from 56 former FBI agents wrote to this committee to support this nominee. Quote, never has the FBI faced such an urgent and compelling need for comprehensive reform as it does today. Mr. Patel has proven he possesses the breadth of experience required to address these challenges. His leadership, expertise, and vision make him uniquely qualified to guide the FBI through this pivotal moment. For these reasons, we stand in full support of Kash Patel's nomination. Any objection? So ordered. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Patel, while we're talking about your awards, let's talk about the cowards in uniform comment for a moment, can we?
Please.
Would you like to tell us what that was? Put it in context, help the committee understand what that was about.
I think it's important. Thank you, Senator. During that time on January 6th, I was serving as Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense. And days prior, we had received the authorization from the president to issue the National Guard to protect you and your colleagues. But as you know, the law requires a request before the deployment of that guard. That request did not come in until the afternoon of January 6th. Once that request came in, this, unfortunately, as has been confirmed by his own testimony, I believe, the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy,
I agree, Lee.
failed
I
to
agree.
immediately deploy the National
This is the
Guard
last
and instead took a break
link
to
provided by
speak to
Gal.
media
Take a
and
look.
make personal phone calls.
Jim's pretty much
That
skewering
endangered the safety
Patel.
of you and your colleagues. And if you look at the Biden Inspector General report, we at the Department of Defense authorized the fastest cold start of the National Guard since World War II and the largest occupation since the American Civil War. And the Biden Justice Department said that we, including myself as Chief of Staff, when it came to the deployment and employment of the National Guard, acted swiftly and without undue delay.
So that's what you were talking about. And that's why you had the reference to the UCMJ. Tell us what that
This is
means.
the wannabe
Uniform Code of
groiper
Military
based Mike
Justice
Lee who wants
is
to
for
be young
uniform
again
officers who
so he
betray
can
the
hang
code of
out with all the
justice
young
and also
guys,
act
all the
inappropriately.
groypers.
And I thought
That's what
any
based
delay
Mike Lee.
to
He's a
have the National
Chan.
Guard
He's a
arrive
Chan
on
guy,
scene
I
here
think.
must be
That's
called
my
out,
opinion.
whether it was a fellow Republican or not, especially someone under my auspices.
We know all about the
running
Chan
the
guys,
Department of
don't we,
Defense.
kids?
Okay, so moments ago, when Senator Durbin displayed a chart with that quote, there was a reference in part of it to the UCMJ. That's what it was referring to.
Yes, sir.
Those were the cowards in uniform. Those people who didn't do what they were supposed to do, and a lot of people were put in danger as a result.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you. That's very good to know. I do find it significant that we've heard all kinds of aspersions cast in your direction by people who do not know you, by people who do not share your worldview, by people who do not share your
Whoa,
commitment
calm
to the
down,
Constitution
Lee.
or your
Calm the
commitment to
fuck
public
down. No,
service.
he wants to be
I
like
find
that,
it
Jane.
astounding that
He
they're
wants to
willing
be.
say this,
He's a fucking skinhead.
amidst such great
Like he's
ignorance, and I find
literally
it equally heartening
evoking.
that the
and
56 former FBI officials
his
who
name
know
on
you
Twitter
best, who
is
have worked with
based
you,
Mike
who
Lee.
actually know
I
who
think
you are,
that tells
who
you a
actually
lot.
share your view of the Constitution. Of
So I don't
the
know what's
view
going
that you
on
ought
with
to be
Mike
a
Lee's
law
head.
enforcement agency and not
But it's not
a
helping
weapon
me
of
think
political warfare.
better of him.
These are the people who stand by you, those who cast aspersions.
He seems to
don't
me
share
to
those
be
views.
just
Would I be correct in surmising
coming
that?
into
Yes, sir.
his
Let's talk
full
about
identity.
the Fourth Amendment for a moment. The Fourth Amendment tells
God, there's
us
just
that
too many
in order for the
comparisons. I'm
government
sorry.
to breach your expectation of privacy relative to your person, your home, your papers. If they want to search that, if they want to seize you, they've got to get a warrant. And that warrant has to describe with particularity the persons or places to be searched or to be seized and to connect them up with a showing of probable cause. Now, in the case of FISA 702, we're dealing with a somewhat different universe. Now, moments ago, we heard some discussion.
Do take a look at the link
FISA
Gal dropped
702,
from an
but
old
suddenly
tweet
we've got a
that she
different
sent
FISA
about
702
this
than what we had
in 2021.
when President Trump was last in office. Is that true? Because by my count, FISA 702 has not changed substantively since President
And
Trump
I will
was in
put all
office
these links
last.
in the description.
Okay. And there was also some back and forth discussion about
Well, I'm going to watch
FISA
Tulsi
702
after this,
and the
so
use
if you
of it,
want, you can hang
and the
out.
fact
But
that
I
in
understand if
real
you want to
time,
jump between.
it might not work to get a warrant. This, in my view, misses the point. The concern that the American people have with FISA 702 is not about the real-time collection of communications.
That's right.
Regarding
Gal also
foreign targets.
captured his
The
appearance
concern
in
is that
Colorado.
once
Remember that?
those communications
On taking
are
Trump off the
stored,
ballot.
They have within them.
So take a
what
look
are
at that
referred
one
to as
too.
incidentally collected communications of Americans, text messages, emails, recorded phone calls, and so forth.
I think he's
If they
trying to
wanna go
appear
in and search
younger,
for
and he
someone,
probably had
let's say
hair
you.
receding or
If someone
whatever.
wants
I
to
don't
go
know.
into
You
one
know,
of
I
those
don't
databases
care.
after they've been
I love bald men,
collected,
actually.
let's see if you're
But I
unwittingly
don't love this one. This one.
communicating with somebody who, unbeknownst
And
to
he's
you,
just such
happens
a
to be an
worm.
agent
He's
of a
such a
foreign
fucking
power or
Chan worm
otherwise
to me.
under
Like
surveillance under
creepy,
FISA 702.
creepy fucking dude.
If they wanted to search for you, they wanted to enter your name, your phone number, your email address, or some
He's
other
got an
personal
intern for
electronic
that.
identifier, would they have to get a warrant to do that under current law?
Under current law, I believe so, Senator.
Under current law, they routinely access that without getting a warrant. In order to access it, they've got their own internal procedures.
Wait, what?
They're not supposed to use this for light or transient reasons. They're supposed to have a perfectly good reason, and yet we found that on hundreds of thousands of occasions, they have accessed the private communications of Americans, searching for those individual Americans by name, by number, by email address, whatever it is, without a warrant or anything tantamount to it. On occasion, they've even been used for overtly nefarious reasons. One agent deciding to look in on his father because he suspected his father might be having an extramarital affair. On another
telling
occasion,
you, here's where I'm at right now with
looked
this.
at people who were thinking about renting an apartment from him to make sure they were upstanding citizens and could be trusted. Are these appropriate uses of FISA 702?
As you alluded to, the FISA court, it's not me deciding it. The FISA court put out a report in 22 or 23 where 255,000 illegal improper queries of American citizens had occurred. 255,000 reasons why the American people don't trust it. And that's what we must work together, Congress and me, if I'm confirmed as FBI director, restore that trust and protect the mission.
Music to my ears, because I've been a U.S. Senator for 14 years. I've been on this committee the entire time.
Really? Wow.
You were the very first FBI
Wow, why didn't
director
you have
or FBI
accomplished
director
anything?
nominee who, when I've asked about this, hasn't said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll handle it okay. We've got good people on the inside. We would never breach the trust of the American people. Do you know what? They were lying. I was willing to believe that they thought they were telling the truth, but they were mistaken. But they were lying. Time has told us that they were lying. You will not lie, and that's why I wholeheartedly support you. In the closing seconds that I have, I want to add my dismay and my disgust for the fact that you've been smeared, you've been attacked. You've been associated with racism, with being a Nazi. You are none of those things, sir.
Oh, yeah. We're going to take your word for it, based Mike Lee.
Uganda. You've been raised as a racial
I
minority
love
in
this little
country, and
monkey
you've
with
been
his
nothing but a
headphones.
patriot.
I think he's
Your
so
commitment to
cute.
the Constitution,
He's
to
a
the rule of
total
law,
creeper.
and to the American people is remarkable. And I'm honored to know you, to call you my friend, and to give you my vote.
That's weird.
Thank you,
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Mr.
Grassley
Patel,
really
to you
had
and your
his,
family, congratulations
he had
on your
some
nomination.
monster drink this
And
morning.
we had a constructive conversation last week. I appreciate your taking the time. In particular, a conversation about the prosecution of the World Cup bombing in Uganda that took the life of a Delawarean whose family I knew. I found moving. But the role you've been nominated for,
I just want to make sure it
is
worked.
central to our security as a nation, central to the protection of our constitutional rights. And I voted to confirm Trump's previous FBI director, Chris Wray. I believe he's lived up to the Bureau's motto of serving with fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And I also think my vote for him and for many of Trump's cabinet in his first term shows I take my constitutional advice and consent role seriously and do not reflexively vote against his nominees. I look at three
Listen,
factors
Chris,
when
you
I
don't
assess a
impress
nominee.
anybody. Do you understand
Qualifications and
that?
experience,
I'm so
policy
sorry.
views and whether they're in the best interest of the American people, and character and capacity to do the job independently where called for. My colleagues have referenced quotes from Attorney General Barr, National Security Advisor Bolton. The FBI is enormous, 38,000 agents, $9 billion budget. I am troubled by your lack of senior law enforcement leadership. We disagree on some important policy views, but the thing that bothers me the most is a whole series of statements you've made in a variety of settings that suggest you would struggle to be independent from White House direction or control, as has long been the modern history of the FBI. Who does the director of the FBI work for, Mr. Patel?
Senator, thank you for that question. The immediate report for the director of the FBI is into the Office of the Deputy Attorney General. Then that report is taken into the Office of the Attorney General and ultimately the White House and the chain of command there.
So the FBI works for the White House?
No, the FBI is a member of the Department of Justice and has been the longstanding application.
And who does the Department of Justice work for?
They're in the executive branch, as all members do at the White House.
Attorney General Bondi gave a different answer when I asked her the same question, that they work for the Constitution and the American people. President Trump's made clear in public statements he wants to use the FBI to persecute political adversaries. He's publicly said that folks ranging from Liz Cheney to Adam Kinzinger to former Vice President Harris should be investigated and criminally prosecuted. If President Trump were to order you to open an investigation into any of these individuals, let's say Vice President Harris, would you?
Senator, this question speaks directly to my ability to leave political bias and allow independent behavior to be the only guiding light. As a public defender, I learned that in the harshest of arenas.
Oh my God,
And
stop it.
Any law enforcement
Coons is
investigation, if I'm
weird.
confirmed at the FBI, will only be launched on the following qualification: a factual, articulable, legal basis.
Oh, he
to do
did
so.
lie. Yeah,
The
he
president
did lie.
has said publicly
Corny.
that he will allow the FBI to remain independent, and I have said as much as
Wait,
well.
what?
So if
Give me
FBI
copy?
agents brought to you
Oh my
a
God.
factual legal basis, predication, and you are about to refer it to a prosecutor, and you get a call from the White House saying, don't proceed. This is a major donor. This is someone close to the president. This is inappropriate. What would you do?
Simple. I think you answered it partially in your question. The line agents, the brick agents who are trained to bring investigations on behalf of the FBI will make that decision-making process, and they will only have my full support so long as it upholds absolutely every value of the Constitution. And that's it.
So your predecessor, I went back and looked, and I asked the same questions of Director Comey and Director Wray. Director Wray, quoting former Attorney General Bell, said, "You should be willing to resign if necessary over conduct if you're pressed to engage in it that's unethical, illegal, or unconstitutional. If pressed by the president, would you resign?"
Senator, my answer is simply, I would never do anything unconstitutional or unlawful, and I never have in my 16 years of government service.
Oh, we just lied
Would you
again.
be willing to resign the post of FBI director if
We do
pressed
need
and
AOC
given
and
no
Jasmine
choice but
Crockett
to
in the
obey
Senate.
the
We
order or
absolutely
resign?
do.
Senator, I will always obey the law.
Does obeying the law require you to, as Attorney General Bell said, as FBI Director Wray said, refuse the order or resign?
I'm not familiar with the extent of the law that you're referring to, but my answer is simple in my 16 years of government service. We will simply follow the law. And I've done that in Obama Justice Department, in Republican Justice Departments, in the Obama
take a look,
military,
Hags.
in Republican civilian capacity. I have never once wavered from my constitutional oath of office.
Mr.
I'm not
Patel,
about
your
to start.
predecessors in this role have been clear that they would be willing to resign if forced or directed to do something unethical or illegal. I'll proceed. One of your past statements that's concerned me, it's both a post on Truth Social and something you said in a podcast, the Sean Morgan report.
It looks
that
good,
your
Hags.
predecessor, Chris Wray, has broken the law. We need to prosecute him. The FBI should go after people like him. And the month before this, in July 2023, you said there should be a criminal referral for FBI Director Wray. If confirmed, are you going to follow through on these previous statements that Director Wray needs to be prosecuted?
Senator, this reminds me of the conversation you and I had, which I greatly appreciated. There is enough violent crime in this country and enough national security threats to this country that the FBI is going to be busy going forward preventing 100,000 overdoses, 100,000 rapes, and 17,000 homicides.
We agree that prosecuting violent crimes should be the principal focus of the FBI. What I'm trying to get to, Mr. Patel, is a whole series of very troubling, to me and many other statements you've made about instead using it to pursue those who might be viewed as political opponents.
And as I told you in your office, I have no interest, no desire, and will not, if confirmed, go backwards. There will be no politicization at the FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as the FBI director. I told you that in your office, and I'll tell you that again today.
Thank you for that statement.
my
As
God.
the co-chair of the Law Enforcement
Excuse
Caucus with
me?
Senator Cornyn, one of the things I've worked hard on, and I hope to continue being able to
fucking
work hard on,
genuous. Really,
with this
Julie?
administration, is partnership
Oh,
between
God
federal, state,
bless
and
your
local law
son.
enforcement to pursue violent
sending
crime.
all the
You
safety
did say, as my colleague
for
asked,
him
I
and
look
love
a
for you.
longer
Oh,
answer,
Julie.
that you want to close the FBI Bureau's headquarters on day one.
Well,
How
I
would
thank
shutting
him for
down
his
the FBI
service.
headquarters impact its ability to prosecute violent crime and drug traffickers? How is that possibly a serious proposal, Mr.
Thank you
Patel?
for
I'll be
bringing that
thinking
up
about
and
you.
allowing me to answer. It was to highlight the significantly greater point that I was actually making.
It
in
looks
that
really
interview,
good,
which
Hags.
is well documented over and over again. 38,000 FBI employees, 7,500 FBI employees work in the Washington field office and Hoover building alone. If you increase that aperture just slightly to encompass the National Capital Region, that is 11,000 FBI employees work in the National Capital Region. A third of the workforce for the FBI works in Washington, D.C. I am fully committed to having that workforce go out into the interior of the country, where I live, west of the Mississippi, and work with sheriff's departments and local officers, and having one agent prevent one homicide, and having one agent in Washington prevent one rape. And I will do that over and over and over again, because the American people deserve the resources, not in Washington, D.C., but in the rest of the country.
And Mr.
Julie,
Patel,
that's a
frankly,
lot.
if that had been your statement,
That is a lot.
That would be something that would be defensible. It's the rest of it, saying you're going to turn it into a museum of the deep state, that causes repeated questions and concerns from people like myself. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Before I call on Senator Hawley, I'd like to enter letters into the record from scores of state attorneys general, former U.S. attorneys.
Which one?
Former U.S. Department of Justice officials who support the nominee. They state, quote, Mr. Patel
All
will
of them?
bring to this critically important office his unique and extensive experience combating terrorism, protecting our national security.
Oh.
We will have no doubt
By
that
stealing
James
national
Patel
secrets?
will serve our nation
Wait,
in
what?
this important post
By
with
taking
integrity
by
and
taking
tireless
documents
efforts
from the White
to
House?
protect the American people.
Is that how he's
Senator
protecting
Hawley.
people? Is taking documents
Thank you very
from
much,
the
Mr. Chairman.
federal
Mr.
government?
Patel, welcome.
Oh
It's
God,
great to
it's
see you
Josh
again. I
Cotton.
enjoyed our conversation.
It's Josh
in
Cotton
my
and Tom
office
Hawley.
a while back.
That's right.
Let me ask you
And
this.
Chris
Is
Farley
it
now works for him.
appropriate
I don't know.
for the
I think it's a
Federal Bureau
great.
of
It was a great
Investigation
hire.
to attempt to recruit spies or informants into religious institutions in this country, particularly Catholic parishes? Is that appropriate?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Mr. Patel, are you familiar with the recent actions of the FBI in this regard, including this memo that I have right here, making a list of Catholic churches and parishes that they regard as potentially suspect and directing the potential
What?
recruitment of informants and
Did it
other
get-
spies, let's be honest, into those parishes?
I'm familiar
Ken
with that.
Paxton likes
Patel,
cash.
would you
Thinks he's
commit to
great.
me that you will, if you are confirmed,
Yes, it got
that you
sent
will
by
finally and officially
by
withdraw this
floating
memo
condoms. That's
and
right,
make it
Teresa.
clear that
They
this is
took
not
those
only
flying
unacceptable,
condoms.
but that it is an absolute
drone
violation of
condoms.
the First Amendment that every American enjoys under the
The
Constitution
Catholics
of
are
the
not
United
being
States.
spied on.
If I'm
Exactly.
confirmed, Senator,
They are
yes.
not.
Will you
They are
also
not.
commit to me that you will conduct an investigation and find out who wrote this memo?
Oh my
Who
God.
spread this memo?
God,
the field
Josh-
offices involved
Josh
in this
Cotton,
memo.
you're
because
just
I can
so
tell
dumb.
you, we've had your predecessor sit right where you're sitting, and he has repeatedly.
Are you already mad
repeatedly
at Cash?
Lied to. There's no other word for it.
Tom
lied to
Hawley,
this committee.
you are
he
so
told us
weird.
initially that it didn't happen. That the
Well,
FBI
guess
didn't
what?
make any list of churches. That's
You
not
understand
true.
that-
We have it. A whistleblower brought forward the list for us. He
my
said
God.
then that only one field office had worked on it.
You know what else a
Turns out we know
whistleblower
from another
said?
whistleblower,
Something about
multiple
Cash.
field office worked on it. He said that it was never posted on the internal system. It turns out it was. We believe it's still in effect. Will you find
Okay, so
out
you got
who
your-
was
you got your-
involved in this
your
gross abuse
soundbite.
of Americans'
Don't worry.
First Amendment rights?
He's blaming Biden.
And will you
Oh,
discipline
God,
them? And if
Jesus
you possibly
Christ.
can, will you fire them,
I
Mr.
can't
Patel,
anymore.
consistent
Idiot.
with department
An
policy and
idiot.
law?
Senator, you have my commitment to investigate any matters such
He's
as
a
this one that
feckin'
are important
idiot.
to Congress. I will fully utilize,
Really?
if confirmed, the investigative powers of the FBI to
Is
give
it
you
the same
information
whistleblower that went to
you
jail for
require, and
lying?
Also, to hold those accountable who violated the sacred trust
We remember
placed with
him.
the FBI.
I'm glad to hear you say that, and I'm glad you use the word sacred trust, because that's exactly what it is. The
Yeah,
FBI
it's
is the
sacred.
most powerful law enforcement body in this nation.
Is it?
Arguably
I
the
guess
most
so.
powerful law enforcement body, at least in a free nation
Really?
in the world.
Oh, what about
And to
Interpol?
have
They're
this
probably
body
pretty big.
corrupted
I would
politically,
think. I don't know.
such that
I
it is
think they're
targeting
probably.
people
They
of
seem
faith
pretty
in
good at
this
what they
country
do.
and
I
then
don't know.
lying
I could
about
be
it
wrong.
to this committee and the American people is unimaginable. I'll be honest with you. I never thought this would happen in the United States of America. I just didn't.
You know
if you
what?
Had told me,
Me
5 years
fucking
ago,
either.
We'd be
Tom
reading
Hawley,
memos like this.
Josh
I would have
Cotton.
said, no way.
I'm
no
gonna
way,
tell
that's
you
bad
right now.
fiction.
I
In
didn't.
fact,
I
it's
did
a
not see
horrible
this
reality.
coming.
The department needs to be cleaned up. The agency does, and rights restored and protected. I'm glad to hear you say that. Let me ask you this:
Yes, Hags.
Do you think
Julie,
it is
as a veteran, I will
appropriate
pray
for
for
the
you and
FBI
yours. Oh, that's
to
lovely.
be sending agents,
lot
including
of love,
counterterrorism agents, to the parents of children who went to school board meetings and asked about critical race theory in their
Okay,
schools,
we're
asked
talking
the
about
schools'
the
masking
grass,
policy during COVID?
the
Should those parents be
AstroTurf,
treated as domestic
which is
terrorists?
people that are not from the
Parents
school
who
going
have
to
the
board
courage
school meetings,
to
whipping up
ensure their
frenzies,
children are
and
taught
causing
what they feel
violence
is
in the
right.
meetings and in the
those who
parking
have
lots.
the courage of their convictions to
Those
go
were the
houses of worship, in
incidents
my
that
book,
were
will never be
investigated,
domestic
which is
terrorism.
what I would
I'm
want
delighted to
the
hear you say
FBI
that. You're
to
familiar, I am
investigate.
sure,
That's
with
it.
this
I don't
memorandum
care what his
issued
answer
by
was.
the Attorney General, the last Attorney General, Merrick Garland, directing the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to look into parents who went to these school board meetings, and we
No,
know
look
from
into the
whistleblowers who come
people
forward to this
who
committee
not
and
who
given
weren't
us the evidence that, in
necessarily
fact, the
parents.
FBI
There
opened
actually were a
multiple
lot of
cases
people that were not
against
parents who
multiple
went to those
parents
meetings,
across
caused
the nation, I believe,
problems.
including in my home state of Missouri.
Really? And
Another
how many
gross
were there? I think there
abuse,
were, what, 25 or
incredible
something
political power
investigations
brought to
or
bear
something?
against everyday citizens. Why?
Because
they went
they
to a
caused
school
incredible
board meeting
violence in a
that they're
school board
paying
meeting
for
and
asked
threatened
about what their
people.
kids
There
were
were
being taught.
violent threats.
Once
That's
again, I
right,
can't
Max.
imagine.
There's a
I couldn't have
huge
ever thought
reason
this
to
would happen in the
investigate
United
these
States of
people.
America.
Well,
Will you
guess
find
what,
out
Josh
who was
Cotton,
involved in
Tom
this policy
Hawley,
within the FBI?
strap in,
Who agreed with
girlfriend.
it? Who implemented it?
Get
Who
ready
encouraged
for
it? Will you
the
find out that, Mr. Patel?
show.
Will you do an internal investigation? And will you make clear that those who supported this policy are appropriately disciplined? And will you make clear that the FBI will never do something like this again?
If confirmed and pursuant to your congressional request, absolutely, Senator.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to target people of faith, particularly those who hold pro-life convictions? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to single out and target people of faith in order to discourage the exercise of their First Amendment rights?
There can never be a targeting by law enforcement just based on their people's faiths.
And yet, under this last administration,
shit.
the FBI and DOJ together brought numerous prosecutions under the FACE Act for nonviolent protests. President Trump has recently pardoned some of these folks, but it also includes individuals like Mark Houck from Philadelphia region, from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mark Burnett. No.
Who an
This is what media diet of
SWAT team
outrage,
arrive at
porn,
his door in the
entertainment
early
results
hours
in.
of the morning,
Absolutely.
armed, of course,
Feed the cult.
terrorizing him and his children,
Feed
took
the
him into custody.
cult.
They charged
Feed
him
the
with a FACE Act violation. Why? Because he took his young son to a peaceful demonstration outside an abortion clinic. When his young son
well,
was
you know
shoved to
what?
the
Weren't
ground,
those
he
people just
defended him.
pardoned?
Mark Houck was
Isn't this a
acquitted
moot
by a
point at
jury,
this
acquitted.
point?
Nevertheless, the FBI used their full resources, including a SWAT team, to
I
try
swear
and
to God, does he
terrorize
have
him.
chew
Meanwhile,
inside his cheek?
How many
Does he have like a chew
churches that were
packet
firebombed or pregnancy
inside his
care
mouth?
centers that were firebombed? How many of them were protected by the last administration? Just about zero. It is an unbelievable instance
just
of targeting.
about zero?
Mr.
Well,
Patel,
that
will you
doesn't sound
end
like
this
zero.
targeting? If you get to the FBI, if you are confirmed, will you end it? And will you make clear to all agency personnel that there can be no targeting on the basis of religious belief, and this will never happen again in the United States of America, at least not under your watch?
Senator, if confirmed, and it speaks to an issue we were talking about earlier.
And I'm
there
actually
will
a
be no
really
such
deeply held
targeting if I'm
Christian
confirmed
or
as
something.
FBI director.
Depends.
And the resources
What's Mike
of the
Flynn?
FBI, which are funded by the American taxpayer dollars, in the 7 minutes that you and I have been talking about, 2 people have died from fentanyl overdoses. 1 person has been shot to death in this country, and 3 people have been raped. The resources of the FBI will go to that mission set and that mission set alone, because America deserves a better brand of justice, and I'm going to give it to them.
A better brand of
Here's
justice?
my last question for you. Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to try and
Oh,
pressure
yeah, the runaway?
the
That is a
largest
good one.
technology corporations in the world, the most powerful corporations in the world, the social media companies? Do you think it's appropriate for the FBI to pressure them to censor the political speech of everyday American citizens to try and violate the First Amendment? Is that appropriate, do you think, Mr. Patel?
No, Senator.
Is it
Will you
appropriate
put
to
an
violate
end
the
to
First
this,
Amendment?
Mr. Patel, if you
No.
are confirmed
What if he
at the
said yes?
FBI?
Yes.
Senator,
Wait,
if
what?
confirmed, I will work with Congress to expose any corrupt activities the FBI has participated
All he
in,
asked.
especially involved in the censorship of free speech.
Because we know from the court cases that have been brought across this country, and we know from the voluminous factual finding that was done, and it's in the record, that the FBI and other agencies of this government under the last administration
The voluminous pack in my
pressured,
cheek.
coerced these social media companies to censor
No, they
speech of everyday
didn't. Oh my
Americans on a range of
God. You
issues,
guys
from the
won.
Hunter Biden
Can you get
laptop
off of this
to
fucking
COVID,
horse, dude? You
to,
won.
the Dobbs
The
decision,
insurgency
you name it,
worked.
They tried to censor them. The
I think
Constitution
Jenny
doesn't
Thomas
permit
leaked the
government to do
Dobbs
it.
decision.
The FBI tried to get the social media companies to do it. Will you end this practice, Mr. Patel, once and for all?
Senator, I will always follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
I'll
Chairman.
always follow the law. Well, that's a great answer.
Blumenthal's
What?
next. I wanna
What?
say, when he's done.
Uh-oh.
So let's
Oh,
see.
God,
that
here we go.
30-minute break would make it about
We'll go to
12:25
Tulsi and
or
start
something.
her in the
I
break.
expect you to be back here on time.
Okay,
And I'm
what are we
going
doing?
to have Senator Lee, I'm going to go open the Senate up now. Will you chair for me? Okay.
Oh my God. Okay, everybody. Foghorn
Senator
Leghorn.
Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
whoops, he's
Welcome,
okay.
Mr. Patel.
Sorry.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for visiting with me in my office at almost exactly the moment that you were talking
Blumenthal,
to me.
don't fucking let me down.
The Department of Justice was firing more than a dozen lawyers who worked with the special counsel, Jack Smith, simply because they were involved in that case. You've committed that the FBI will not be politicized. So here's your first test. Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator, I appreciate the time to visit with you.
It
in the
is
new
a
office.
yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments.
And I'm not going to accept that answer, because if you can't commit that those FBI agents will be protected from political retribution, we can't accept you as FBI director.
All FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it.
By saying all FBI employees should be protected?
That is a test of professional diligence, because it is the measure of whether you will stand up and say no to the president if he gives you an unlawful or illegal order. Let me turn to the J6 choir. You know who the J6 prison choir is, don't you?
It's been referenced earlier, yes.
And you know about the song that, in fact, you produced, you promoted, and you used to, as you put it, raise awareness and support for the political prisoners still locked in jail. Those J6 choir, were they political prisoners?
I don't know everyone in the J6 choir.
That's what you said.
That's
correct?
not how I read it, Senator.
This is your tweet. That's your whole statement.
Well, I'm
You
reading
won't
it
stand
now.
behind your own statements made in tweets, countless of them. As a matter of fact, as you put it to Steve Bannon on his show, then we went into a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it as a song, now releasing it exclusively in the War Room. That was the J6 prison choir song.
And all proceeds were given away to charity to help families
And you
in
called
need.
them political prisoners. Julian Cater, do you know what he did?
I don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, he's one of the J6 prison choir.
You seem to know more about it than I
Identified
do.
in a court filing. And you're saying now you don't know who he is? You glorified him and the rest of that choir? He's the one who sprayed U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray. Officer Sicknick died the next day. Cater admitted his violence. He pleaded guilty to assaulting assaulting a political officer, a police officer. Do you believe that Julian Cater was a political prisoner?
Senator, I'm not familiar with his case. You seem to know a lot more about it than I do. And as I've said repeatedly, I will always utilize my resources to help Americans in need, which is what I was trying to do here. And I've never once advocated for political violence or violence against law enforcement.
Ryan Nichols.
Roll tape.
Ryan Nichols also pleaded guilty to assaulting a police officer. He was one of the J6 choir. He pushed the crowd against officers defending a door to the Capitol and sprayed officers with pepper spray. Was Ryan Nichols a political prisoner?
Same answer, Senator.
How about Jordan Mink, another member of the J6 choir?
I don't know who he is.
James McGrew, a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is.
James McGrew pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail toward them. And you glorified him. You promoted and produced a song to raise money for them. And you now want us to believe you don't know who they are?
No part of that song or anything I've done in my 16 years of government service glorifies or advocates for violence against law enforcement.
Give me a
and the fact that
break.
you would be willing
Oh
to say
my
that
God,
in
it
front of these people in the
lionizes
American
them.
audience shows how much of a divide we actually have
Oh,
to
fuck
restore
off.
a law enforcement that is
Are you
constitutionally
kidding
based,
me?
de-weaponized, and depoliticized.
Oh,
You
you're
have
an
my
idiot.
commitment to do that.
Fuck
in my
off.
in your office, we had a lot of common ground. I'm committed to working with you.
Oh, are
on
you
things like Section
surprised now that he's
230
turning
and
on
making
you?
sure
Is
the
that what it
citizens of
is? You're a little
Connecticut aren't
uncomfortable?
pillaged by Chinese fentanyl.
And I'm going
I
to end
welcome
with
your statement,
fentanyl.
Mr. Patel, but it doesn't answer my question. And it doesn't go to your credibility in denying you know who these people are after, and I have to say, in this tweet and in others, I have a raft of them. I'm going to ask the chairman that they be made a part of the record, if there's no objection.
Without objection.
You glorified, you promoted, you supported these individuals. Ronald Sadlin, he struck an officer in the head, hand, and shoulders and grabbed another officer. Was he a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, the simple fact is that you knew about the J6 choir. You knew what they did in assaulting and endangering police officers who sought to defend the Capitol on that day, were severely injured, and some, as a consequence, died. I think the FBI deserves better. The men and women in the FBI put their lives on the line every day. I've worked with them as United States Attorney for 4.5 years, and then as Attorney General off and on for 20 years. I've admired them for the 14 years that I've been in this body. I think they deserve better. Thank you.
As we turn to Senator Cruz, I'll notice that the statement that he has up does say without trial, and I think that plays some role in the context of that statement.
Shut the fuck up, Lee. That's not even true.
Mr. Patel, welcome.
Pushing disinformation. Oh, here comes the Wolverine of disinformation.
When President Trump asked you to serve in this role, I think there are very few roles in all of government that are more important than director of the FBI. And there are very few roles in all of government that are more in need of a fundamental change. You and I have both spent much of our adult lives working in and around law enforcement. And the loss of respect from the American people of the FBI and of the Department of Justice is one of the most tragic developments of the last 4 years. Both the Department of Justice and the FBI have a long history of being apolitical, outside of politics, of being faithful to and focused on upholding the rule of law and keeping the American people safe. And in many ways, the worst legacy, in my opinion, of the Biden administration
place
was the complete politicization and weaponization of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, turning them into tools to attack the perceived enemies of the Biden White House. Now, you have been charged with going in and restoring integrity of the FBI. That is not going to be an easy task. But before you can carry out that task, and I am confident you will be confirmed and you will be in the position to carry out that task, you've got to make it through the gauntlet of the Senate Judiciary Committee and my colleagues on the Democrat side of the aisle who I don't know how many spots.
I'm trying to find a good lightning strike.
Bingo card
It's
have
hard.
been filled, but it looks like he's playing blackout and they're all filled right now.
PK Seth.
But you will be and have been accused of just about everything they can. But I want to focus on what several Democrats
Oh, not
have done
everything.
recently,
No problem, Julie.
which is trying to blame you for the violence that occurred on January 6th, which even in the
Wait, what?
annals of ridiculous attacks, this one really takes the cake. So let's just focus on some facts. Let me ask you a question. What role did you occupy in the days immediately before January 6th?
Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense.
You were the Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense.
Yes, sir.
You've been accused of saying all these things that you said and doing all these things that you do. What a witch hunt.
Where were you physically on January 6th?
In the Office of the Secretary of Defense in the Pentagon.
And what were you doing on that day?
On that day specifically, responding to, preparing to mobilize
Where
the
were you?
National Guard once we got the lawful request from the local governing authority, which was the mayor of D.C.
Really? That's a lie. He's lying.
Now, how many days
Hello?
in advance
He's lying.
were you working
Oh my
to prepare the
God,
Department
he's
of
lying.
Defense to help secure the
Was he at the
Capitol on
J5?
January
Yeah, I think he was.
Days in advance, Senator, we were in the Oval Office on an unrelated national security matter with the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and myself. And the President authorized up to 20,000 plus National Guardsmen and women to secure any security measures necessary related to the Capitol. So we were moving to the fullest extent of the law before the requisite request came from a local governing authority days ahead of time.
And while you were Chief of Staff at DOD, how many times did DOD approach Capitol Police and ask if they needed National Guard assistance?
I believe those letters are well documented, numerous instances, and in numerous of those instances, those requests were shut down.
Now, am I correct that the Capitol Sergeant at Arms said assistance was unnecessary?
That's correct, Senator.
Who did the Sergeant at Arms report to?
The Speaker of the House.
That would have been Nancy Pelosi at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
This is all going to get really. This better be retorted. That's all I have to fucking say.
The Sergeant at Arms, yes, Senator.
It wasn't a Jericho march. That Jericho march was in December.
Mayor Bowser,
but they had the rally the night before, Julie, the January 5th. So I'm looking to see if I can't remember if he was there or not, but I'm sure Gal knows.
On the days leading up to January 6th, a declination for National Guard additional support. And that letter is available publicly to the world.
And just to speak English for folks at home, a declination meant she said no, don't send National Guard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is not true.
Let me ask you a simple question, because from the questioning from my Democrat colleagues, they might think otherwise. Do you condemn violence against law enforcement?
All of it.
And by the way, is that true whether the violence is right-wing or left-wing or anywhere else?
There is no discriminating between types of violence against law enforcement.
And do you believe those who assault and commit violence against law enforcement should be prosecuted and should be sent to jail?
Especially those that kill them.
Let me ask you, how many years have you worked in public service?
About 16, Senator.
And how many years have you worked in particular in law enforcement and prosecution and national security?
Over a decade, Senator.
How long have you known Roger Stone?
You know, I have to say,
I think it was December 12th for the Jericho.
Ludicrous, but sadly predictable.
That sounds.
That Democrats are endeavoring to tarnish you, to paint a false caricature based on innuendo and smoke. And so you're working to protect the Capitol on January 6th, and yet they're trying to blame you for the violence that occurred. Let me ask you this just as a straightforward matter. What is the job of the FBI, and what will the FBI's role be if and when you are confirmed as its director?
The simple motto on the website of the FBI's homepage is to protect American citizens and uphold the Constitution. If I am confirmed as the next director of the FBI, that's what we're going to do and redirect resources to making sure that occurs every single day.
Thank you for your willingness to do so, and this committee will hold you to account on restoring integrity at the FBI, and I thank you also for your commitment to transparency. I think that is incredibly important to bringing back integrity, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, as part of my responsibility as a member of this committee, I asked the following two initial questions of all nominees before any of my committees. Since you became a legal adult, Have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator, I have not.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator, I have not.
Mr. Patel, you have been a champion of the January 6th prison choir. You have stated that the choir's members were, quote, incarcerated as a result of their involvement in the January 6, 2021 protest for election integrity, end quote. And one of the choir members is Julian Cater, who pled guilty. He pled guilty to assaulting officers with a deadly weapon. On January 6, he attacked Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray, and the next day, Officer Sicknick suffered from 2 strokes and died. Mr. Patel, was Mr. Cater protesting for election integrity? Yes or no?
I don't know who that is.
I'm not asking you who that is. I'm asking you whether, having heard the description of what he pled to, whether he was protesting for election integrity, yes or no?
I don't know who that is.
That
and
is not
statement-
responsive to my question. You're not willing to say that, but you were willing to describe this choir as consisting of people who were protesting for election integrity, and yet you testify you don't know them. We have heard already your book includes a list of 60 people who you think make up part of the executive branch deep state. Mr. Patel, if confirmed, do you plan to investigate President Trump's former FBI Director Christopher Wray? Yes or no?
I have no plans in going backwards. I have plans in
How
safeguarding.
about
this-
James Comey? Do you plan to investigate him?
Senator, every investigation will be subject to the same
Do you
legal
plan to
standard.
investigate James Comey, who's on your list?
I have no intentions of going backwards.
How about
and
Bill
every
Barr?
intention of using the Constitution.
How about Bill Barr? Do you plan to investigate him, who's on your executive branch deep state, and you say you're going to ferret out the deep state?
No one
Yes or
that
no?
did not break the law will be
It
investigated.
no answers to any of those. Okay. Over 1 million Americans died as a result of COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine saved lives. Yet, less than a year ago, you promoted unregulated, unproven, unscientific supplements to reverse the effects of the vaccine on Truth Social. You told your followers that these supplements would detox them of the COVID-19 vaccine. Mr. Patel, did you make
This
money by
alone should be
promoting these supplements?
unqualifying.
Senator,
Or
do you know of
disqualifying.
any individuals who died as a result of complications from the vaccine?
Again, you
Because I do.
Are you unable to answer my question, which is a straightforward? Did you make money by promoting these supplements?
All of my financial disclosures have been made to this committee.
I would like to hear your answer, yes or no. Did you make money?
I don't have
This
those
is my
financial
third and last time I'm going to
disclosures
ask you
in front
that
of me.
question.
You have that information.
So you refuse to answer the question.
I answered 1,300
Here you
pages.
are, you
Under
are-
oath.
no answer, and yet you spread dangerous misinformation. Mr. Patel, the FBI is the primary agency responsible for investigating election-related crimes, including fraud and the denial of voting rights. So being able to separate fact from conspiracy theories around elections is an important thing for the FBI director. I have a question to see if you can do that. Mr. Patel, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 presidential election? Yes or no?
President Biden's election was certified. He was sworn in and he served as the president of the United States.
They can't do it. They
People who are
can't do
100%
it.
loyal to President
Fucking
Trump
asshole.
cannot answer
John
that
Eastman was
question.
disbarred
It is alarming that
because
you
of
want
it,
to be an FBI
you
director
stupid
who cannot
cunt.
answer a simple question.
And
Factual
I'm
question.
Cash, you're the cunt.
During a 2023 interview with Steve Bannon, you said, quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about the American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections." There's your quote. Do you still plan to come after the free press?
Not unless private citizens have been defamed. That's their right.
You said that you would be going after the
Wait,
media.
what?
So I want
Were
to
you
know
lying
whether
then
you
or you were lying now?
plan to do that. Go after the free media.
I can't go after the media for other people. That's a decision they have.
So I would say that that was a statement that you made that is pretty chilling to the free media. So I didn't hear a no that you would not go after them. You currently serve on the board of directors for the Trump Media Technology Group, which owns the social media platform Truth Social. If confirmed as FBI director, will you resign from this position and end all ties with the Trump Media and Technology Group?
Yes, Senator, as I've stated to you in writing.
Over the last 2 years, the FBI has dedicated resources to Operation Not Forgotten, which works to
What does
address
that mean?
violent crime in Indian country. If confirmed as FBI director, would you continue the important work of
Yeah, what does he have to do with
Operation
defaming?
Not Forgotten?
I've made that commitment to many of your colleagues who have tribal issues and tribal crimes plaguing their communities, and I'll make that commitment to you as well, Senator.
My time is almost up, but I would like to note that on the many questions asked about the choir, the J6 choir, it included at least 5 men who pled guilty to assaulting police officers. And these are the people whose record this nominee promotes. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Senator Kennedy next, and then as directed by the chairman, we will take a 30-minute recess at the conclusion of
And then
Senator
we'll
Kennedy's
start the Tulsi. We'll go back
Thank you,
and
Mr.
start
Chairman.
Tulsi. Oh, God. Get ready
I just
for
wanna say for the
Foghorn
record
Leghorn pontificating.
Chairman Grassley is the greatest chairman God ever put breath in.
Okay, stop it.
And would
You
somebody please
fucking
tell
old
Grassley I
coot.
said that?
I hate this guy. I really do.
You've made a lot of people mad, haven't you, Mr. Patel?
Seems so, Senator.
Oh, my God.
Think maybe you've made the right people mad?
What the fuck
As
does
my
that
FBI
mean?
agents, the BRIC agents told me when I was running cases
What
with
the
them
fuck
across
does
this
that
country and around the
mean?
world, if you're not ticking off some people, you're not doing your job right.
Are you kidding me right now? What the hell's going
My
on
colleague,
here?
and friend Senator Durbin called you a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a
You remember
QAnon.
I
Come
do,
on. Stop this. This is insulting.
You were
Well,
instrumental
Kash Patel is suing Jim Stewartson.
in,
I'll tell you
revealing
that.
the Trump-Russia election collusion hoax was a hoax, weren't you?
Yes, sir. I was a lead investigator.
Wait, what?
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Oh, my fucking God. I hate this man
Facts
with
matter,
every
Senator.
fiber of my being.
I mean, conspiracy theorists.
This
are up
walking
something like
corpse needs to
37
lay
to nothing.
down and give it up. I'm glad he thinks this
You're
is
not
so
saying
funny.
that everybody at the FBI is bad, are you?
Never said that. I've overwhelmingly said multiple times that 98% of the FBI is courageous, apolitical warriors of
It's
justice.
totally phony.
They just
It's
need
totally
better leadership,
phony.
especially those who participated.
Yeah, what about the Senate
in
intel
these
report?
conspiracies that actually turned out to degrade them?
Who put away the Unabomber?
The FBI.
Yep. Who put away Timothy McVeigh and his Stalin's
Merrick Garland.
stomach for blood?
BRIC agents at the FBI.
Merrick Garland.
Who helped investigate Jussie Smollett, who, in an effort of self-aggrandizement, set back the fight for minority rights for years?
Excuse
I
me?
think that was local authorities.
Because the FBI had opened an investigation.
Oh, my
wasn't it?
God. What?
Eventually, yes, Senator.
Oh, my fucking God. Kennedy needs to just rapture. Get the
There
fuck
have
out of
been
here.
a
I don't
worse
need him
bad
alive
people at the
anymore. I don't need
and
him.
the Justice
Nobody needs him.
which
I bet his
work hand in
family doesn't
glove,
really
weren't
need
they?
him. I can't even
Unfortunately,
stand
yes,
this man. I need him not to exist.
Secretary
Sorry.
Clinton's lawyer,
Not sorry.
a gentleman by the name of Michael Sussman,
Oh, my fucking God.
had a pass to come and go at the FBI building as he wished. Don't you think the American people have a right to know about the details of that?
Not just that, but what a political party was doing with the secure compartmented information facility with direct access to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, can we
Mr.
talk
Hunter
about the
Biden
actual documents that you stole
cheated on
from
his
the White
income
House?
taxes.
Can we talk about that?
Didn't pay
Can we talk about that?
$1.4 million
Who's Whitey
in
Bulger's
income
inside police
taxes
source?
over
The
4 years.
FBI.
And he filed fraudulent returns. He tried to deduct
Are we
his
doing this?
hookers
Are we
as a
doing Hunter
business
Biden?
expense, for
No, we're
God's
doing
sakes.
Hunter Biden now. Okay, everybody,
And they hit him with
Yeah.
2 misdemeanors.
get ready. Hunter Biden on the
before there was a
table.
public outcry. Don't you think the American people are just are entitled to know the details of that?
The American people are entitled to a singular form of justice and the details
Oh my
to every public
God.
corruption
You
investigation.
remember Peter Strzok,
I sure do.
one of the lead investigators for Mr. Mueller's Russian collusion hoax?
This is like a. It is a penis. I was just going to talk about penises. Oh my God, Iggy, great minds.
You remember when the
I was just going to talk
Inspector
about how
General, not
the
his colleagues, turned
dual.
him in,
Should we leave these two
Inspector General
alone?
found that
Maybe we should leave
Mr.
these two
Peter
alone.
Strzok said,
Maybe we should
quote,
leave these two alone.
sent an email to his
Maybe
girlfriend.
we should.
Quote, just
Maybe they
went
need a
to
room.
Southern Virginia Walmart.
There's a lot
I
of
could
stroking going
smell
on
the
right
Trump
now.
support,
A lot of
end quote.
stroking.
Remember that?
He did that while employed at the FBI while working on that investigation.
Do you remember when the IG revealed another email by Mr. Strzok to his girlfriend?
Well, it doesn't
Mr.
matter
Strzok
because
said,
they're all
quote,
fired.
I am riled up. Trump is a fucking idiot.
Well, he is.
Is unable to provide a coherent answer.
Yeah.
End of quote. You remember that?
Peter Strzok said that.
Are you going to
remember
fire
when,
all the
his
Peter Strzucks?
girlfriend
Wait a minute, he's already fired.
Texted
Never mind.
Mr. Strzok, quote, Trump's not ever going to become president, right? Right? And Mr. Strzok
So people
replied,
can't have
no,
personal
no, he won't.
opinions.
We'll stop it.
You know, the Department of Justice
remember
actually
their
had to
insurance
settle
And then Mr. Strzok
with
testified
Mr.
in
Strzok
front of
and
God
Ms.
and
Page.
country that never had his.
I'm going to turn him down because I don't even want to hear. I don't want you to hear him, and I don't want to. I don't know if he did. Did he? The bottom line is this: the DOJ just had to settle a claim between Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, and themselves. So the DOJ actually had to settle. Okay, get it? Don't get it twisted. What Kennedy is spouting right now, that's disinformation. The DOJ had to settle last year. Look it up. With Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, because the Department of Justice and the FBI, which is within the Department of Justice, fucked up when it came to them. So they had to settle. That's real. That's the fact that he's not telling you. And that, my friends, is how disinformation spreads like wildfire.
It's wrong in government service. The American public deserve to know the absolute secular detail of that corrupt activity.
When reforming the FBI and the Justice Department, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but they do make it even, is the wrong approach.
Yeah, on that last thing, Gal dropped the not unless private citizens have been defamed, which is whether he's going to go after the media and journalists. Velosa, please. I love you. Hello, my dear friend. It's good to see you. Quoting someone. Yes, Ishi.
And then you've got to lift up the good.
Oh, I turned him off.
Go over there and make
Good to see you, bud.
You commit to us today that you will do that.
I commit
Got
to
it.
confirm, Senator, every single day, 24/7, 365, the FBI will be the premier law enforcement agency in the world.
Well, that's easy to say, but, you know, come on. Keith Edwards. Why did I know that name? All right. So, whoa. Josh Cotton is talking. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Tulsi Gabbard. It's time for the robots. It's time for the robots. It's time for the robots. I'm going to do them at 125, okay, guys? So we're going to play them back a little fast. So just calm down. All right, here we go. Hopefully, oh gosh, is it going to let me? Oh, good. Okay.
Subunits within them.
I'm sorry. I'm skipping all the. Oh God. Why is their volume so fucking low?
I promise that's going to change. I intend to get personnel at the ODNI back to their home agencies doing real intelligence work, not bureaucratic make work. I also expect to cap the size of the ODNI. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, I hope you'll be a partner in these vital efforts. Another example of bureaucratic mission creep and empire building is what's come to be known in the intelligence community as DNI taxes. The ODNI levies these so-called taxes on other agencies, shifting and directing funds away from the intelligence community's core mission to the whims and fancies of any particular DNI. That practice, which seems to have grown and run rampant under Director Haynes, is also going to stop. Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you have a lot of work ahead of you. And as chairman of this committee, I'm committed to ensuring that we see it all the way through. At this moment, I'll now recognize Senator Risch for a brief statement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I want to thank Ms. Gabbard for meeting with me and having the candid conversation we did on the issues. Unfortunately, I have to chair the Foreign Relations Committee. We have our first substantive meeting today on malign influence of China here at home and abroad. So I'm not going to be able to stay for the hearing. I'm not going to get a chance to ask questions. However, we are going to have a closed session immediately following.
Why were these scheduled like this then? This is ridiculous. Yeah, she's actually, I get her really mixed up with Marianne Williamson, TBH.
As a result of that, they need to be done in a classified setting in any event. So if I beg indulgence to be excused to preside over the other committee, good luck. I know you'll do well. Thank you.
You are excused.
Good luck on No You'll Do Well.
You excuse me or not, but thank you very much.
I will now recognize
Oh, look, it's Josh
the Vice
Cotton.
Chairman, Senator Warner, for his opening
Tom
remarks.
Hawley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and particularly thank your comments at the top. I've spent most of the morning at a National Airport. I know Senator Moran was there last night. It's a horrible tragedy. The victims' families are still being notified. For those of us who live in this region, you know, it's always kind of complicated. We've got Virginia, D.C., Maryland, and a host of local jurisdictions. But last night, when this tragedy took place, and I happened to be driving by National on the way home, and saw all the first responders rushing to the scene. People came from as far away as Baltimore, Fairfax County. We had DOD and federal officials there. And these first responders, as always, ran towards the tragedy. There'll be a time to figure out what happened and how we rectify it. But today, our thoughts and prayers ought to be with the families and, again, thanking our first responders. Ms. Gabbard, welcome. And congratulations on your nomination to be the next Director of National Intelligence. I'd like to begin by thanking you, literally, for your decades of public service. Both
She is so scary. I'm sorry.
Congress from Hawaii. I applaud your continuing commitment to serve should you be confirmed. Now, the President has nominated
What's
you
with
to
the
be
all
Director
white?
of National Intelligence. Most folks probably don't understand the importance of this position. If confirmed, you would lead 18 agencies of the IC. You'll also serve as the principal advisor to the President, the National Security Council, and the Homeland Security Council for all intelligence matters related to national security. And in this role, you'll be responsible for over $100 billion between the National Intelligence Program and the Military Intelligence Program, or the NIP and the MIP as we call them here.
Yeah, she does.
It's a position of great importance and significance to our national security, created after one of our worst national security failures, 9/11. For that reason, when Congress established
This looks like a stain waiting to happen. It would just make me nervous.
our colleague and our friend Susan Collins,
Don't even
mandated in
say
law
that, Iggy. Oh my
Any
God.
individual nominated for this position must have, and I quote, extensive
These women
national
are
security
taking away the rights of other women with a
Now, I
smile on
appreciate
their
you taking the
face.
time to meet
Fuck
with
her
me.
and everything she stands for.
Noted in that office, both before and after. I continue to have significant concerns about your judgment and your qualifications to meet the standards set by law. First, as I noted previously, the DNI was created in part to make sure we had appropriate intelligence sharing, which prior to 9/11, obviously we haven't. But the mission also is to not only share information between the IC, but also with our allies. There's no legal requirement that our allies share intelligence with us. It's all predicated on trust. Trust that our allies will protect each other's secrets. Yet it appears to me you have repeatedly excused our adversaries' worst actions, and instead often blamed them on the United States and those very allies. For example, you blame NATO for Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. You rejected the conclusion that Assad used chemical weapons in Syria, despite it being the unanimous assessment of the then Trump administration's DOD, State Department, and IC, as well as the assessment of our European allies. Instead, you blame the United States for supporting
No one is going to share any secrets with us. You're right,
now,
Max.
I don't know if your intent in making those statements was to defend those dictators, or if you were simply
Her
unaware
hair is
of the
amazing.
intelligence and how
No,
your
no
statements
shame
would
in
be
that.
perceived. In either case,
I
it
think
raises,
you're going to
at least for
spill
this senator,
something.
serious questions about your judgment. It also leads me to question whether you can develop the trust necessary to give our allies confidence that they can share their most sensitive intelligence with us. Make no mistake about it. If they stop sharing that intelligence, the United States will be less safe. We've seen this as recently as this past year, where because of those strong intelligence sharing between the United States and Austria, countless lives were saved by disrupting a terrorist attack that was going to take place at the Taylor Swift concert in Vienna. Second, you have been publicly outspoken in your praise and defense of Edward Snowden, someone who betrayed the trust of our nation and jeopardized the security of our country. The truth is, the vast majority of the information he stole and leaked before running off to China and Russia, might I add, had nothing to do with Americans' privacy and compromised our most important sources and methods. And in many ways, we're still paying a price for that. And I believe that Edward Snowden's action put our men and women in uniform in places like Iraq and Afghanistan at risk. You have celebrated Snowden as a, quote, brave whistleblower, and actually put forward legislation asking for his pardon. Furthermore, when given the opportunity to clarify your position in pre-hearing questions, you declined. And instead, you expressed, and again, I quote, the DNI has no role in determining whether or not Edward Snowden is a lawful whistleblower. Boy, that is troubling to me in so many ways. Not only do you think that someone who divulged secrets and then ran off to Russia should be celebrated as brave, but you don't seem to understand the DNI's role in determining whistleblower determinations. In fact, the DNI has a significant role in transmitting lawful whistleblower complaints to this committee. They're all laid out right here in the statute. And I would have serious concerns about confirming someone who cannot distinguish between complaints that are made lawfully and those that are made not. In the statute, it says the job of the DNI is to protect intelligence sources and methods from unauthorized disclosure. That's a quote. I guess I'm asking, what message would it send to have a DNI who would celebrate the work of a member of the IC or a contractor that would, on their own mission, decide what's appropriate to leak? I don't understand that. Third, until recently, you had a clear and consistent record of opposing FISA 702. I know members on this committee already understand how important this is.
I don't know, butterflies. This is one of those.
Critical.
I'm not so sure ones.
Literally,
although they did Hegseth, so anything's
on
possible.
Average of what goes into the president's daily brief, what President Trump will read each day, in assessing what's going on in the world comes from this important.
Uh-oh. I do. I have many fans. Uh-oh. I hope not. I don't want any fans. How about that?
Abroad for coverage. And it's helped prevent terrorist attacks. It helps us prevent foreign cyber attacks. It helps us on a topic that a lot of folks are looking at, fentanyl trafficking. Now, many in this Congress and many on
Yeah, you either love me or hate me.
have
That's all
tried
right.
to reform
You can't please everyone.
to better balance security and civil liberties. However, you have consistently gone further. Not only did you vote against reauthorizing 702, you actually introduced legislation to fully repeal the whole
We are
thing.
almost there, y'all. 926.
Calling
Thank
it
you,
again,
Tom.
quote, a blatant disregard for our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights. Now, I understand that since you've been nominated to be DNI, you've expressed a change of heart. I think that's welcome. But I have to tell you, as I view this as a job interview, as I try to make my judgment on whether you should be confirmed, I don't find your change of heart credible.
Ooh, Diddy, Teresa,
Because the
Cotton
world
called
today is
Snowden a
more
traitor.
complex and more
Interesting.
dangerous than ever before. And we need serious people with sufficient experience to be able to navigate.
This is supposed to be a more serious
I hope you
committee,
use this
but, you know,
opportunity
I say
to
that
address
with,
my concerns and all of the members of this committee.
you know, tongue in cheek, I
I
guess.
appreciate again your service, and I'm looking forward to a thorough discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I used to think the Senate was more serious,
Thank
but
you, Mr.
now I
Vice
don't.
Chairman. We welcome back Senator Richard Burr, the former chairman.
It's
of
Tom
this committee
Hawley,
who has
Josh
emerged from
Cotton. Oh
retirement
my God.
To introduce Ms.
Oh, way
Gabbard,
back then, yeah. Well, he'll just.
Yet still
Well,
in retirement,
you know
still
what?
seems
I love
unable
me
to find
too.
a pair of socks. Nonetheless, we say thank you and welcome you back, Senator Burr.
Some things are very predictable, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Sorry.
Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, members of this distinguished committee, I want to thank you for allowing me to join you today to provide my thoughts and
What did I do?
on behalf
I
of
didn't do
Tulsi Gabbard's
anything.
nomination
I'm just
to be
fucking
Director
sitting here.
of National Intelligence. This is my first visit back to the Senate in slightly over 2 years. Permit me to say, from this side of the dais, you're not as intimidating as I thought when I was on your side of the dais. When I was chairman of this committee, Senator Warner and I stuck to a single refrain with our staff: follow the facts wherever they lead. Today, an anonymous person or group launching a campaign using rumors as sources and accusations as fact can drive the outcome of an election.
Hi, Hags. Have a
and
great
of public
day. Be
opinion.
careful. Be safe.
I know it to be true.
Whoop, whoop.
Remember, I sat in your chair for the Russia investigation, where we found much of the influence to be the result of fictitious narratives driven by
I love
Russia.
it. I'm so happy. It just makes me happy.
Now, some of you may be
Everything's
wondering,
really good.
why do I support Tulsi Gabbard, and why am I here to introduce her as a nominee? I've experienced firsthand a coordinated attempt to influence this nominee's support in the United States Senate and with the American people.
Tell you, man,
I was
secret to good
contacted
life, just
by
relax.
several national
It's not that
journalists shortly after
serious.
the president nominated Tulsi,
Chill out.
asking me to confirm
Focus on the important shit.
circulating about this nominee.
I have to
informed each
remind myself
journalist
of that,
over a
but
5-week
it
period
really does work.
that the rumors shared with me
I am happier
was
when I do
simply
that.
not true. This narrative was shared from one journalist to the next journalist to the next journalist. I assume today they ran out of journalists. This was a coordinated effort to kill this nomination. Advise and consent is the responsibility of the United States Senate, and I truly believe that each member takes it seriously. All members of this
Oh,
committee
yeah, this
were
guy's an
offered the
idiot, Neil,
opportunity
for sure.
individual
For sure.
meetings with Tulsi, and if you chose not to meet with her, it's on you. I've done my homework, and here are the facts. Tulsi Gabbard's historic life began at birth. She's the first American Samoan-born member of Congress, period. She graduated from Hawaii Pacific University with a degree in business administration with a concentration in international business. In 2002, at age 21, Tulsi became the youngest woman in America ever elected as a state representative. That was not enough. In 2003, she joined the Hawaii National Guard. When deployed, in her reelection, her opponent raised the issue, could you serve the people that elected you if, in fact, you were deployed? What did Tulsi do? She withdrew from her reelection campaign in order to continue to serve our country in the war on terror. This would not be the first or the last
What is this
time Tulsi put her
toenails
country
thing? I
above her
totally missed
career.
that one. I'm not sure I want to
Multiple
know.
deployments and serving
I'm going to
in the
assume
Hawaii
what
City
you guys are
Council.
saying.
She was elected to the United States House
She
of
is
Representatives.
she's
where she
cult.
served
She's
4
in a
terms.
cult. She is a cult-minded
Throughout her political
person,
career,
and it's
she maintained her
she
military service
she puts
either
that
in
out.
the National Guard
Yeah, she
or the
she
Army
belongs
Reserve.
to two cults.
Media stories
She's
and anonymous rumors
multi-culted,
have questioned her
multi-culted.
qualifications for
They
patriotism
ingested the cult
and whether
leader's
she can be
toenails,
trusted, just to name
allegedly.
a few.
Ah, okay. Well,
I refuse to question the
yeah.
qualifications of a woman who's worn the
Okay.
uniform of
All
our nation
right.
for 22 years
Well,
and never taken it off.
I mean,
No
kink,
fewer than 5
kink
times
much?
as the
Yeah,
Department
no,
of
I
Defense
have a problem with her
reviewed her
politics.
security
I have a
clearance
problem with
and
her.
extended
Obviously,
every
she's got whatever
single time.
issues she's got with the cult
Tulsi's
things.
guilty of anything.
But she also has a lot of really deeply troubling close relationships,
her life's experiences.
like Putin and
Winston
Assad.
Churchill once said,
So I
"Those
don't
that
trust
never
this
change their
woman to be in
minds
charge of our
never
national
change
intelligence. That's right. Her love of Mother Russia.
served
I'm
her
sorry.
city,
She's not qualified in
state,
my mind to be
country,
director of
while
national
winning the
intelligence.
support of the people she represented.
I've heard that. I've heard
fought
that
in the
toenail
war,
clippings and hair and shit like
and
that.
yes,
They're
she's
very
tried to stop
powerful in
wars.
different forms
At the
of
ripe age of 43, Tulsi has
ritual.
the life experiences that match
yeah,
her
Assad.
exceed
She's got Assad's her big
most
bud.
members of
You know what I
Congress.
mean? So she's not. She doesn't give me any
Tulsi was
confidence
serving
that
in
she would
uniform 3
protect
years
the interests of
before
the
some of
intelligence
us
of the
here
United
today
States.
voted to create the director of national intelligence.
Look at the
Chairman
guy
Cotton,
behind him.
Vice
Yeah,
Chairman Warner,
that's right.
members of the
That's
committee,
right.
It's my honor to support
That's
and
right.
to introduce to the committee Lieutenant
I gotta
Colonel
get-
Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, let's
Thank you,
not
Mr.
get
Chairman.
too weird, okay? Because that's just weird.
Thank you.
Nobody gives a shit.
Thank you, Senator
I
Burr.
want the clapping
Now,
to
our
fucking
colleague,
stop.
Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa has taken a few minutes out of her very busy schedule to be here to introduce Ms. Gabbard as well. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Chairman Cotton. And
Oh God, I thought she was
Ranking
wearing a
Member
hat.
Warner.
I'm sorry. I
And
really
good
am
morning
sorry.
to my distinguished colleagues. I also
thought it
do
was
want
a
to take
hat.
a
I
moment
love
this
her hair,
morning to
actually. I
recognize
love
the
her hair.
lives that were lost in the collision near DCA last night. It is a truly heartbreaking tragedy. My prayers are with the victims' families and their loved ones. So thank you. Duty, honor, service. These are not just words.
That's good
They are
hair.
principles that have
Got good
guided
hair.
Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard. As a young enlisted soldier in the Hawaii National Guard, Tulsi answered the call to duty upon her deployments to the Middle East. From graduating at the top of her class from the Accelerated Officer Candidate School at the Alabama Military Academy, the first woman
Joni makes a big
to do
deal
so,
about the bread bags on the feet.
to serving
Sorry,
as
we
the
like to pick
youngest
on that
member of
every time
Hawaii's
she comes on
legislature.
screen.
She upheld honor while breaking barriers both in uniform
She always makes me want to
and
back
in
up
her
off my
civilian
mic,
leadership roles.
just so I'm not popping it off.
And today, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard demonstrates her commitment to service by sitting before this committee, prepared to answer the nation's call yet once again, this time as
He's
the
got a
next
message.
director
Any
of
self-respecting
National
wizard knows to destroy them, the toenails, so they don't fall
Tulsi
into
and I
enemy
share similar
enemy mojo hands.
both to our nation and to our communities.
That's funny.
We've worn the same uniforms.
I needed to share that.
Serving
that was
in the
funny.
Army National Guard and Army Reserves, leading battalions and deploying to Iraq.
Yes,
Kuwait.
actually, Karen, it's funny.
We've
It is.
both
It is
had the
actually normal.
privilege
They come in
of
and
serving in our
simp for
state
their buddies.
legislatures and in
Yeah,
Congress.
it happens.
Representing
Yeah,
the people
exactly.
who shaped our lives and our communities. Tulsi exemplifies what it means
Cash
to
is a
rise
wizard.
above
Okay,
partisanship,
never mind.
putting the needs of the American people over political divisions. She put her own life on the line in combat
Butterflies.
operations.
Now she'll be on diaper changing
and now
duty.
has set aside
No, I think that's
partisan
Christy Nome.
differences
She had to
as a
remember
former
Christy had to
Democrat
stand on
member of Congress
stage.
to answer the call to serve
Remember,
in a
Christy had to
Republican
Christy Nome, or Crispy
mainstream
Gnome,
media
as
has
Max
fought
calls
to
her.
paint their own
Crispy Gnome
picture
had to
of Tulsi
stand on
Gabbard.
stage. I have a feeling she's the
But let's
body
talk
woman.
about the real Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, don't forget
The
to tip
woman
your senator
and the
on your way
soldier who I've come to know and respect.
and love. I thought she was going to say
And I've
love.
known
Damn it.
Tulsi for the past decade. Relationships matter.
Whoa.
In 2015,
You know what? It's not
then
as. Who
Congresswoman
is
Gabbard
the meathead
met my
behind
dear
her
friend Owen,
in the back?
who is a dear friend of mine from Iowa State
Who's
University.
this guy? You guys see?
Owen
Oh wait, you can't.
was a wounded special operations
Damn it.
warrior
I can't
who
even.
embodies the resilience and strength of our military community.
Let me see if I can do that.
Owen was the subject of
This guy.
an attack in Afghanistan.
Who's this guy? Who's
where
this
he lost his
meathead?
leg
Who's
and
this
his
neck?
left eye serving in the war.
Who's Joey the neck?
After this attack,
Who's Joey the
during
neck?
this attack, Owen was tossed into the dead pile. Owen, bleeding and in excruciating pain, cried out to his teammates, "I'm not dead." Thankfully, his fellow warfighter attended to Owen. But the road to recovery was long and hard, including a stint at Walter Reed Medical Center. During this time, Owen met a fellow warrior and patriot, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
He is Russian handler.
became
Please
a
ask no
friend
more question.
And today,
Booty
they remain
doody.
in touch. Owen prides himself in being
Is he wearing
very
a
good
Hawaiian
judge of
shirt?
character.
Wait a minute.
And Tulsi, he speaks volumes of your character. Owen's final message to me before this hearing was, Tulsi has maintained her integrity
I think he's
throughout
wearing
her career.
Joey the neck is a mob
She's
looking
the
guy.
same
Oh,
gal I
really?
met in 2015.
Really, Neil?
She
He's the
always
same.
makes time for our
Is he a
old,
boogaloo boy? He's wearing a
warriors.
Hawaiian shirt.
And colleagues,
I'm
will
very
leave you with
confused right
this.
now.
You know me. I trust
I double dog
Tulsi
promise
Gabbard.
that she is not
She will
a Russian
be honest
agent.
with you.
Thank you.
She will listen to your concerns.
Thank you.
She will be receptive to your feedback. And rest assured, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard loves this country, a fact proven by her willingness to put her life on the line to defend it. For over 20 years, she has put on the uniform and checked her political views at the door with one mission in mind: to protect and defend.
I'm getting a reincarnated
our
Salem
great
witch trial
United
accuser
States
from
of
Meathead.
America. Tulsi,
What about Assad?
duty, honor, and service have marked your life. Thank you for your extraordinary dedication to our nation.
I mean,
for
even a
embodying
broken
the
clock is
values
right
that
2
make
times a day.
Our military the best in the world, and for stepping up to serve yet once again as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence.
Oh, did it, Max? I didn't realize that.
Relationships matter. I urge my colleagues to support this
She double
nomination.
dog promises, Lee. I don't know what
My
your
best
problem
wishes
is.
to you,
Oh, there's a
Tulsi,
cat for you.
and to your family.
Where are you
God bless
going?
our country.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Fine. There you go.
Thank
Oh, you're
you,
just gonna
Senator
stay there.
Ernst.
Okay. No
I know
clapping.
that Senator Ernst has a busy schedule to include a hearing for Dan Driscoll, the Secretary of Army nominee.
Uh-oh, did you
at
get
the
edited
Armed
by
Service
YouTube,
Committee.
Orrin?
I'm sure Senator Burr has to go on a fishing trip or something. So we will excuse both
Whoa.
senators from the witness table.
Oh, I see. Get the fuck out. It is embarrassing, isn't
Ms.
it? It's
Gabbard, before we move
disgusting.
to
It's
your
like
opening
clapping in
statement,
church.
it is the
I think
custom
that's
of
so
the committee
weird.
to ask a series of obligatory questions
Uh-oh.
to all
Oh, boy, that
nominees.
just like shuddered over me.
First,
Oh, I
do you
hate
swear
religion
or
so
affirm
much.
to
I'm
give this committee
sorry.
your full and truthful testimony?
I do.
Second, do you agree to appear before the committee here or in other venues when invited?
Yes.
Third, if confirmed, do you agree to send officials from your office to appear before the
I
committee
like her makeup and her
designated staff
surfing.
when
That's
invited?
it. That's all I like about her.
Fourth, do you agree to provide documents or any
I
materials
like to find
requested
something to
by the
say
committee
nice about
in order
people.
for
That's
it
what
to
my
carry
mom
out
told
its
me.
oversight and legislative responsibilities? Fifth, will you ensure that your office and your staff provide such material to the committee when requested?
Yes.
Sixth, do you agree to inform and fully brief, to the fullest extent possible, all members of this committee on intelligence activities and covert actions rather than only the chairman and the vice chairman?
Yes.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you for
She's
those
hot.
answers,
She's
Ms.
hot
Gabbard.
in her
We now
surfing
welcome the
kit.
opportunity,
Yeah, she's fucking hot.
finally, to hear from you in your own words.
Again,
Thank you very
not
much,
someone
Mr.
I would
Chairman.
put in charge of our national
Before I
intelligence.
begin, I too would like to start
Since
by
that's not on the
offering,
list of
my
qualifications.
prayers and condolences to those who were killed in last night's horrific crash. Senator Warner, Senator Moran, our condolences and prayers are with you and all of your constituents. Again, Chairman Cotton, Vice Chairman Warner, and all of the members of the committee, it's an honor to be here before you today. I've appreciated the opportunity to meet with so many of you and address your questions and concerns before today's hearing. I know they've gone, but I'm grateful to Senators Burr and Ernst for their trust and their confidence in taking time to join us here today. To my husband, Abraham, my family, friends, fellow veterans, Medal of Honor recipients, and patriots.
Oh,
thank you for your
Hawaiian
love and
shirts.
support.
I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
I'm honored and grateful to President Trump for his trust and confidence in nominating me to serve our country as the Director of National Intelligence.
I'm an idiot.
At a time when trust in
It
the
does. It
intelligence
shows off her
community,
tan really
unfortunately,
well.
is at an all-time low. Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways
That
from
seems like a
Sunday
good
at
security
getting back
clearance
at you."
being on a surfing magazine.
For too long, faulty, inadequate, or weaponized intelligence have led to costly failures and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution.
I think we're going to stay
The
with
most
this
obvious
one
example of one of these
for a
failures is
while,
our
and then we'll
invasion
go
of
back
Iraq
to
based
cash.
upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence. This disastrous decision led to the deaths of tens of thousands of American soldiers, millions of people in the Middle East, mass migration, destabilization, and undermining of the security and stability of our European allies, the rise of ISIS, strengthening of al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people elected Donald Trump as their president not once but twice, and yet the FBI and intelligence agencies were politicized by his opponents to undermine his presidency and falsely portray him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used
that's some big
illegally
words.
to obtain a warrant to spy on Trump campaign advisor Carter Page, using a Clinton campaign-funded
drink,
false
Carter
dossier as
Page.
their so-called evidence. Biden campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the impetus for the 51 former senior intelligence officials' letter dismissing Hunter Biden's laptop as disinformation specifically to help Biden win the election.
But it
Former
was.
DNI
Read
James
Lev's
Clapper
book.
lied to this committee in 2013, denying the existence of programs that facilitated the
find my
mass
copy.
collection of millions of Americans' phone and internet records. Yet
Yes,
was never held
Washington Free
accountable.
Beacon funded.
Under John Brennan's leadership, the CIA abused its power to spy on Congress, to dodge oversight.
Really,
about
Julie?
doing it
That's
until he was
interesting. Julia
and yet
Davis
has
reporting
never
that
been
Russian
held
TV said Tulsi
responsible.
may not get the nom.
Under Biden, the FBI abused its power for political reasons to try to surveil Catholics who attend traditional Latin Mass, labeling them as quote-unquote radical traditionalist Catholics. Personally, just 24 hours after I criticized Kamala Harris and her nomination, I was placed on a secret domestic terror
nothing.
watch
They
list
leave.
called Quiet
Ugh.
Skies.
It's like parlor
Sadly,
tricks
there
for
are
them.
more examples. The bottom line is this: this must end. President Trump's reelection is a clear mandate from the American people to break this cycle of failure, end the
No, it's not.
weaponization
I gotta
and
read.
politicization
She's
of
like,
the
I gotta read
intelligence
this.
community, and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation. If confirmed as DNI, I will do my very best to fulfill this mandate and bring leadership to the intelligence community with a laser-like focus.
Yes, they did,
on
Max.
our
Russian TV
essential
called her
mission,
our girl.
ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people. As the President's principal intelligence advisor, I'll begin by leading by example, checking my own personal views at the door, and committing to delivering intelligence that is collected, analyzed, and reported without bias, prejudice, or political influence. I enlisted
Yes,
in the Army
Max,
because of the
every
horrific terrorist attack on
one
September
of them.
11th and volunteered to deploy to Iraq in 2005, where I served in a medical unit.
Me too, Julie.
After nearly
Me
22
too.
years in
You're not
uniform
alone,
with
girl.
3 combat
I got you.
deployments to the Middle East and Africa, I'm now a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, where I serve as a battalion commander of soldiers in Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. I served in Congress for 8 years on the Homeland Security, Foreign Affairs, and Armed Services committees. And it's my experience in the military and in the halls of Congress that have given me a deep understanding of the complex challenges that our nation faces, in both roles engaging with world leaders, in both roles being privy to highly classified intelligence. So I know firsthand how essential accurate, unbiased, and timely intelligence is to the President, to Congress, and to our warfighters. I also know the heavy cost of intelligence failures and abuses. Senator Collins, you led the creation of ODNI specifically to address those intelligence failures of 9/11 and Iraq's so-called WMDs. The need for the ODNI under strong leadership still exists today. If confirmed, I'll bring my experience and fresh eyes to leading the intelligence community. And my day one priorities will be to assess the global threat
Shut
environment,
down.
identify where gaps in our intelligence exist, integrate intelligence elements, increase information sharing, and ensure that unbiased, apolitical, objective collection and analysis to support the President and policymakers' decision-making occur. I'll work to end the politicization of the intelligence community and ensure there is a clear mission focus in the IC
It wasn't
on
politicized.
its core mission of this unbiased, apolitical collection and analysis of intelligence to secure our nation. I'll work to
She makes
rebuild
me think my
trust
lips are
through
dry. I
transparency
don't know
and
why.
accountability. This is a national security imperative.
Throwing me off.
And I'll work to assess and address efficiencies, redundancies, and effectiveness across ODNI to ensure focus of personnel and resources is on our core mission of national security. Now, in my meetings that I've had with many of you, you expressed bipartisan frustration about recent intelligence failures, as well as the lack of responsiveness to your requests for information. Whether it's the surprise October 7th Hamas terrorist attack,
Bashar al-Assad?
to the sudden takeover of
say?
Syria by Islamist extremists, failures to identify the source of COVID, anomalous health incidents, UAPs, drones, and more. If confirmed, I
No,
look
your
forward
boss
to
just said the
working
drones
with
were no
you
big
to
deal.
address these
NBDs,
issues.
I think what he said.
Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people is a mandate of leadership that
I don't know,
rises above
SB. That's a
partisan
good question.
politics.
Which document
If
is the one that
confirmed,
names
my
her as a
commitment to the President, to
co-congresswoman
you,
number
and to
one
the
or
American
co-senator
people
number
is
1 or
this:
2 or something? She was named
will
as a
do my very
co-conspirator in one of the
best to
documents
find
back
the
in
truth,
2018-19.
no
I
matter
don't
where it
know.
leads, and share that truth with President Trump, his advisors, and you in Congress, providing you with that unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence
That
as
truth.
you make the tough decisions.
Not this truth.
That will
That
impact
truth.
the safety, security, and freedom of the American
See how I did
people.
that?
Now, before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States. Accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the absurdity of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters.
Oh, I don't know. If
same
anyone
tactic
can
was
handle it,
used against
sweetie pie,
President
you
Trump
could. No, I'm kidding. I don't
and
know.
failed.
I don't know how many
The
masters
American
you have. I
people
don't give a
elected
shit.
President Trump
You're a
with
shitty
decisive
person.
victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or
Oh my
Gaddafi
God.
or any dictator.
Oh.
I just hate al-Qaeda. I hate that we have leaders who cozy up to Islamist extremists, minimizing them to so-called rebels. As Jake Sullivan said to Hillary Clinton, quote, al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria.
What?
Well, Syria is
Oh
now
my
controlled by an
God.
al-Qaeda offshoot, HTS,
Oh,
led by an
well, you could
Islamist
ask Putin
jihadist
about
who danced
that.
in the streets on 9/11 and who was responsible for the killing of many American service members.
Is it because he didn't need the gas
Democrat
line to go
senators in
through
the past
Syria
resorted
anymore?
to
Was that
anti-Christian
it?
bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemn those actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious
Ugh.
bigotry
She was
must
never
be
a Democrat,
thoroughly
by the way.
condemned
That was just all a
by all
little
of us, no
K-fab
matter
she was
the
doing.
religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the Constitution. Quote, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Unfortunately, they're once again using the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic. If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will continue to live by the oath that I have sworn at least 8 times in my life, both in uniform and as a member of Congress. I will support and defend our God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gabbard. A few reminders.
Josh Cotton
before we
is
begin
really
our
not
5-minute
sure where to
round of
go.
Questioning. First, a reminder to the
Tom
audience,
Hawley
once again,
says,
I will not
"I'll start."
tolerate disruptions or disturbances.
That's right. So you just sit
either
down over there in the
favor
corner.
of or in opposition to Ms. Gabbard. We all came to hear from Ms. Gabbard.
Look at, he's looking right in the corner over there.
2 reminders to my colleagues.
So
We'll
shut
have
up,
a 5-minute
Mom.
round of questions. Not 5.5, not 6, 5-minute round. We will also have a closed session after this hearing in which you'll have another 5-minute opportunity to ask questions. Second, if any question, as Senator Risch alluded to, begins to approach the line of classified material,
Somebody
my
needs to
crack
work on that
staff
brass
will
behind
advise
him.
me, and I will ask you to hold the question
It's
until
a
we get into
little,
a closed
that's
setting.
pretty,
Mr. Chairman, could I just inquire?
pretty
I was under the
dusty
understanding
back there.
that if in the open round, because this is the only time the American people will be able to see this judgment, you'd agreed if certain members needed to ask a second round of questions in the public setting, that would be available.
As is our custom, if a member waits until the end of the opening round and has a follow-up question, then we will permit that follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gabbard, if confirmed, you'll be
Gal.
entrusted with our nation's most important secrets. We're all entrusted with that information to serve the American people and to keep our country safe. Unfortunately, as you said in your opening statement, we've seen too many instances in recent years of people who were trusted with classified information and went on to abuse and politicize that trust. For example, in October 2020, more than 50 former intelligence officers, many of whom still held a top secret clearance, wrote a letter invoking their credentials to make false claims about Hunter Biden's laptop, likely being Russian disinformation. Do you agree that this was an example of intelligence professionals abusing and politicizing their past positions and credentials?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do, and it is an example of what needs to end and why the American people elected President Trump to bring about those necessary reforms.
Thank you. Will you commit that no one who abuses his past position and credentials in this fashion will hold a security clearance in the future?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to be fair to my Democratic colleagues. Such abuses
she
aren't just
kind
a
of-
problem on the left. Also in
that-
2020, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton,
Is he drinking
published
a
book in which he
blue
revealed sensitive
Gatorade or whatever those are?
conversations with the president on national security matters, including highly classified information. He
Those
didn't
make
submit
me
this book
so
for
sick to
review
my
and approval
stomach.
to ensure that our national security secrets were protected. Do you agree that John Bolton's actions likewise undermined public trust?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you commit that no one who so abuses his past position and risks the exposure of classified information by publishing a book without submitting it for review and getting approval before publication will hold a security clearance again or be trusted with classified information again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh.
Let's move on to the
That was
topic of
rehearsed.
ODNI reform that I
Pretty
mentioned
good
in
on
my
that.
opening statement.
He answered right
Congress
when she
originally
needed to.
envisioned the ODNI to be a small coordinating agency that directs rather than replicates the now 18 constituent agencies that make up our intelligence community. Over the years, however, the ODNI has strayed from this vision to an organization that now publicly boasts nearly 2,000 people, more than half of whom are not detailed from an intelligence agency, but rather are career ODNI bureaucrats. They've even developed centers that are producing their own analysis. Will you commit today to working with this committee to restoring the ODNI to its original size, scope, and function?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you
does that
and
mean?
the committee as
What does that
if
mean?
confirmed, assess the current status of who is working in the ODNI and the function that they fulfill to make sure of its effectiveness and
Okay.
elimination of redundancies and bloating.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That's what we're calling it now?
Do
Okay.
you support some of the policy proposals I mentioned in my opening statement about capping the size of the ODNI, eliminating ODNI taxes, returning employees back to their home agencies to do real intelligence work?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you as we assess where the ODNI needs to be in order to
What?
fulfill its core mission and function.
What?
Thank you. And in your preparation for this hearing and this important responsibility, have you developed any thoughts that explains the mission creep and the empire building that we've seen at the ODNI in recent years?
Yes, Senator, I've had the opportunity to review the history of the ODNI, to speak to Ambassador Negroponte, the first Director of National Intelligence, as well as others who have served in this position. I think there are a number of contributing factors to the creation of centers, or not centers, but offices like the recently eliminated Office of DEI
like the
within
barkeeper's
ODNI, and other areas where I need to go in and assess the replication and the duplication of responsibilities that exist elsewhere and some of the other intelligence elements that ODNI has oversight over.
That's
Thank you.
interesting, Orrin. I didn't know that.
Colleagues, I will lead
Thatcher
by
had a high
example and
squeaky
yield
voice
back
and then
1
was
minute
up
of
for
my
PM and
time
did a ton
and
of voice
recognize
work.
the Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a first. Ms. Gabbard, let me be clear, at least in my views. I salute your service to our country. But I have serious doubts about your judgment. And those are some of the areas that I want to pursue.
Thank you, Paul.
First, until you were nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praised the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation and then
It's a
never to
cleanser,
flaunt that,
Paul J.
fled to Russia. You even called Edward Snowden, and I quote here, a brave whistleblower. Every member of this committee supports the rights of legal whistleblowers. But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's words, where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Ms. Gabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Oops.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government
Excuse me, Ms.
that
Gabbard.
led to serious reforms that Congress undertook.
Chairman, we got 5 minutes. So I take your answer, and these are your quotes. Brave, please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges to be dropped against him. Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
back those words?
Once again, Senator, Edward Snowden broke the law. He
Ms. Gabbard,
also
I'm not
released
talking
She can't say it. She can't say it.
exposed the United States government.
She almost did. She almost said at one point she stopped herself.
Yes or no, please?
I'm making myself very clear. Edward Snowden broke the law.
Oh,
He released
man.
information
That's
about
her
the United
scripted
States government's
line.
illegal
Ma'am,
activities.
I
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator. In this role that I've been nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting our nation's secrets, and I have four immediate steps that I
Are you
would
going to
take
start by
to
getting the
prevent
shit that your
another
boss has?
Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again.
Can they ask him about?
I don't think
Oh,
you're gonna
never
answer.
mind.
I agree with Tom Cotton, he's a traitor. You, for years, until you got chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine a director of national intelligence that would say that kind of behavior is okay. How would we maintain the trust of the IC and the contractors who work for it? How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners?
Yeah, did she fight for
find it very
reality winner? I can't.
Let me move to
I
702.
can't recall.
I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President Trump gets every day in a PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of Congress have. But one of the things you actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's, confirmation conversion or whatever, you call 702 vital.
Okay.
And I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms.
We're going to
have
go
been
back
enacted
to
since you left
cash, but
Congress.
understand.
Ms. Gabbard, what are the reforms that have led you to now support 702?
In the short time that I have, Senator, I will just note that my actions in legislation in Congress were done to draw attention to the egregious civil liberties violations that were occurring at that time.
Ms. Gabbard,
Some of
Ms.
the-
Gabbard, I ask you a question. Please give me the courtesy of responding. You said the reforms now make you support it. What can you cite? Which reforms?
There are a number of reforms to include
In the new
getting
bill,
rid
in the new law,
that,
right?
that all of you and your
Ms.
wisdom.
Gabbard, my time is getting short. But I got to just tell you, after the reforms were passed into law in April of 24, you went on Joe Rogan's podcast in May. The bill is now law. And you said, quote, this bill took an already bad problem and made it many, many times worse.
Uh-oh.
Again, in my mind, this is a question of judgment. 702 is critical. I appreciate this late conversion, but I'm not sure I buy it because you've had such a consistent position. Again, I know my colleagues are going to
God,
raise
these people
but
can
rather
lie
than
with
standing
such
up to dictators like Putin and Assad,
frivolity.
you've sometimes amplified his talking points. I mean, I just do not understand how you can blame NATO for Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And when Assad used chemical weapons against his own people, you didn't condemn him. I can go through all the quotes. You actually questioned Americans' intelligence. Now, you mentioned a lot about trust. And one of the things that I'm so proud on this committee is my friend Senator Verse said, we always follow the truth. I say on this committee, the most valuable work I do in the Senate, we have a bipartisan approach to intelligence. I think we have worked to try to keep the intelligence community and earn their trust, and frankly, earn the trust of the American people. But I respectfully, ma'am, I just don't believe on your judgment and credibility issues that this is the appropriate role that you should take going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gabbard, Edward Snowden does stand out as having done particularly grave harm to our national security by revealing top secret information, including sensitive sources and methods, thus jeopardizing agents in the field. So let me ask you a question. If confirmed, would you support or recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
So the answer is no. Is that correct? In 2020, you introduced the Protect Brave Whistleblowers Act, which would amend the Espionage Act to make it more difficult to prosecute individuals who reveal classified information. In particular, the bill would allow individuals to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation. Your bill would also have created an affirmative defense if public disclosure of classified information were made for several reasons, one of which was to expose gross waste
You know, I don't think the woman behind her can actually handle listening to her either, Teresa. So I don't think you're
which
alone.
would hamper our ability to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified
Yes, Collins is now doing amazing
So let
gymnastics
me
in her
ask you
seat.
this. Ms. Gabbard, do you still support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own decisions regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though disclosure may cause
Oh,
tremendous
God, I
harm
gotta
to
see
our
that.
country
Okay, I'm
or
sorry.
our
We're jumping. I gotta see that. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where's the break? There's the break. Here we go.
In any way, including termination, FBI agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
Jumping.
Agents or personnel associated with Trump investigations? Yes or no?
I'm not aware of that,
Thank you.
Senator.
There is no evidence of wrongdoing by FBI employees involved in these investigations. If you do pursue investigations of those involved, will you commit to using standard processes, including a standard review by the FBI Inspections Division and the Inspector General?
Senator, I will honor all those review processes.
You will honor those review processes.
Yes, Senator.
If these are actions that the FBI employees, if there are actions against FBI employees that do not follow those standards process that happen before you get
Too
in,
many shit
will you
shows.
commit
And
to
RFK has
reversing
another
any
round
decision
today,
prior to your arrival
bitches.
so
The
that those
fuck?
standard
I
processes
told you to settle in, bring a
and the
blanket.
standard review by the FBI Inspections Division will take place?
I don't know what's going on right now over there, but I'm committed to you, Senator, and your colleagues that I will honor the internal review process of the FBI.
Have you made any commitments to anyone about pursuing any investigations or targets if you are FBI director?
Only violent criminals and terrorists.
Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Only following the Constitution.
Again, are you certain?
That I have told people on the
Are you
administration.
certain? Have you had any conversations with anyone on the transition team about pursuing any investigations or targets?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, I've only said I will use the Constitution.
Have you discussed specific investigations or targets you would pursue as FBI director with the President of the United States?
Senator, to the best of my recollection, no.
Are you certain?
To the best of my recollection, no.
Holy
According to public reports, you were subpoenaed by the federal prosecutors to testify as a witness before the grand jury investigation investigating the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. And you testified before the grand jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were before the grand jury, you pled the fifth on the basis of self-incrimination, correct?
I utilized my constitutional rights during that process with the advice and consent of counsel and appeared before that grand jury.
I will take that as a yes. And you are familiar, I imagine, with Section 6002 of Title 18.
Off the top of my head, Senator, not.
Well, Section 6002 is the immunity statute. Whenever a witness refuses to testify or provide other information before a grand jury based upon the privilege against self-incrimination, the court can order the witness to testify. The witness must comply with the order, but they receive immunity. which means that no testimony or any other information provided before the grand jury can be used against them in any criminal proceeding. You were compelled to testify as a witness in the Mar-a-Lago classified document case. Did you participate in any criminal conduct involved in that case?
Involved in which, the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case?
Yes.
No, I testified through compulsion by court order.
You received immunity for providing information that was self-incriminating. Do you remember the name of the prosecutor who questioned you?
There were multiple, Senator. I do not.
Was it one of the people, were any of them people that were fired this past week?
I have no idea, Senator.
Are you certain? You're under oath.
I'm aware that I'm under oath, Senator, and I have no idea, and I did not participate in the removal of any DOJ prosecutor.
What was the information you provided that you received immunity for?
Senator, I would love my grand jury testimony to be released, but as you know, that grand jury testimony has been sealed by the Department of Justice, and I'm not allowed to discuss it here.
Well, I find it troubling that you do not know the law here, and let me tell you what the law is. Rule 6 governs grand jury proceedings. Under Rule 6E, grand jurors, court reporters, and prosecutors are bound to secrecy. But witnesses are not bound by secrecy.
I've got to run one little
witness
errand.
in the classified documents case. You are not bound by secrecy. You can tell us everything that happened in that room and everything you testified about. I'll ask you again, what information did you provide to the grand jury?
In this, we are agreement, Senator. Get my grand jury testimony. I want it made public. I asked the Department of Justice to make it public, and they refused to do so.
There is no legal bound against you telling us right now what you testified to.
When I asked for my transcript to be released, the
Sir,
Department
did
of
you or did you
Justice-
not commit a crime?
Senator, I did not commit a crime.
Then why won't you tell us what you testified to?
Because it occurred over the course of 3 weeks. I don't have the ability to recall everything I testified to, but I'm asking you to put my
Did you testify
transcript
to
out.
witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents?
Senator, what I testified to is best captured by that transcript
So
in real
you're
time.
not willing to tell Congress, after making many pledges today about transparency, whether or not you testified to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents. In the name of all the values you have said today, did you or did you not testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassify documents?
I testified accordingly and under oath, and I encourage you to get that transcript.
And by the law of our land, you are free to tell people, what are you hiding from Congress? Answer the question. Did you testify to witnessing the President of the United States declassifying documents, yes or no?
Senator, the grand jury testimony is available to you. I encourage you to make it public.
As you likely know, the second volume of Jack Smith's report about the classified document case is not public yet. To fulfill our constitutional duty of advice and consent, the President, on nominations, members of this committee have asked the DOJ to review the report. Do you agree that Congress should thoroughly review its nominees? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, last question and I'll be done. When you and I met, you told me that you wanted to remove 11,000 FBI personnel or move many of them, and you said that again today. You have looked at an org chart to understand what offices and functions that you'll be pulling from. I don't think you've done a serious analysis, but I do think you have an assignment from Donald Trump to gut the FBI. You said yourself, I'll shut down the FBI Hoover building. There are people specifically that you are targeting, I believe. And do you agree that you have already prepared plans to remove certain individuals from their offices? For example, individuals that will be replaced by political personnel. The political personnel that are being put in an institution that you and I discussed that has no political appointees but one, the political personnel involve these names: Erica Knight, Tom Ferguson, Greg Bitzner.
You stated your question. Would you answer? Or don't you want to? Okay.
We can move on.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, there is absolutely no doubt that you have the experience and the expertise to lead the FBI, and we welcome you here today. We are pleased that you are here. I've been listening to my colleagues across the dais and listening to their questions, and it has led me to one thing. Why are the Democrats so afraid of you?
I don't know, Senator. You'd have to ask them.
Well, I tell you what I think, and listening to their questions and your responses, which we appreciate, they know that you're going to go in and you're going to clean up that political cabal that has been over there for years. You are going to reposition the FBI to its core mission. You stated that earlier in this hearing, and there will be no more political persecutions and no more 2 tiers of justice, and they have liked having 2 tiers of justice. They have enjoyed it, and it has helped them. They think in their political mission, they've enjoyed targeting Catholics. They've enjoyed targeting parents. But the American people have said they want no more of that. And our colleagues know you're going to clean it up. I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking, sex trafficking ring. Now, earlier I urged then Chairman Durbin to subpoena those records, and I ended up being blocked by Senator Durbin and Christopher Wray. They stonewalled on this, and I know that breaking up these trafficking rings is important to President Trump. So will you work with me on this issue so we know who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in building these sex trafficking rings?
Absolutely, Senator. Child sex trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past and how we are going to countermand missing children and exploited children going forward.
Thank you for that. I do want to touch on the political persecution. I find it so interesting that they feel like you would carry out political persecution. Your parents are with us today. They fled Uganda and persecution from Idi Amin. And I think that with your background and given your family's history, that you would never move to political persecution. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator, that is.
And we appreciate that you would remove any kind of 2 tiers of justice from the FBI because they have practiced that every day for years. Not all FBI agents. There are some good ones, and we certainly want to keep them, but the politics has got to be moved out of the agency. Now, they've tried to frame you as being anti-police. We've discussed that some today. And I know that you grew up working with NYPD officers in your community. And I know that law enforcement groups, including the National Association of Police Organizations, have endorsed your nomination. And
God,
on top
what's
of
this
that,
leprechaun
your
need?
brother is a law enforcement
Who
officer.
let her out
is
of
that
the?
accurate?
Who let her out
Many
of
of
the
my family are, yes, Senator.
shillelagh?
How many of your family, sir?
Well, I guess the Indians have a different definition of family. We got a really big one, and they're all family.
We all love big families.
So we got a lot.
I appreciate that.
Oh, that sounds
But
real
it is
American.
accurate
Okay,
to
moving
say that
on.
in your role, you're going to do everything that you possibly can to protect the men and women who are protecting our communities.
That is of the
I'm
utmost
so sad that I
importance.
missed Corey
Thank
and
you. I
came
want to
back
go
for
to
this.
the Nunes memo. You were the principal author of the Nunes memo. Is that accurate?
Yes, me and staff.
Thank you. And that did really so much to focus the light on the Russiagate hoax and the political cabal that was for years operated out of the DOJ and the FBI. And I know that there are some that felt like that memo was not accurate. We know now differently. And I'm quoting a comment that was made
Who's
about
we,
that
Marcia?
memo
Okay,
and by
girl,
a member
who is
of
we?
that House
Who
Intel
is we?
Committee, and I quote, "It was meant only to give Republican House members a distorted view of the FBI," end quote. I find it so interesting. They use the term
Oh, really, Paul? Was there
distorted
stuff?
view.
Was there more stuff
I think
released, or is that from the
American
older
people who for 4 years under
release?
Biden saw the FBI weaponized
by Paul
against
Langan.
them, against parents, against people of faith, weaponized against President Trump. I think they would disagree with that. Do you stand by the good work that you did on the Nunes memo?
Our team, and yes, absolutely.
And the Nunes
I
memo
sure do,
was
Mama.
accurate in its description of the details, correct?
As confirmed by the Inspector General, the Special Counsel, because the Nunes memo only contained sworn information received pursuant to transcribed interviews and production of government materials, including FBI 302s and DOJ memorandum.
So the Nunes memo is accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. In your new role as director, how will you work to root out
Do
2
you
tiers of
double
justice
dog
at the
promise?
FBI?
The same way I have
Paul,
always
are
done
you
so,
out?
ma'am, with the utmost
Paul,
fidelity
Paul
to the
Langan's out. I
Constitution
thought Paul
and
Jay was
integrity to
also
law
out. I was
enforcement.
hoping not.
Government must allow
But
those
thank you
who
for
are
that.
privileged
Gosh,
to serve
I lose
to
track of
execute their
time.
law enforcement duties fully, but at the same time, the American
Did he say
people
going Fuhrer?
deserve
He
accountability
did say that?
inwards to government, to any of
Holy
those who
shit.
violate that
Weird.
sacred
These
trust.
people are weird.
And as you prepare to take this new role, what are the top areas of concern for you as we look at our national security?
The top areas when it comes to national security,
Well,
ma'am,
you're a Russian
have
asset,
remained
number
unchanged, and the
one.
threat dynamic has increased. It's thwarting terrorist activities and terrorist attacks here and overseas against our citizens
By
and our
whom?
allies, and it also
What
includes
about the Proud
CCP
Boys? Should they
espionage,
be deemed a
which is
terrorist
running rampant
organization,
these
do you
last 5
think,
years through our
Mr.
country,
Patel?
including our cyber infrastructure
Canada did.
and our agricultural
What do you
properties,
think?
and it also includes taking on Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, and any other adversary that wishes to harm America.
Thank you. I look forward to a yes vote on your confirmation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Senator Padilla.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes.
since the senator from Tennessee raised my name, I'd like to respond.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, while I was chair of the committee, protecting children from sexual exploitation was one of our highest priorities. We chaired hearings on kids' online safety, and we decided on a bipartisan basis to call the big tech CEOs in for an important, maybe historic meeting of this committee. Last year, the committee reported 6 bipartisan bills to help protect child safety online, including one of my own, Stop CSAM, and Senator Blackburn's Report Act. In the previous Congress, Senator Blackburn and I led legislation that was signed into law that eliminated statutes of limitation for federal civil suits by survivors of childhood sex abuse. I've worked to ensure the DOJ's unethical non-prosecution agreement with Jeffrey Epstein is investigated. As I've argued in this committee, my Inspector General Access Act would allow the Inspector General to investigate that. Yet, in 2023, I was falsely accused of preventing releasing the names of Jeffrey Epstein's network by Mr. Patel, when my Republican colleagues prevented Senator Blackburn from offering an amendment to the flight logs. Prior to the committee's November 9th, 2023 Supreme Court ethics subpoena markup, Senator Blackburn had never raised Epstein's flight logs with me publicly or privately. During the November 30th, 2023 Supreme Court ethics subpoena authorization markup, I tried to recognize her multiple times, but there was an effort to close down the committee before any further business went forward on the Republican side. Many Epstein records, including flight logs, have been public for years. My office subsequently reached out to hers to try to identify what records she was actually seeking. We did not receive a response.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to Chairman Durbin. I had raised the issue with Chairman Durbin. I had raised it on the floor that we wanted to get these records. And then during that hearing that you're recognizing, sir, or that you're mentioning, I sought recognition. It was not my Republican colleagues that ended that hearing. Mr. Chairman, you had the gavel. and you were the chairman, and you sought not to recognize me. And I know, and you know, and so many people are aware, sir, that you
How
and
many
Christopher
people,
Ray
Marcia?
did not want those
How
out.
many
And I know we
people?
need to move on for questions, but Mr. Chairman, we have fought this
Nicely
issue
done,
for quite
Marcia.
some
Drop a
time.
turd and
I
run.
look forward to having an FBI that will work to help get these records
all right,
and end
release
this
them all.
human and
Why don't we
sex
just release them all?
trafficking in this country.
15
Release them all.
seconds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, go ahead.
The senator from
Oh, my
Tennessee
Lord.
knows what the 2-hour rule is. The 2-hour rule takes the gavel out of the chairman's hands, and that was what was being executed when you were seeking recognition and being executed by your side of the aisle.
Okay. Senator Padilla.
get it straight, bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, as we know, it's not just the nominee for FBI
love
director
Alex
that's before us
Padilla.
today, but
He's
there's been a lot
amazing.
of chaos and confusion this week in regards to executive orders that have been issued as it pertains to the federal budget, federal spending, hiring freezes, et cetera. But relevant to this confirmation hearing, colleagues, the FBI has paused its new academy classes while they assess how the firing freeze impacts them. President Trump's executive orders has a national security exception, but it is unclear how it will apply to agencies like the FBI. The FBI has a large civilian employee population, so it's not certain if they will qualify for exceptions. The White House memo stated that nearly 1,000 probationary FBI employees would stay on only if, quote, justified, without clarity on a timetable or process for justification. Mr. Patel, how does this help or does this hurt the FBI improving public safety in America?
Senator, I know about as much as this late-breaking news as you do by reading it in the media, and I will say the following in terms of FBI employees, if I'm confirmed. FBI employees represent the front line of defense for national security and crime, and if I'm confirmed, I will ensure that all FBI graduates of the Academy will be protected and funded so that we can continue the fight together.
But would you agree that even just causing a pause or confusion in being able to grow the ranks is not helpful to public safety in America?
Not having a law enforcement there.
Thank you. 7 minutes goes by fast. So I want to get to as many topics as I can. As you know, the
Can we roll that back?
FBI plays a
Never
critical
mind.
role in national security and public safety. Yet the reports are that this hiring freezes is damaging. And I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a New York Times article outlining the questions and concerns I just stated. Now, on to the next topic. FBI agents rely on their leadership to ensure their safety and success of operations. As Senior Director for Counterterrorism at the National Security Council, you were involved in a SEAL team rescue mission to recover a 27-year-old American hostage in Nigeria. According to former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, you falsely informed senior leadership that the United States had secured permission to fly over other nations' airspace en route to Nigeria. This misinformation forced the aircraft to circle the border for an additional hour, potentially jeopardizing the mission's success and putting service members at undue risk. Can you explain your decision to falsely claim airspace permissions had been secured for the mission?
I greatly appreciate this. This is one that hits home squarely because my guys, my friends, were on that operation. They were in that helo. They were in that V-22. And there's never a time in my career that it would jeopardize the safety of the men and women in uniform. And if you ask the National Security Advisor of the President of the United States, who's with me on that day, who has gone on the record publicly, as has General Tony Tata, who's the Undersecretary of Defense, they have both stated with affirmation that I acted
Those are not
appropriately,
your
relayed
witnesses,
all
are
information
they?
accurately,
Are you
and never
kidding me?
jeopardized the
Anthony
safety of the
Tata and the
hostages.
fucking
And our men were on the
dumpy?
ground for 59 seconds and executed 6 sentries and rescued an American hostage named Phil Walton, and he's home today with his family because of it.
So your friend's word versus the former Secretary of Defense. That's what we're going to be asked to consider. Next topic. In September of 2024, just a couple of months ago, you stated that Chris Wray was caught illegally using 702 collection against Americans 274,000 times. That's a quote. And you criticize Congress for failing to implement necessary reforms when reauthorizing Section 702. Now, earlier in this hearing, I heard you respond to Senator Cornyn's questions and saying that the improvements to FISA 702 accountability go a long way. That's what you said today, earlier, on the record and under oath. But on that September podcast that I'm referring to, you said that by passing the reauthorization bill, Republicans, quote, bent the knee. So which is it? They bent the knee and didn't reform 702 as you would suggest, or that they've gone a long way?
Senator, as I've talked about extensively with my experience with 702, it is a necessary tool to protect this country. The FISA court themselves issued the report you're referring to about
Never
the illegal
mind what I
searches.
said.
They found
That's
270,000
TV.
violations. So I think we need
That's
it.
my TV
and I think we need to
voice.
work with Congress to
Let
reform
me
it.
rephrase my question more bluntly.
Those are my
Which
TV
is your
thoughts.
opinion on the most recent reauthorization of 702? That Republicans bent the knee for not insisting or adopting significant reforms, or that reforms have gone a long way? Because they seem like contradictory statements.
702 is a critical tool, and I'm proud of the reforms that have been
I'm not
implemented, and I'm
gonna
proud to work with Congress
answer.
moving forward to implement more reforms.
So
Oh,
they bent the knee, but now you're proud of it. Got it.
okay.
Next topic. I know you've been asked about the J6 prison choir prior in this hearing. My question is not going to rehash previous questions. Funds have been raised, as you explained to me in our meeting last week, to support families of
Yeah, let's talk about
insurrectionists,
that.
my words,
Where's
clearly
the
not
receipts?
yours, that have been in jail, including those who committed acts of violence against police officers. I want to know, in any of your work around the J6 prison choir, was any of the funds that were raised used to support the families of the police officers who were brutally attacked by the insurrectionists?
Senator, my foundation has used funds
Yes
to
or
help
no?
police
It's a yes or
officers
no.
across the country.
It's a yes or no.
I don't know if those officers' families applied for a grant. That's how we distribute at a charity, based on who comes
that
in.
tells me a lot about your care and prioritization of the police officers you claim to support,
They've
because
given away over $500,000 to law enforcement and
but
active
you
duty
can't
militaries.
articulate. I mean, you were able to articulate to me examples of the families of January 6th insurrectionists. Because the insurrectionists in
words, not
jail, you
mine.
supported the families, but you can't, say clearly and confidently that families of police officers who were brutally attacked got similar support. Next topic.
Your time's up.
Okay, I'll save it for the second round. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I call on Senator Schmidt, I have a letter that I want to put in regard to this Nigerian rescue story. It's from General Tata.
Oh, give me a break. Anthony Tata, let's look him
People who
up.
bring this up don't tell you is that General Tata has denied the exchange reported in the Atlantic and has forcefully defended Mr. Patel. General Tata said, "I never heard the words that somebody's saying they heard from me. That's not a quote from me," end of quote. General Tata wrote to the committee and said it was, quote, irresponsible, end quote, to say Mr. Patel jeopardized the mission. He said, quote, Cash played a critical role in that and many other successes during his tenure precisely because he cares so deeply about America, its national domestic security, and her citizens. So by unanimous consent, I will put this letter in the record. Any disagreement? I hear none. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, Mr. Patel. It's great to have your family here. I know they must be very proud. I have to tell you, I saw up close and personal how politically weaponized the FBI had become. In my former job as Attorney General of Missouri, we brought the Missouri versus Biden lawsuit, which uncovered this vast censorship enterprise where the federal government coerced and colluded with some of the biggest companies in the history of the world to suppress speech. And not just that, actually to pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop story. The FBI had the laptop in November of 2019. They met with senior executives. Yoel Roth, who was the main guy at Twitter at the time, signed an affidavit saying they were talking specifically about the laptop. It could be Hunter Biden's, pre-bunking it, calling it a Russian hack and leak operation. They knew it was true. They knew it was his laptop. So the rot is deep, and the time for you is now, and I'm glad, because reform is needed. Senator Durbin referenced your book. I think it's a good, everyone should read the book. Because I want to ask you about some quotes that are in the book, because a lot's been made of it. Usually just some of the endnotes, but the content of the book. Did you say in the book, American justice must never be
Thank you, Gal. I was looking for either of you and Anthony Tata. Thank you for that link.
Did you say that?
I did, Senator.
When agencies like the FBI and the CIA prioritize politics over truth, the nation suffers. Did you say that?
I sure did, Senator.
Accountability isn't optional.
God, Jim and Gal have the
Those
Tata.
who violate the public trust must face real consequences, regardless of their rank or title. Did you say that?
Tea.
I did, Senator.
Okay. There's a lot more in there.
Here's some Tata tea for you. It's steaming hot.
I know that Senator Tillis has got the game of bingo. I'd like to play another game.
Right,
Would you
SB? I know. Look at
Let's
Kennedy
have at it,
chomping in his chew.
Would you rather
chomping on the hay?
FBI prosecute and persecute parents who voice legitimate concerns at school board meetings, or should it investigate domestic terrorists who commit school shootings and threaten the lives of American children?
Absolutely investigate and prioritize the safety of our children and any actual and real domestic terrorists.
Oh, well,
as
then
I've
don't appoint him as
prosecuted in my past
FBI
in the
leader.
Department
That's
of
all I
Justice
have to say.
Would you rather the FBI be weaponized by investigating presidential candidates, political opponents, spying on and wiretapping
Depends,
candidates'
sir.
advisors?
Did they
Or
commit a crime?
should the FBI get back to its core mission and get politics out of the
I don't
FBI?
know. Were they convicted of 34 felonies in a New York court of law by the jury of their peers?
I know what that feels like, and if I'm confirmed, I will make sure
Because
no one
I've done things wrong and
feels
I've gotten
that
away with
sleight
them.
of hand ever again.
Would you rather the FBI target traditional Catholics
This guy
as
is my
extremists,
comedy set.
or should
Can
the
you
FBI
come on the road
focus
with
on
me,
investigating
Mrs.
actual
Britt?
threats posed to the American people by cartels pumping fentanyl into our communities through the southern border?
I wish I had like a
100,000
mobile
deaths
rim
due to
shot.
fentanyl and drug overdoses in 1 year. I'd rather the FBI focus on that and save our children.
Would you rather the FBI ignore when thugs threaten to harm and plot against Supreme Court justices? Or should the FBI actually investigate that and get to the bottom of it?
You're telling me that they didn't investigate? I thought the
This
guy
body
got
passed a law to
arrested.
protect our
Okay,
justices of the peace, including the Supreme Court, and every single justice of the peace deserves that enforcement of that law so they can do their duty.
Would you rather the FBI
What's the
pressure
belt buckle
social
on the
media
girl behind him?
companies
Or is that a purse?
into censoring conservative
I'm very
viewpoints?
distracted.
Or
Why is he wearing a tie
should
from
it focus
McDonald's?
on what the FBI should get back to, which is investigating interstate crimes that threaten the well-being of America?
Hashtag
No
questions.
censorship. Let's focus on investigating interstate crimes.
Oh,
Would
it
you
is a
rather
belt buckle. That's
the
a nice belt,
FBI
though.
raid the home of a
He's chewing
former
his
president
cud. That's
and
right.
chief
He's a big
political
old
rival,
cow.
going through the
He
first
put his
lady's
teeth in
personal
today, though. That's what
belongings,
that tells me.
spreading out documents on the floor staged?
I like his.
Or should it raid the homes of
What are
terrorists
those glasses?
who
I think
seek
I
to
have a pair
harm
of glasses like that,
citizens?
actually.
Let's
Wait
let
a
our men
minute.
and women in law
Wait a
enforcement
minute.
kick down the doors of terrorists
Wait a
and
minute.
narco-traffickers and
Are you telling me
pedophiles
that
and put those people in prison where they belong.
So, I mean, I could go on and on. But let me
I don't
tell
have
you what I
anything to
think's
chew.
really going on here.
That's all right.
What I think's going
that was
on
disgusting. Sorry.
is that the folks on the other side
Let me tell you what's going on here.
can't actually believe.
That's right. They can't even.
They can't come to
even
grips that
control
they're in this
themselves. They
position
have
right
Trump derangement syndrome.
that they're in the minority and that President Trump is
They
back in
can't
office.
handle it. That's right. They're
Because
jelly.
what they did was,
They're not ready for this
after
jelly.
he was out of office, they tried to destroy him.
That's right.
They tried to financially ruin
It's
him
not that
and his
he
family.
actually committed
tried to
the
intimidate him.
crimes.
They tried to
Shut
throw
up
him in
about
jail
it.
for the
He
rest of
didn't
his
do all
life.
that stuff.
They tried to
That was all
demonize
made up.
half the country.
And I'm going to speak over him right now because I
opening
can,
and
because it's
closing
my
argument
show.
for the
And it's not
last 4
Mrs. Britt's show over there.
has been
That's right.
that
He's sitting
President
in front of
Trump
the wrong. You can't
and
tell. Oh, whoops.
Republicans
That joke would have
are
been
a
funnier
threat
if you could have
to
told what I was
democracy.
trying to Never mind.
But
Anyway,
American
point
people
is,
sat
Mrs.
in a
Britt.
jury box and they watched. And they weighed the
The
evidence.
point is, Mrs. Britt,
And they heard all the facts. And they rendered their
I'm
own
telling
verdict.
you right now
And their verdict
that
was
this man,
for reform.
well, you know what other
don't
verdicts
believe
were,
that the
sir?
people who've
Let me
been
tell you
doing
about the
this
other
in these
verdicts. Well, you
positions have done a
see, sir,
particularly good job
first,
before. They think the
thank
deck is
goodness for
stacked
people like
against them,
Stormy
and they
Daniels,
saw how our
aka
justice
Stephanie
system
Clifford, who actually runs her own adult
was turned
entertainment
against
production
political
company. Thank
opponents
you
in a
very much. So
Soviet-style
not only is she
justice
a
system,
performer, which is actually, frankly,
moniker
probably
was,
some yeoman's
"Show
work
me the
in my
man,
book,
and I'll show you the
then she also runs the fucking production company. So number one,
by
get
the
that
way,
straight.
I don't
Number
think they can
two,
believe
by the
you're
way,
sitting where
let me
you're
tell
sitting
you, he got convicted of the hush money payment
guess what?
by a jury of his
You are.
peers. So that's
you're gonna get
justice in
confirmed,
action. That's our one justice
gonna lead
system.
this
And then
agency back to what it
also,
always should have been,
then he cheated on
which
his
is to
books,
protect the
and he basically had to admit that he
crime,
cheated on his books
put the bad guys
because
in jail,
he priced
not to
things
execute a
differently so
political
he could pay
agenda
less taxes on
like
them,
some banana
and then
republic
would
form
price
of
them
justice,
differently and higher
where you
to
point
get
to the person
loans.
on the other
Okay,
side
that's
that you want taken
fraud.
out,
Okay, and
you
guess
go do
what?
that
He was
person's
actually
bidding.
convicted of
This country
34
was
counts
founded
of
on
it.
the
That's
idea
right. That's a
that people
lot.
could say what they
Okay,
wanted,
and there
they could
probably
believe what
was
they
more.
want,
But you know who took the
and that the
fall for that?
government wouldn't come
His
after them. The
80-year-old
government's
COO
job
that
is
he's
not to tell
had
you what you
forever,
should think
Alan
or what you can
Weisselberg,
say or
who
what
sat
you
in a
can do
prison
or
cell,
what you
and I'm not
believe.
fucking kidding you right now.
this
He
Justice
sat in a
Department
prison
under
cell in
Christopher Wray
Rikers Island.
and under Joe
And I'm going
Biden
to tell you,
and
I used to
Merrick
live in
Garland
Midtown
has done
Manhattan,
just
and we
that.
used to live near what we
And
like to
that's
call
why
the
the
meth
trust has
McDonald's
plummeted.
on 34th
So
and
you got a big
8th.
job.
And
got
what,
a
or
big,
no,
big
was it
job.
34th and
But I
8th?
have
Yeah, it
all
was
the faith in
34th
the
and
world
8th,
in you
or
that
37.
you're
No,
gonna
it was
restore
34th.
that trust
Anyway,
because you
point
believe
is,
in the rule of
we
law.
would
You have
hang
an
out in
incredible
that
personal
McDonald's
story.
all the
You're
time
gonna
because
get confirmed,
number one, it was
and I
close to
wish
our
you all the
house, and we could
best.
just
You
people
have my
watch.
vote.
It was amazing, and I met more than a few meth addicts who were from Rikers Island. Many of whom were delightful people, one of whom actually stabbed another guy in front of us in the McDonald's. So that he probably wasn't as nice as maybe the other guys were. Anyway, so there you go.
Duly elected. But let me tell you, the source of my ongoing concern, which I regret, it sometimes does not seem to be a common concern. We had a catastrophe for our democracy on January 6th. And you're asserting that you won, and you did, and I acknowledge it. It troubles me that so many people have difficulty saying Biden won the election. And I listened to your response, Mr. Patel, and many of the people who congratulated you and your parents on your extraordinary story. I share that, so I want you to know that. But what's so hard about just saying that Biden won the 2020 election? What's hard about that?
Senator, as I've said before,
it's
that
therapy.
President Biden was certified and sworn in. And
We're
he was the
here.
president.
We're
I
here
don't
for
know how else to
therapy,
say it.
folks.
Well, the other way to say it is he won.
He was the president.
The other way to say it is he won. I can say Trump won. I didn't vote for him, but he won. You know, Al Gore said Bush won when they were having that recount in Florida. And
Don't
we've
do
had
that,
peaceful
because
transfer
he's
of
going to go
power
in
here
the
very
pissing
contested elections.
contest. I don't give a shit about that.
And I'll just be very direct with you about why I think this is of consequence. When Donald Trump has never acknowledged that he lost in 2020.
Marianne Faithfull
and he invited
died.
people to come to the
78.
Capitol
Rest
on
in
January
peace.
6th to stop the steal. And after that happened, police officers died. People were injured. It created enormous ongoing bitterness within the country. And that's your boss. Do you believe that the 2020 election was stolen, as President Trump says it is?
Sir, my opinions on the 2020 election have been expressed in this hearing, and he's entitled to whatever opinions he wants.
Do you agree with him that the election was stolen in 2020?
Senator, millions of Americans have expressed concern going back to multiple elections over election integrity.
You know, you're so skillful. You understand what I'm asking you. Can you say the words, Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Joe Biden was the president of the United States.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on this. There's a difference. I can say the words, Donald Trump won.
All right, you made the
I don't like
point.
to
All
say it.
right, move on to. He said other things too.
But I must
Okay,
say it.
come on now.
And you cannot say that Joe Biden won the election.
What I can say is the same for both of them, Senator. Both of their elections were certified, and they are both, one was and one now is president.
Okay.
Oh my God.
The reason I have some concerns
Kennedy
about
must
that,
have
my
teeth because he's
colleagues
chewing
on the
something, Jim. I
Republican
don't know.
side, is that whoever is the FBI director, and I suspect it will be Mr. Patel, has a boss. And he has strong points of view. He said Vice President Harris was a criminal and should be prosecuted. Is that a prosecution you would initiate?
There is no prosecution or that the FBI will ever initiate because the FBI will only do investigations, and those will only be open where there's a factual and constitutional basis to do so.
Your boss has said that General Milley, who served us with great distinction, I happen to have great admiration for, should be tried for treason. Do you agree with that?
Senator, everybody's entitled to their opinion. The only thing that matters at the FBI is whether the law is followed.
Okay, I know everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. Should General Milley be tried for treason?
Vice President Harris, Kamala Harris, or General Milley or anyone otherwise will not be subjected to an FBI investigation. That doesn't mean the rigorous standards of the Constitution.
You've talked
Oh
about
my
your
God.
devotion to the men and women.
Think about what
in
he
the
just
FBI.
said.
I accept that. But as you know, President Trump used the power of the pardon to let people who are cop beaters out of jail, right? He also let a drug dealer out of jail. You're familiar with Ross, or maybe you're not. Ross Ulbricht started the Silk Road, the dark web. He made millions of dollars selling drugs, providing a vehicle
Trafficking
by which
people.
people could
The
get
Silk Road
things
did a
that were
lot.
gonna kill him, and people died. He also sought a couple of people to murder on his behalf because he thought his empire was threatened.
True
what
story.
is your opinion about Trump pardoning this drug dealer, attempted murderer?
My opinion on presidential pardons is that one, I was not consulted in
No.
problems of the FBI.
I'm asking you your opinion about Mr. Ulbricht. Should the person who created that dark web drug dealer situation, should he be pardoned in your opinion?
Senator, it's not appropriate for me to speak on pardons, but I've spoken out against pardons against cop killers and those who do violence to law enforcement, whether it's President Biden or Trump.
I'm with you on that. Okay, I'm with the chairman over here.
Jim.
But I'm just trying to find out on Ulbricht. You're gonna,
I think that's why we need dental in this country, by the way.
And you're gonna have a tough boss.
And it's a little bit of a
Because
classist
he
joke,
gets into
so
his
I don't
mind,
want
he
to
wants
make
to do
classist
something,
jokes.
nothing gets in the
Kennedy,
way.
I want to make fun of him
And
because he's
there's
an
gonna come
asshole.
a time
So in particular,
when
but
an FBI
in general,
director or
you bring up a
an
good
attorney
point
general
because dental should be
has to make
part
a
of
decision about
universal
the
health care in
Constitution
this country.
and what's being
Period.
requested, and
Full stop.
can that person
No one should
at that
have
time,
issues with
when
their
the
teeth.
important
No
values
one.
of the Constitution are at stake.
That's
say
core
no
to your
a
health.
person who is insisting you take an action.
You're kidding. That's a
Senator,
true story?
That's
Oh my
why I
goodness.
think it's time, for the first time in this country's history, that a public defender be the next director of the FBI, because no one knows more about constitutional due process than PDs.
Well, you know you're appealing to mutual pride
I don't know
here
if that's
with
what
the public
stands out in your
defender. But
CV,
you know what?
darling.
I still understand you didn't answer the question. That's the public defender in me, okay? Look, and I say this to my colleagues, we cannot have a weaponized Justice Department or FBI. And what's weaponized is in the eye of the beholder, like the prosecutions of President Trump. And I get that. We cannot have it. But what I
The
think we all
Constitution as
have to
interpreted by
acknowledge
this
when we've
code is
got a
yes, Jane.
president who's basically saying a political enemy, whether it's Harris, whether it's Liz Cheney,
There
whether
you
it's
go,
Adam
Max.
Schiff, should be prosecuted.
Human body stops at the neck
That's
as far as
doing damage
insurance is concerned.
to
Eyes,
the
teeth, and
mutual
mental health
goal
are
we
not part
have
of the body.
not
Yep.
weaponizing a department.
We need to
I yield
change
back.
that. I mean, fuck, man. We suck.
Thank you,
Don't
Mr.
pick
Chairman.
your
I
nose on
appreciate it.
television.
Mr. Patel, thank you so much for being
I'm so
here.
excited to
your
talk to you.
family,
You're one
I
of the
know that this
superstars
has
of
to be
MAGA
such an
land.
incredible moment. Congratulations and
Oh,
thank you
yeah.
for
You guys
trying
are
to be a
great.
part of
Thanks for
this
coming
with
all the
of
way
us.
over there from that other
Look,
place.
I have been diligently listening over the last few hours. And
Thank you for
what
coming
I have
over from
heard you say is
Tanzania.
this, that your duty is to protect American citizens, that you will work to uphold the Constitution. I have heard you say you're going to get back to making sure you focus on violent crime. You said, I want children to have parks to play in, not needles to walk on. You said, I'm going to let cops be cops. You said we've got to
What
get
does
back
that
to having
mean?
full transparency.
Wait, we can
You
drill
said
down
all
on that.
requests
What does
will
that
be responded
mean?
to, and on all members of the Judiciary Committee for that,
She is
we
such a
say
cunt.
thank you. You said you were going to have the backs, as you always have, of law enforcement. You reminded us about being embedded in SEAL Team 6. You said our law enforcement officers deserve
So
the very
she's here
best.
just to repeat his
You
opening
said you
statement?
know, and you will not allow there to be victims
What is going
of
on
government
right now?
overreach because it has happened to you. You talked about having no intention of going backwards. You have talked about making sure
they
that
have
we
good sales,
actually
Jim?
address drug overdoses. You talked about your work with 1.3 million active duty service members, making sure they had resources they needed. You've talked about de-weaponizing and making sure that we don't politicize the department. You said America is the greatest nation. You said you believe that
There you go,
because you
Carla.
believe in the rule of law. You have told me personally, gone will be the days of identifying a person and looking for a crime. You have said everything you do will be factual and constitutionally based. You have said there will be no targeting based on someone's
Katie,
faith.
you've proven you
have
can
said
read.
that when these
What
FBI
next?
agents are upholding the law, you will always have their back. You have said that there will be a singular form of justice once
singular?
again.
I'm sorry.
And most
She is
importantly,
creepy.
I think in addition to all of this is I have
She's a creepy
really
cunt.
not gotten to hear
She
you talk
sponsored
about
legislation.
She
sponsored
I would love
Shut
you
up,
mentioned
Katie.
in the 7 minutes that
Shut
it
up,
takes
Katie.
one of these senators to ask you
Katie
questions.
sponsored legislation to
unfortunately,
track
there
pregnant
are,
women
I believe
on
you
a
said,
national
3
registry.
rapes,
No, I'm not kidding.
2 overdoses,
Katie
1
Britt
murder.
is sponsor of
Yesterday we signed the Lincoln Riley Act
of
into law,
legislation
President Trump did.
to
And
track
when we look at
pregnant
what's happening
women.
across our country
She is the
with
head
the
of
surge
Gilead.
of illegal migrants that have
She's
come in, when we look at
competing to be
fentanyl
the
overdoses being
commander's
the leading
wife.
cause of death between the ages of 18 and
I'm going to tell
45.
you right
I've heard
now,
say
I
you
am not,
want to tackle
this
that.
is not
When we
hyperbole.
look at parents
She
like
is an
Lincoln
enemy
Riley's
of
mother
women.
yesterday, as she talked about
Period.
the heartbreaking loss that should have never
Period.
happened. Rachel Marin's family there.
Period.
Sarah Root's family there. Jocelyn Nungberry's family there. They deserve an FBI that is focused
That's
on
right, Jane. Let
finding
cops
these
be cops
criminals
equals
and getting them out
police
of here.
brutality
my
and
question
violence
for you is I'd like for you to
on
talk
a
about that.
scale
You've talked about
never
cleaning
before
up
seen,
America, making it safe
even
and secure
in
for
light
its
of
people. Please
the
tell the
violent
American
past
people
of
your
this
plans.
country.
Thank you, Senator. I really appreciate it. And the 2 themes that, if I'm confirmed, that I have for the FBI are really just going back to keeping it simple. 1, let good cops be cops. 100,000 drug overdoses, 100,000 rapes, 17,000 homicides. That's only with 70% of the precincts reporting in. That is violent crime exploding out of control. We've got 38,000 employees at the FBI.
We had
and
this
as I
hearing,
alluded to
sir.
earlier,
We had this
a
hearing.
third
You're
of them, almost a
misinterpreting the
third of them
crime
working
data
in and around the Washington,
and the
DC
revisions
area.
that
Well,
were
those
made
crimes
to
are
it.
committed out in the rest
You're
of America.
misinterpreting it.
And
You
I'm
don't
gonna
know
let
how
good
to
cops
read.
be cops and put handcuffs on the bad guys and put child molesters in prison and put murderers in prison and make sure
Okay, we'll
CCP
start with the
fentanyl doesn't
rapist
kill
that
another one of your
hired you,
constituents.
okay?
That's track
The
1.
one who
Track 2,
credibly raped a
to restore the
13-year-old
trust in the
at least
FBI.
once in
That is
the
degraded, not by my opinion, by the
purview
Gallup
of the
poll, that
Epstein,
only
okay?
40% of Americans
Let me tell
have
you
trust
right
and faith
now,
in the FBI. It
you
is
have a rapist
cataclysmic
problem
failure
in your fucking
leadership
administration.
to get to that point that did not happen over time. And so what the FBI must do while tackling
have a
violent crime and
convicted
protecting Americans' national
rapist
security and our sovereignty
as president.
is work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats, to expose any
Oh, no, she's not
government
Stepford Jane.
corruption,
She's
provide
Gilead.
government
She's full
accountability
fucking
through
balls deep Gilead.
transparency, and
Full
get you
fucking
all
balls
the
deep.
documents that you are the custodians of. The FBI reports to Congress. If I am confirmed as FBI director, I will report to Congress. And I will just save you.
And she's
with
not
this
just a
one
pretty
caveat
face,
here
okay?
about my
Rad, trad,
personal
creep, yeah.
experiences with the FBI.
She's not just a pretty face
The men
or
and women
whatever
of the
you would
FBI
consider
do
that.
the most courageous
I don't.
work on God's green earth.
But
I was fortunate
she's
enough
fucking
to
evil.
utilize FISA 702
She is fucking
national
evil.
security measures to prevent a shopping mall from blowing up in Houston and the state capitol from being attacked in California. Courageous men and women do that work every day, and these are cases you never hear about. Instead, the only things you hear about are the baseless conspiracy theories and attacks levied at me. Well, here's something for America. You can say whatever you want about me. If I'm confirmed, bring it on. But you will not denigrate the men and women of the FBI
Oh my
that saved this
God,
country.
this is such fucking
Amen.
bullshit
Thank
if you listen
thank
to anything that he
And
says
speaking
about the
of,
FBI.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how you're going to make sure that those men and women have the opportunity to get out and about throughout the country. And so when we look at that, obviously Huntsville, Alabama, to me
Redstone.
is a Redstone. That's exactly right. Redstone Arsenal is a beacon of what we should look at, putting our men and women out amongst the very people that they serve. And so in my next few minutes, I certainly want to talk
want
to you
you to
about
talk
that. I'll
about
save it for the
ending
next
all the
three.
FBI stuff
But just
here.
finishing up on what's happening at our border. We saw under this previous administration that there were about, I think, 1.7 million special interest
Amazon
aliens that came across our border. I think the House Judiciary Committee put it out. That's obviously
Amazon
from the 26 countries
hair.
that DHS determines have the greatest threat here in our
Amazon
homeland.
hair.
When you're looking at how
It's
do you tackle
everywhere.
that? So, they're
It's
in the interior.
Amazon
Additionally, the people on the
hair.
terrorist watch list, the
Yeah,
hundreds
yeah.
of people that have been released into our country. How do you man your men and women to go and
Well,
find those individuals
Wait,
and
what?
make sure that
Wait,
our,
you're
our
not
country is
ICE, are
safe?
you? Is he
This
in
is gonna
charge of
require
ICE
a
too?
collection of law
What? Wait,
enforcement,
what?
we call 1811
What?
agents across the various agencies, specifically HSI and Secretary Noem are going to be prioritized with tasking and going after illegals to follow the law and the orders issued
Christy
by the White
Noem?
House.
Crispy
but also
Noem?
at the same time, the FBI possesses
Christy
an enormous
Clown?
amount of resources to go into
Christy
our
Clown?
jails and find those already imprisoned and with pending
Christy
deportation
Noem
orders,
Clown?
with pending
Christy Clown Noem?
violations of their parole status. So if I'm confirmed, the full resources of the FBI, where appropriate, will be committed to that cause, but I believe primacy rests with other agencies.
Only
Excellent. Thank
I
you so much.
am allowed to denigrate
Senator
the
Schiff.
fine people of the FBI.
Mr. Patel, early in this hearing,
Bring it, Adam.
Senator
Do
Durbin
something,
asked
you
you about the
stupid
January
fuck.
6th choir of inmates whose song you promoted, and here's what you said. I did not have anything to do with the recording. I did not have anything to do with the recording. Do you stand by that testimony, Mr. Patel?
Senator, what I said was I didn't do the recording.
You said you didn't have anything to do with the recording,
Ooh.
which is interesting because here's what you told Steve Bannon on his podcast. So what we thought would be cool is if we captured that audio and then, of course, had the greatest president, President Donald J. Trump, recite the Pledge of Allegiance, then we went to a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it out
was
as
the
a
royal
song
we,
now
and I
releasing
wasn't part of it. Wait, what?
exclusively on the War Room. We. If you had nothing to do with it, Mr. Patel, why did you tell Steve Bannon and all his listeners that you did?
That's why it says we, as you highlighted.
Yeah, and you're part of the we, right? When you say we, that includes you, doesn't it, Mr. Patel?
Not in every instance.
Well,
Oh, the blink.
that's new. So when you said we, you didn't really mean you. Is that your testimony?
Not unless you have a new definition for the word we.
Oh, okay. I always thought we included the person who pronounced the word, but maybe not. Well, you also said this, Mr. Patel. We were able to capture the recording thanks to their courageous singing, and we were able to take it to a studio. So let me ask you, Mr. Patel, after saying we took it to a studio, did you take it to a studio?
Me personally, no.
After you said that we digitized and recorded it and all that, did you take it to a studio and digitize and record it?
Me personally, no.
Okay, so you were lying to Steve Bannon and his audience. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was using the proverbial we appropriately, as you've
the
identified.
royal we.
Oh, my
I
God.
see.
Oh, it's the royal we.
And so you certainly promoted the hell out of it, though, didn't you?
I don't know what that means, but I promoted the heck out of raising money for families in need.
With promotions on social media and saying you were going to get this to #1 on the billboards, right, Mr. Patel?
I think it did.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Isn't that great? People who violently attack police have a #1 song thanks to you, Mr. Patel. That's something to be really proud of. Now, you've claimed, Mr. Patel, you didn't know about any of these people in the choir. Is that right?
I did not know about the violent offenders, and I did not participate in any of the violence in and
tell
around
me-
January 6th.
Tell me, Mr. Patel, what due diligence did you do
to find out who was in the choir before you promoted their beautiful music? These people who assaulted law enforcement. What due diligence did you do?
Senator, I didn't record it myself.
So you did no due diligence before you promoted this song by these violent felons. Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I did not record that myself.
So you're being considered for director of the FBI. And here you did no diligence to find out whether people you were associating with now the President of the United States in song were convicted of attacking police officers. Is that who we want running the FBI? I want you to turn around. There are Capitol Police officers behind you. They're guarding us. Take a look at them right now. Turn around.
I'm looking at you. You're talking to me.
No, look at them. I want you to look at them if you can, if you have the courage to look them in the eye, Mr. Patel, and tell them you're proud of what you did. Tell them you're proud that you raised money off of people that assaulted their colleagues, that pepper sprayed them, that beat them with poles. Tell them you're proud of what you did, Mr. Patel. They're right there. They're guarding you today. Tell them how proud you are.
That's an abject lie, and you know it. I've never, ever accepted violence against law enforcement. I've worked with these men and women, as you know,
you
my entire
glorified
life,
it in song,
and I did
Mr.
not make
Patel.
a single dime out of
In
it.
song. Well, let me.
How about you ask them if I have their backs, and let's see about that answer.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patel. Let me ask you this. If an FBI director promoted a song of people who sprayed pepper spray in the face of an FBI agent, would you say they were fit to be director?
Mr. Schiff?
Yes or no? Would they be fit to be director?
I am fit to be the director of the FBI.
If you were the FBI director and you promoted a song with someone who beat an FBI agent with a pole, would you say you were fit to be FBI director?
Mr. Schiff, I am fit to be FBI director based on my 16 years in government service.
And yet you did all these things, Mr. Patel. You can say, oh, I support law enforcement. I decry violence against law enforcement. You could say all that. It's what you did, Mr. Patel, that matters. It's what you did that matters. Well, let me ask you about something else that you did, Mr. Patel. Did you claim that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago? Did you claim that?
In what proceeding?
To the public, ever. Did you tell anyone that Donald Trump declassified all the documents at Mar-a-Lago?
From publicly available information, President Trump issued a declassification order on a variety of materials.
I'm just asking you, did you tell the public, did you tell anyone, did you make the claim that Donald Trump had declassified those hundreds of classified documents that were at Mar-a-Lago? Did you make that claim publicly?
From my best of my recollection, I said President Trump issued a declassification order to a large number of documents.
Yeah, and were you present when he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents?
Senator, I'm not saying he declassified all the Mar-a-Lago documents. I said President Trump declassified a large number of documents, and I would hope this committee and the rest of Congress would want to get those documents to the American people.
Mr. Patel, before a president or anyone declassified documents, wouldn't you want to know whether making the public would cause sources to be killed? Wouldn't you want to know that before you just declare they're all declassified? Wouldn't that be the responsible thing for a president to do?
It was the responsible thing for us to do. That's why we declassified the Nunes memo.
And did Donald Trump declassify?
And no one died.
And did Donald Trump ever ask any of the agencies who produced those documents whether declassifying them would put people's lives at risk? Did he ever do that, to your knowledge, Kash Patel?
I don't know that he didn't. Do you?
No, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? So let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if you would, Mr. Patel has said he has no problem. He would support the release of his grand jury testimony in that case. I would ask you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, to join me in requesting, with Mr. Patel's approval, the release of those grand jury transcripts. And I would also ask Mr. Patel whether you support the release of Volume 2 as it pertains to you of the special counsel's report. Any reference to you in the report, to your truthfulness.
It's been fucking dismissed.
Will you support the release to this committee
Let's do it.
of those sections of Volume 2 of special counsel's report?
I support following the law and providing whatever information the law requires.
Well, you said to the Wall Street Journal that you support transparency. Here's your chance, Mr. Patel. You support release of that to this committee, yes or no?
Your time's up. Before I call on Senator Tillis, I have letters here from law enforcement groups representing 310,000 officers.
Oh, police
supporting Mr.
unions?
Patel's,
Fantastic. Oh, there's nothing wrong with police
nomination.
unions.
And they'd be like the Association.
They're the
Police
ones who stand up for cops
National
that
Police
beat the shit out of
Association,
people.
United
So
Federation
fuck
of
them.
Police
Fuck
Officers,
police unions.
Police Benevolent Association, United
Yeah,
Coalition
Max, he
for
really should
Public
have.
Safety. I'll put these in
He
the
really
record.
should have put out the fucking reports.
Senator, tell us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Patel, thanks for being here. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Welsh, for being so measured and respectful in the way that he engaged with you. I just want to cover a few things, and I don't know if it'll take 7 minutes.
What was that little
or not.
side dig? Fuck
I want
off.
to go back to the we versus
Yeah,
I,
Schiff did a good
since
job.
it was the last discussion. Other people may not have been paying attention. I've only missed Senator Booker's questions, but in your exchange with my colleague from one of my former states that I lived in, Louisiana, he repeatedly said you with respect to preparing a memo or documents, and you repeatedly said we. So you are somebody who's not like a lot of people around here that say I a lot, even though it was the we that got things done. So I, for one, appreciate how you focus on that. Now let's talk about how things change over time.
That was the lamest gaslight in the history of gaslighting.
Ever claimed that President Trump was legitimately elected. I know that Stacey Abrams never.
Karen, you're so right.
really,
It's so ridiculous watching Patel relax every time the Democrats' time is up. Like he doesn't know that that's a major tell of his qualification.
I don't know what's wrong with you simply saying that President Biden is duly elected. Now, I believe
he's just going to shut the FBI down, Karen. He's not they don't have any role. They'll just become like a Stasi or something.
Now we're going to create a wedge between you and the president and other people by using that word that they
just
want
to have their own little
exploit
investigations and shit.
President
Come
Biden
on
was
now.
duly elected.
That's just,
I don't have any problem with saying
we can't fool ourselves that there's anything other than that.
On January the 6th.
Vendetta kind of shit.
Now let me talk about
I know
January
he's not even
the 6th.
trying.
Y'all may not know this. I don't know if it's public. I can't imagine why it'd be classified. This was the room.
I hate this.
That we retreated to on
I know
January the 6th.
They always use Stacey Abrams.
I was the last Senate member out of the chamber. I was actually approached by one of the vice president's details saying it's time to go. Part of it was because I was really angry and a little way wanted to fight, which was probably not a good idea.
Angry?
But what I saw, and what I saw for these people, and it's unfair to tell you to get up, order you to physically get up and turn around. It's a great tactic used frequently here in the committee.
You did it with Merrick Garland.
But you were right to engage the senator respectfully in a line of questioning. I looked at all the ones who were in the chamber on January the 6th, and they were heroes. I looked at the ones after I transcended down the stairs and went into the trains connecting the Capitol. Those heroes were bloody. They were bruised, and they were still holding the line, and we saw and heard people 50 yards away. Every one of those people in the Capitol, I've said, were thugs, and I don't apologize for it.
Hold on. Hold my beer, Mr. Tillis, because we've got some words to remind you of. Hold on just a moment.
To identify every single document. I can tell you now that I am now officially a representative for Donald Trump at the National Archives. And I'm going to march down there. I've never told anyone this because it just happened. And I'm going to identify every single document that they blocked from being declassified at the National Archives. And we are going to start putting that information out next week.
Wow. Wow. So what do you anticipate that will do? What will come out of that?
Yeah, it's the back end of what you just referred to. As Devin said, you haven't seen half of it.
Yep.
All this information that they want to, they want to say, oh, Russiagate's over, Donald Trump it's not over. It hasn't even begun because half this country still thinks when they hear Russiagate, they think, oh, that time because Adam Schiff told us Donald Trump colluded with Russia. That's not what happened at all.
Right.
And our children are learning the opposite of that as well because the mainstream media and Adam Schiff continues to lie. So we're going to continue to put out children's books. The Plot Against the King is one. But we're going to come on your show. We're going to go on the Reawaken tour. And every time a document is declassified, it's going right up on DurhamWatch.com for free. And we're going to make a big announcement every time. I want the two FISAs to be fully declassified I want the insurance plan to come out that the lovers concocted that we've known about for 4.5 years.
The
that the American
DOJ
public still hasn't
recently
figured out.
settled with Lisa
And I want
Page and
to know,
Peter
or I want
Strzok.
to educate the American public
So
on
they
how
settled,
deep the FBI lied.
which
And
is
their level of
basically
corruption went. It
admitting
wasn't accidental.
that they
It
should
was
not have been
orchestrated by
fired
James
from their
Comey and Andy
positions.
McCabe
That's
and their
right.
underlings, and they're
Justice
still doing that illegal work, as testified to by FBI.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Karen, I'm going to give Pee Wee Herman a pass on the light gray suit. You're right. Thank you for that reminder.
We ran.
You're not
I mean,
late.
we
That's a
can't
great
make this stuff
reminder.
up. And so we're not going to stop. That's why I say people are like, Russiagate's over. It ain't over. We're just starting.
He's the only one that can do it. He's it. Oops. Okay. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. Oh, whoops. Wrong one.
They were either caught up in the moment and didn't do damage to a police officer, or they harmed a police officer, and I disagree absolutely and said it on the Senate
they
floor
were caught up in the moment?
with the pardons of people
that-
who did harm to the president, and I've had conversations with
Wait,
you
what?
that suggest that if you had been consulted on that, we'd have probably had a little bit different structure for the pardons, folks. This man understands what happens when the leadership of a law
He's a
enforcement
simp
agency
of the same
fails to
guy.
protect
Give me a
their own.
break.
And I have to admit that in the last administration, I saw a commander-in-chief who looked the other way when you should have been saying the people who were mostly peaceful protesters in Kenosha with a building burning in the background,
What?
well, they had
Oh
a
my
righteous
God.
cause.
Isn't
so
that
it's
like-
okay if they
oh,
harm law
wasn't
enforcement
that
or
set
public
by, like,
safety officers. And when they damage
covert,
the federal
like,
building
fucking
in
boogaloos or
Portland
something?
and they harm police
Jesus
officers
Christ.
there, I
I'm
didn't see
sick
anybody
of all the
calling for
mishmash
arrest
of
in the
stories.
insurrection in those government buildings, federal buildings. Folks, let's be consistent because I am.
We are
I said it
consistent.
then,
Pull
and
the
I said it
reports
now.
on the
These folks are
arrests
heroes.
and
They
the
got us to this room. We
adjudication
spent
of the
hours
2020
here.
folks,
And
okay?
they were so
shut the
successful
fuck
with
up.
securing this
You're not
building, we went
referencing any
back
facts.
the
These are
same
all
day
your
and finished our
feelings.
job.
It's feelings.
That only happened because of these proud law enforcement officers, and I know you would support them. Okay, let me take a breath. You answered the question on Section 702, but I have to refer to my friend
GOP
Alex
are
Padilla. We co-chair the Mental Health Caucus together. I love working with them. One of the problems around here with people who pretend like they're bipartisan, but they never do it when it's hard, is that they also make it more difficult for other people. When Section 702 was reauthorized in April of 2024, we had 4 or 5 of our members agree to walk the plank to make sure that and I didn't, by the way, because I wanted the reforms done. But I have to say, I'm glad that they did. Because I just had a colleague say they were guilty of bending a knee. What they were guilty of is protecting this nation. Now, were they happy that the reforms weren't done? No. I've heard John Cornyn say things. Mike Lee's got a lot of, Senator Lee, Senator Cornyn. They've got a lot of great ideas and we should reform it. But that's what's wrong with this place, folks. We just had somebody here try and do an offhanded hit on people that, on a bipartisan basis, reauthorize something that's critically important for keeping this nation safe. So I guess the inference is next time, don't do that. Be partisan. Go dark. Endanger the U.S. So come on, guys, let's be real here. If anything, I hope I've been consistent on. Let's just be balanced. You know, really? You've had colleagues, we've had colleagues on the other side of the aisle called President
Do look at
Trump.
the link.
an
I'll
illegitimate
pull up the
president.
link that Gal just shared.
We have the witness has acknowledged that President Biden's election was certified. If you want him to use a specific word, what are we in high school? I mean, come on.
No, we're actually not.
So-
and it actually matters.
I do have to tell you though, Cash, I've hit bingo a couple of times.
That's so gross. This is
and
gross.
I have a feeling by
This
the
is
time we
gross.
get to the 3rd round, we will again.
Hope you put a lot
This
of
is
money on it.
gross.
Senator.
That's
You
gross.
know what?
That's
You know what I
disgusting.
put a lot of, I
That's
won't
disgusting.
call it money, but capital on? It's the due diligence I've done on you and the extraordinary job you're doing in this committee.
Wow.
One of the reasons you're seeing frustration among people asking you questions
What about
is
this
you're
picture of
composed,
you and
you're
Ivan
respectful,
Raiklin
You reached out
from
to every one
yesterday?
of them and asked to meet with them. They've thanked
Where's
you
that?
for doing
Where is
that.
that
I suspect
picture?
that those
Where is that? I had
conversations
that
went a
pulled
lot
up
better than the
somewhere.
TV personalities that we've seen today. So I've
Shut
got
up,
50
sir.
minutes. You want to wrap up on, and I'm going to come back
Let me
for the
find
second
that.
round. You want to wrap up on, let me just ask you this question. I went to the floor yesterday to make it very clear. I've been thanking these Capitol Police officers, and I told them I actually thought that the pardons of people who did harm to police officers sucked. And I told them that at every one of these security entrances when I come in, and I stand by it, and I respectfully disagree with the president or whoever likely gave him advice, because the president has to rely on best advice for some of these executive orders. But I make no apology for saying that the men and women on Capitol Hill that got us safely to this building are heroes. The people who harmed them are thugs, but they're out now. So here's their opportunity, Mr. Patel. You find the people that you were convicted of harming, call them, write them a letter, apologize to them. And if you don't, and you come to Capitol Hill, I will track you down and I will burden you until you do. Now I've run out of time. I'll be back for a second round.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Moody.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. I know this has been a long day. I am the junior most senator, so you know I go last. But ever since I got here, and it's been a whole week, I get told two things when I rush up to my fellow senators. Number one, are you Senator Britt? And number two, you know the Senate is a body that is deliberative and calm. And I'm anything but. So I don't know how the next couple of years is going to look, but I hope that they'll bear with me. Serving as the AG
like
over
a
the
shit
last 4
show.
years, I've seen a lot of things out of these agencies that I never thought we'd see in the United States of America. I know my fellow attorneys general around the nation would agree with me. In fact, some of them
Wow,
are
the
here today to
fundy
support you. I'd
shit
love
is
to
just too
introduce them if
much.
they'll
Yeah,
stand
Ashley
up.
Moody's
The
a
Attorney
fucking
General from South Carolina, the former
fucking
Utah
DeSantis.
Attorney
Is she a
General, Sean
DeSantis
Reyes.
simp?
I'm sorry, Alan Wilson. I
guess.
didn't say your name. South Carolina AG and Louisiana AG Liz Merrill. They
I mean, she's
joined me.
ingratiated
Thank you for
herself
being
to
here.
everyone,
They joined
clearly,
me
so
in signing
doesn't
on
really
to a letter
matter
supporting your
who she's closest
nomination.
to.
And we did that while I was still the Attorney General over a week ago. They came here today to support
All right,
you.
DeSantis,
and
yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I know that you've been referencing a lot of letters that you've been entered into evidence. I'd like this
I know
to
you've been
be
referencing
entered
a lot of
into,
letters. I have a
the
letter. I
record.
wrote a
Sorry,
letter.
I'm talking like a trial lawyer.
Yeah, you're talking like a child, actually.
With consent, please, sir.
Yeah.
This is signed by 24 states attorneys general that support the nomination of
I don't
Mr.
know which
Patel.
24. They're probably the stupidest
One of
states.
the things that I have been most upset about is
are
watching
you?
federal agencies take more and more and more power.
Really?
And step all
Like
over
extrajudicial?
the dual sovereignty of state, local,
Excuse
state and
me?
local law enforcement and investigations
Excuse
and
me?
prosecutions.
What?
I know you, like me, served in both the
Oh
state
yeah, she's
criminal
very
justice system
convincing. Oh no,
and the federal
Ashley's a
criminal
skilled professional.
I
Don't
was a
get it
federal
twisted.
prosecutor, a
She's
state
not.
judge and a state attorney
She's
general,
a
and I know
evil
you
bitch.
crossed over those jurisdictions.
Yep.
Do I have your commitment as the director of the FBI that you will respect dual sovereignty
Yeah,
of
so
the
you
federal
respect the
government, the,
states.
FBI, to pursue its investigations
Absolutely.
of federal
You
laws,
can,
and
Senator.
respect
You
local
can
and state
absolutely
law
count on
enforcement
me.
pursuing violations of their own laws, even when there may be overlap of investigations?
Senator, not only do you have my commitment, if you
I'm
may,
going to double
for the
dog
first time
dare. I
ever, the
mean,
National
promise.
Sheriff's
Pinky
Association has
promise.
endorsed the nominee to be the director of the FBI. 3,100 sheriffs, deputies across the country have endorsed me for one reason, I think, primarily, because I'm committed to local
Would that
level
be the
law enforcement and
CSPOA,
state
the
jurisdiction.
constitutional
Washington,
sheriffs?
D.C. cannot fix the problems
Pussy
of this
boys
country,
of America?
but everyday cops can and do it every single day. And so if I'm confirmed as FBI director, we're going to work with local law enforcement.
Pedophile, because the son of Richard Mack was
everything we can, but we are not
was convicted of child sexual abuse.
Just as much as anyone here.
You mean like those kinds of
Florida
sheriffs?
will be happy to hear that, as well as Americans. As you know, after the second assassination attempt, which took place in the state of Florida against a Florida resident, now President Donald Trump, many people were surprised that that could happen in just over 2 months.
Katie seems to be a little concerned. Did you see
Many
that like
people were
turn and go,
shocked
what are you going
that
to talk about?
A would-be assassin could get that close to
What are
a
you gonna talk
president
about?
after it had just happened so quickly. So needless to say, many Americans, and certainly for Floridians,
Well, I don't run the Secret
demanded
Service, ma'am.
a transparent and accountable investigation of that
Oh,
second
oh, that,
assassination
okay.
attempt.
All right.
I
I think they
tasked,
did,
along
actually,
with law
didn't they?
enforcement in Florida, to pursue that investigation.
Didn't they?
And every step of the way, federal law enforcement, the FBI specifically, and the attorneys.
Do you support Ivan
federal
Raiklin's
attorneys
plan to
frustrated our
castrate
efforts. Told us
members
we
of
couldn't go on the
Congress
crime scene. They wouldn't share evidence.
to the point where he actually put
suggested that we
the
would be
castration
violating the law
tool
if we
in his
pursued our own
tweet multiple
investigation,
times,
even in the
indicating that he would
face
castrate
of us telling them and
actual
informing
Democrats?
that a 6-year-old girl
Do you support that, Mr.
almost
Patel, given this
died
picture that we see
as
of
a
you
result
standing with Ivan Raiklin
of
yesterday?
state and local law enforcement having to shut
Do
down
you
the
stand by
roads
what
to
Ivan
pursue
Raiklin is saying
that
about
would-be
members of
assassin? I'm
Congress
not going to use his name.
and justices and judges?
In an unprecedented action,
Talk about unprecedented, bitch.
because of these frustrated efforts, I,
Talk
as the
about
Attorney General of Florida, had
unprecedented.
to sue the DOJ and Merrick Garland because they refused and obstructed our ability to prosecute and investigate our own laws against one of our own citizens.
Well,
even
Julie,
in the face of such distrust
hold my beer.
of the FBI, who was pursuing an investigation against the victim himself. So at a time when you have data that shows that Americans' trust in the FBI is at its lowest point in history, when the FBI is not trusted by local and state law enforcement, can you think of a better time for the FBI to say, yes,
I have
Florida,
ear guy.
investigators, come in,
Hello.
let's work this together, not to the detriment of the investigation, but in a collaborative effort. Can you think of a better time to have done that rather than hide beside some wall
Thank
that
you
they
for
said
letting me use that,
prevented us
Julie.
from moving
Thank
forward
you.
with our own investigation?
It's going to be evergreen, I think.
Senator, off the top of my head, but let me just say this.
Off the top
Law
of my head.
enforcement is not supposed to be territorial. Law enforcement is not supposed to be a turf battle. Law enforcement is best done in this country when it is complementary, and it should have been done in that
I don't
instance.
want to cause any
Do I have
issues
your
with the
commitment?
googly
Now, mind you,
eyes.
I'd like to enter into evidence the complaint that we filed against Merrick Garland, the complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief. This was a result of the FBI obstructing our investigation at every turn. Do I have your commitment that as soon as you are confirmed, which I believe you will be, that you will address this suit, interface with the investigators and the lawyers in Florida, and begin cooperating with us so that we might pursue justice for that little girl?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I'll just finally end with, yes, I have had a lot of work experiences, as you have, working
I do.
on
I
the
think a
front lines
little,
with law
I think a little
enforcement
perm would work.
to go after those
Katie
violating
Britt always
laws. But I
freaks
am
me out.
also
You're
the
right,
wife
Oren. Good call.
of a law enforcement agent, federal, now local. We need somebody at the helm that understands the mission is to stand on that line between good and evil, between crime and chaos. There is no other mission. And we trust that you're going to right-size this agency and set it back on course. And I am proud to support you.
Thank you, Senator.
Is there any objection among the committee for her request to insert things in?
Wake
there?
up.
Hear none, so ordered. Now we start our second round, 3 minutes each one. I've spoken on this issue many times. I may have even discussed it with you in my office. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force inappropriately briefed me and Senator Johnson. That briefing was later used to falsely tie our Biden family investigation to, you can expect it,
He was taking a little pappy nap.
Our investigation
Just a little
was
pappy
based
nap.
on records
Don't
from
wake
both
Grandpa.
the Obama and the Biden administrations, along with various bank records. Over 4 years later, the FBI has yet to provide us the underlying intelligence that they said formed the basis for the briefing. So if confirmed, I want you to work with me to finally get to the bottom of what happened here, including providing me and Senator Johnson with related records.
You have that commitment, Senator, if confirmed.
Defund the police movement and other anti-law enforcement rhetoric has reduced morale among law enforcement, and maybe some of that's carried over to the FBI. I don't know. But what will you do at the FBI to help improve morale and increase retention of the brave men and women serving at the FBI or in law enforcement generally?
Senator, I think the answer dovetails with the mission set of the FBI. In order to increase recruitment, in order to maintain the force capacity at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we need to incentivize police officers and good cops to be cops, to let them get out there and do
Rest
the
in
mission
power,
that
Janie.
they signed up to do, which is protect our community against gang violence, against rapists, against thugs, against murderers, and against terrorists. And I will prioritize, if confirmed, every resource that we have to make sure the 1811s in the field and the FBI staff are dedicated to that mission set alone. And if we achieve that with the work of congressional transparency, then I believe the retention rates
Iggy, I'm
and
gonna
the
find
enrollment
that.
rates at the FBI will skyrocket.
I'm gonna find
You
that.
spent 10 years.
Which Chuck? Wait,
in
I missed that. Oh, Grassley? He's the
public
pigeon
defending.
guy.
What's the biggest
He's
lesson you took
sundowning on
away
Twitter.
from that experience?
The awesome
sorry,
powers
I'm
of the
sorry,
United
that was a
States
terrible
government
joke.
when bearing down
I'm a
against an individual
comedian,
charged
I'm
with some very
sorry.
serious crimes. Some heinous
Anti-humor.
crimes. And the biggest lesson is twofold. One, that the defense has a right, every defendant has a right to constitutional due process, and not a piece of it, but all of it, 100% every single day. And on
Okay.
the other side,
Well,
there
how do
needs
you
to be a
feel about when
measured
people are
action
convicted?
that follows constitutional due process and doesn't violate the civil liberties of those
Oh, good
that
idea.
we are
Yeah, good
seeking
idea.
to hold against violations of law. And that balance is
I
one of
should
the
probably
most
be more
important
careful.
lessons I
Although I
learned
don't
as
have a
both
huge
public
audience,
defender
so it's
and
not
a
like-
national security prosecutor at the Department of Justice.
80 years ago,
Ah,
Attorney General
when I
Robert
was
Jackson
when I
said
was
something
40.
like, being a prosecutor is the most powerful office in the country because he's got the power to ruin people.
Oh my God, what a great set.
You've probably been
Oh,
up against
I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
Jim. I'm not trying to lighten or
mentioned
make any light of that situation. I deeply, deeply feel for all of us who have family
brought up
members who have
public
experienced that.
at 41%.
So I'm sorry about
So,
that.
In a general way, without going for an hour, tell me what you're going to do to increase the public trust of the FBI.
Yeah, what are you
Simple.
going to do?
Make sure we don't have 100,000 rapes in this country next year. Make sure we don't have
Oh,
100,000
can we
drug
hold you to
overdoses
that?
from Chinese fentanyl,
Oh, wait,
Mexican
you're saying
heroin.
can we hold you to
And make
that?
sure we
Wait,
don't have
what?
17,000 homicides.
Okay.
Those numbers need to
Ooh.
be cut in half immediately.
Okay,
And the public
immediately.
will regain trust in the FBI and law enforcement.
Wait a minute.
once
How do
we
you
achieve
do
that
that?
mission.
How do you cut them in half? How do you, what? How?
Mr. Patel, I have 3 or 4 things, and I'll
Durbin,
try
fuck
to
him
get
up.
through them quickly. First is this. When it comes to the issue of violence in politics, I personally believe it has no place in politics.
Agree, Carla.
Whether it's violence against Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
we would
at
find
the
a place
Butler
for
County
Mom
Fairgrounds,
real
or
soon.
violence against
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's
Yeah.
husband in her home, period. And those people who, Proud Boys, whatever the heck they call themselves, have no place in this country as far as I'm concerned if they espouse violence in any form. Do you agree?
Yes, Senator.
Let the record show we actually agreed on something.
Ooh.
Number 2, the reason why we keep asking, which may
Yeah,
sound a little
hearts out,
silly
Jim.
to the audience here.
You're
why are
doing
we so
yeoman's
concerned
work
about this
too,
choir
you know,
singing a
really
song? What's that got to do with it?
engaging with your mother-in-law.
is,
I
who are you
love that
gonna
you
care
guys
about?
do
Who are you
that.
gonna
I know
help?
that's a lot.
Are you going to help those victims of
It's
January
a lot to
6th?
add a lot of that,
Policemen
and it's
and their
emotional and
families?
everything that
Are you
comes
gonna
with
help
it.
people who were arrested for assault?
I really admire
I
that
think
about
the
you.
J6 choir looks like a tribute to them, characterizing them as political prisoners and unlucky, and just patriotic people who may have gotten out of hand. Do you see the difference?
I can, excuse me, Senator, I can appreciate the difference, but I think my track record shows which side I fall on.
Well, that's why we keep asking.
You know
do you do
what?
with the money
It
that you get
does.
from this
Funny you should
music,
say
and
that.
Who do you give it to? And you've really kind of ducked and dodged and said, I'm not aware of this. I had
Uh-oh.
nothing to do with
Can
it.
we look at the disbursements?
We actually give all the money. Nobody made any money. All proceeds went through a 501c3.
I'm talking about the creation of the musical work.
Yes, all the money.
Oh, I need to look
profits
up that
went to
501c3. What's the name of
non-violent
his thing?
offenders' families and other groups in need.
The point I'm getting to is not what happens to the proceeds, but who created this musical masterpiece.
Can someone
Who
drop
was
the
in
name
on
of
this
his
creation,
thing
who
and-
they chose to be the members of the choir, and you profess to know nothing about that. Is that true?
I did not have any participation.
I mean,
or
it wasn't
recording.
America's project that put it out, right?
It's going to be difficult to understand how you can disperse the money and have nothing to do with the recording. Let me ask you about one of the conspiracy theories, one of the major ones that I've heard you associated with. and that is whether or not the FBI planned January 6th. Why did you say that?
Senator, I appreciate the
That
opportunity
really
to address
makes a
that.
huge
That's not
difference
what I said.
to have her
The entirety
close
of
by,
the statement
yeah.
attributes my conclusion based on the public record that the FBI utilized sources in and around January 6th, and the Biden Inspector General confirmed just that.
So it's Cash's Corner, and the date is December the, I can't read the writing, it's so small here. It looks like it's December 2002. And what did the FBI know before January 6th? And you said, what was the FBI doing planning January 6th for a year? Want to send this down to the desk so he gets a chance to look at it?
Oh, so it's from
Why did you
2022?
say that? Did you think the FBI was really planning January 6th for a year?
Actually, Senator, I'm grateful that you raised
Oh, I'm
this
so
point. You should watch the
grateful.
entirety of the episode. This is
I
the
don't
problem
wanna-
with
I don't wanna
taking
do that.
snippets. Well, let me inform you then. What it says is it raises an interrogatory asking why government resources were utilized. I've run resources
Why you
and
wouldn't
sources
work
at the FBI.
confidential
I've
human
run
sources?
overseas.
What?
It takes months for source developmental
What
networks.
resources were utilized a year in advance of planning?
That's the question I'm asking, and the
There's
Biden
already been a
Inspector
report
General
about it.
answered that question in the affirmative.
There's a
that
very
multiple
detailed report
sources were
about it,
utilized, and I was
recently
simply trying to get to that
released.
answer.
What the Inspector General came
They
back with
released
was,
a
quote,
report,
"There
you
is
stupid
no
shit."
evidence that the FBI had undercover employees in the various protest crowds or at the Capitol on January 6th.
And there is
no evidence.
There's a huge distinction between undercover employees and sources. I know because I ran them, and anybody in law enforcement knows that
So
too.
you
What
think
are
the
you
FBI
talking
was
about,
planning
sir?
January 6th for months ahead of time?
Once again, that's not what I said.
Yes, well,
Well,
read your own words.
yeah,
maybe that's
actually
good
it
stuff.
is. But
I'll just say
okay.
one last thing. We've talked a lot about fentanyl.
I
and
know,
stopping
you're
it
really
from
good
coming
at
to the
this
United
dodge
States.
and
If
weave.
you were successful in becoming head of the FBI, I wish you good luck and do
Yeah,
everything I
you
can
should
to help you.
go.
But
I'll
don't
go
forget
watch my
those
9
traffic
interviews
moving
on
in
that
the
Nazi
opposite
show and the
direction.
balance of
What
the
are we
show.
sending
Great
back to
program. Got to have
Mexico and
context.
Money
Great to be
and
back on your
guns.
show again.
Money and guns. Please look at the whole equation. We've got to deal with all aspects of it.
That's a great point. I will say.
Oh, give me coffee. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that.
Mr. Patel, I've been
Sending you
pleased to
so
hear
much love.
bipartisan concern echoed in this hearing.
It's been a hard,
bipartisan
hard
opposition
season.
to
I
the
just,
political weaponization of government, including and
lot
especially
of
involving
loss.
the FBI. I'm also encouraged by comments that you've made quite consistently on this front, being opposed to political weaponization. The National Sheriff's Association has weighed in recently expressing concern with the safety and security of our country based on what they refer to as the law enforcement policies over the last 4 years. Let me read you what they said. They said they're concerned that, quote, the law enforcement policies of the last 4 years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability, close quote. What do you make of that statement? What are they referring to there?
Could you just repeat the end of that?
Yeah, they said they're concerned that, quote, the law enforcement policies of the last 4 years have undermined the rule of law and burdened our nation with great risk and vulnerability.
Senator, my assessment of that is that they are referring to some people in positions of leadership that have politicized the law enforcement mission. And I have spent a career removing politics from law enforcement, and that's what the National Sheriff's Association is all about, and I believe that's why they endorsed me as a nominee for the first time ever.
So that's why they like you. That's why they support you. That's why they've chosen to come out fully again, in support of your nomination, of getting you confirmed, because you share that view, a view that has been expressed by nearly every member of this committee today, I would add. And this group, a very large group of law enforcement officials from throughout the United States of America, has come in support of you because of that. As they do that, they express confidence in you specifically and in your ability in particular to bring back, quote, transparency, integrity, collaboration, and commitment to excellence within the FBI. Tell me what you'll do in order to do that, and how you'll commit to work with other law enforcement, both within the FBI, elsewhere within the federal government, and with state and local law enforcement officials to bring that back.
Senator, the only way to truly remove weaponization and
it is a long
politicization from law
goodbye.
enforcement
And it's very
is to follow the Constitution.
hard
And if you look at
journey.
the FBI's website and their mission statement and their core values, each has 8. And the 8th and last core value of the mission statement on the FBI's website right now is fighting violent crime. That needs to be number 1. The 8th core value out of all core values on the FBI's website right now is rigorous obedience to the Constitution. That needs to be number one. Reorienting these policies with an effective leadership in place to follow the law will allow us to achieve a singular standard of constitutional law enforcement. And that is the only way you remove the weaponization from politics and, from law enforcement. And that's what the sheriffs are talking about, and that's what cops are talking about.
If men and women were angels, we wouldn't need government. If we had angels to govern us, we wouldn't need a constitution. We're not angels. We don't have access to them. So we got to follow the rules. And that's your top job. I appreciate your support for the Constitution.
Senator Whitehouse.
Mr. Patel, you supposedly know something about grand juries. I just went to the DOJ website to get language. I'm quoting it. Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E prohibits most persons present during the proceedings from disclosing what transpired inside the grand jury room. However, the proscription does not apply to witnesses. Do you now, as a grand jury witness, authorize this committee access to a transcript of your own testimony?
Senator, I authorize this committee to get whatever is appropriate and lawful, as I've said before.
Specifically including the transcript of your grand jury testimony, which you have the authority to authorize us to obtain.
Well, I don't know if I singularly have that authority. I don't think that's how grand jury testimony works. The Department of Justice.
You do, because you are the witness who can do that.
There's also a court order on that case, sir.
Separately, you can get grand jury testimony by court order. The witnesses can always reveal their grand jury testimony. Do you authorize us to get access to your testimony?
I authorize this committee.
Oh, I just found the 990s for Cash's Foundation. There's some shit here.
And we are
There
only,
is something.
you're speaking
There's
in
some
circles
stuff
now,
here.
because we're only lawfully
I really hope they looked at the
authorized to get that
990s.
with your permission as the witness. Do you give us that permission?
Senator, I'm not an expert on this.
Oh, thank you,
constitutional
Teresa.
standard, and so I
It's
can't
not-
commit to something.
It's not
that I
expert.
don't
It's
know.
like super simple. Grand jury rule
This is
6E
fucked up.
doesn't apply to witnesses. This is not hard. You are a witness. That is a simple fact.
I'm just
you can
relying
authorize
on my
us
time
to see it.
as a prosecutor, where grand jury witnesses were not allowed to share what they were testifying to, and when I was commissioned
Grand
before
jury
the judge,
witnesses are allowed to speak about what they were told in the about what they said in the grand jury, unless they're under a specific court order. Are you under a specific court order not to reveal your testimony in the grand jury?
Senator, I can't go
Here
into
right now?
I can't go into court orders granted by the D.C. District Chief Judge.
If they apply to you, of course you can.
You want me to violate a court order?
You're saying that there's a secret court order in which you can't tell whether you're subject to a court order or not?
I'm telling you that if you find the applicable court order and it permits this request.
I don't need a court order if you give authorization.
I'm not the one that has the authority to do that.
Yes, you are, as a witness. You're just wrong on that. Second, the FBI has records related to the criminal investigations of Donald Trump. Will you protect those records in a manner consistent with ordinary FBI document preservation practices as head of the FBI?
All records will.
No destruction of documents to please Trump?
No, I think he put forth a memo saying all records must be preserved.
Good.
Are you done?
Time's up.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, did you listen to what my colleague, Senator Welsh, had to say about politicizing the FBI and the Department of Justice?
I did, sir.
I did too.
All right, I'm going to stop him for a minute. And this, hold on. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. Sorry, this is where I get a little, I don't know everything about accounting when it comes to nonprofits. I mean, I'm not an accountant by trade, so I don't know everything. But I know kind of where some of the red flags are, right? When you're looking at a nonprofit, because they have to file a 990. And they have to, that's not optional. So let me show you. Let me make this a little smaller. Hold on. It's gonna be hard to see, but I'll link these documents. You have to create a free GuideStar account. So if you can create a free GuideStar account, because even if I show you the document, I might be able to download it as an actual PDF. But anyway, regardless, it's not that hard to get this, but it's very helpful when it, oh, sorry. Janie, I need you guys to move. Hold on. Janie. Hold on, darling. Okay. All right. So, oh God, you really can't see this. Okay. That's fine. Hold on. Sorry. God, this is the stuff I like, and it's like, this is hard to explain if I'm not showing it to you. Okay. Fuck me. Where is it? It's not there. It's there. Okay. So let me just make her big. All right. And then let me make it big. Okay, so this is a 990, and on the this is for 2023. And so this is where they this is like when it matches your financial records, but you guys are smarter than I am when it comes to this shit. Anyway, here's my point. One of the first red flags I see is that in the statement of functional expenses, grants and other assistance to domestic organizations and grants and other assistance to domestic individuals. Okay, so the total expenses, this just means that they're calculated as program expenses. That's nothing as important to this. But anyway, total expenses somewhere around, what is that? $212,000, right? That's like $212,000. I know it's hard to see. I'm so sorry. So, okay, well, that's interesting. All right. But then I go down and I look further down the expenses. And I see, oh, okay, fees for services, non-employees. All right, I don't know what this means. These are probably consultants. Okay, these are probably consultants. So $32,000 for management consultants, $69,000 for legal consultants, $10,000 for accounting consultants. That's pretty normal. But then I get to this one. Advertising and promotion. $332,000. 150% of their program, their direct service, where they're supposed to be raising the money and just passing it through, because that's what he made it sound like, right? Didn't he make it sound like that? They had a 501c3 and they passed the money through. I don't know if this is the one he passed it through, but I'm imagining it is. So that to me is a red flag. Now, of that, they're saying that only $214,000 of that $332,000 was a legitimate program, i.e. a direct service. How is that possible? You can't do that. You can't do that. Well, they didn't spend $250K to raise $500K. That's bullshit. Anyway, bank and credit card fees, all other okay. So then, all right. So fine. Their functional expenses, including almost half of this is advertising and promotion. $736,000 is their functional expenses for 2023, I guess. All right. Of that, almost half is promotion and advertising. All right. So that stinks. That's a bad nonprofit right there. Bad, bad, bad. Okay, now I want to see a little more. I want to go a little deeper, and I want to tell you how much they raised. So let's look at their revenue. Wait, where's their revenue? Is that before this, or is it? Yeah, maybe it is. All right, statement of revenue. Here we go. Okay, so here's their revenue. Did a little backwards, but that's okay. So in 2023, they're saying that they raised all other contributions, gifts, grants, and similar amounts. So they didn't have any membership or fundraising events. They didn't get any government grants. They didn't get grants from other organizations. So they're saying they raised $1.2 million in 2023. They spent $736,000 of that $1.2 million raised, which is a huge surplus, which isn't bad if you're an organization like a school, for example, where you want to build some surplus so that you have rainy day, right? Good operating, tranche. So, but this is excessive. This is excessive cash on hand. Okay. Gross sales of inventory. So these are the sales of probably the shit. Oh, okay. So it cost him $155,000 to produce whatever goods sold, right? Earned revenue. And they sold a total of 240,000. So they made 84. Not undecent, but I don't know what that is. And it certainly doesn't map up to everything. So 1.293 total million revenue, 760,000 in expenses, half of which was promotion and advertising. That's just what I've seen on my first glance. But that stinks to high fucking motherfucking heaven. I don't care who he is. All right, let's go back to Fog. Well, I'm going to move past Foghorn a bit because we get the point.
In particular, the FBI and DOJ critically rely on
I'll
inspectors
put the
general
links. I mean, I'll
general
somehow get
counsels
these
for
PDFs.
advice.
So if you're curious
As
and you're a
Chair
nerd
Grassley
like me
and
on this,
many of us have
you
long
can look at them too.
recognized federal agencies rely on the independent oversight of inspectors general, and agencies depend on the legal advice of offices of general counsel.
Yeah,
as
and
you've
here's the other
testified today,
thing.
it's
Their
your
legal
intention to
probably was
lead
Jesse
the
Banal's
FBI
law firm.
within
I
the
wonder if
boundaries
it's
of
how
law
he
and the
sued
Constitution.
Jim
Last week,
with money
President
raised
Trump
from that
fired
foundation.
more than a dozen inspectors general and provided no
Oh,
notice
great.
to Congress.
990s are also
We
available
passed
on
a law in
ProPublica.
2022
Awesome. Thank you.
requiring the president to provide Congress with a substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons, 30 days before the removal of NEIG. How many days?
This
has
is why I'm
President Trump been
confident in
office?
who I am, okay? Because I know why I'm here. And I know what I'm doing. And I know, judge me by my enemies. Because I know
I'm not great at math, but it doesn't sound like it.
that this is
You're an
wrong.
attorney. Did Trump
For
facially
everyone.
violate this law in terms of the timing of the firing of the inspectors general?
Senator, I'm not going to entertain a hypothetical on legal violations, but I will look into all possible legal violations referred.
I'll simply say that for those of us concerned about the quality and the duration of service of inspectors general, this was troubling. And frankly, I think it is a facial violation of a law passed by Congress. In September 2023, on the Great America Show, a podcast.
But I'm not going to
you
drag
said,
it.
and I believe I'm quoting accurately, all these general counsel's offices throughout every agency and department need to be slashed in half because these lawyers just come in there and they come in there to slow down and paralyze the movement of the America First agenda. Mr. Patel, does that comment suggest that if confirmed, it would be your intention to fire the career civil servants, the lawyers in the FBI's general counsel office?
No.
Could you give us any reassurance that it would be your intention to listen to the advice and counsel of the Inspector General of the department and the general counsel of the agency?
With addressing those in order, Senator, with IGs, as you know, I believe, and I've shown throughout this proceeding that IGs have provided invaluable service in Republican and Democratic administrations. And I think they're critical, and we must have competent IGs going forward. Similarly, with general counsel's offices who are stocked with career employees, those employees must continue their work so long as no employee politicizes the work and mission of the FBI.
Thank you. My core concern about these firings of the IGs,
I know, that's why I
about
picked it out.
the independence of the agency, have not been fully satisfied. I appreciate your answers here today, but I remain concerned by your previous statements and your answers
Are you
here
Susan
today.
Collins
Thank you, Mr.
concerned, or what are we talking here? What's the level of concern?
Has some unanimous consent.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I have two letters here.
Grampy's
I'd ask
awake.
unanimous consent they be entered into the record. One is from William
All right,
Webster,
he's fine.
FBI Director under President
The famous
Carter and
lawyer?
Reagan, and CIA Director under Reagan and Bush. He's in the audience. And another from 23 Republican former law enforcement officials. These are letters
Gauntlet
in opposition
thrown.
to the nomination.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
No.
Patel, in the first round of questioning, you and I talked about the politicization and weaponization of the FBI and the Department of Justice. That has significant negative consequences in terms of undermining trust in the FBI and the Department of Justice and abusing the power of the FBI and the Department of Justice. But it also has consequences in that it diverts resources at the FBI and DOJ from urgent law enforcement and national security priorities. I will tell you, when I go back home to Texas, I am somewhat regularly asked by Texans, should we abolish the FBI?
Somewhat regularly?
Now, my answer to that is an emphatic no.
Who are you talking to?
The FBI has a critical mission
God.
of stopping bad guys, whether serial killers or human traffickers or child molesters
Cal,
or terrorists.
no one talks to Ted Cruz.
But it
Give me
says
a break.
something that a sizable percentage of America has so lost faith in the Bureau
Sir, you're lying.
that
Nobody
they believe it
talks
should
to
be
you.
shut down.
Oh, there we go.
I
Gal
think
dropped another link. How Kash Patel's
allowing
charity
the
aided Trump
FBI
and
to be
Patel himself.
politicized
Thank you.
has
God,
resulted
great.
in far too little attention being placed on very serious national
God, we have the
security
smartest
risks
chat on the internet.
that
Fuck
we
off
face
everybody
right
else.
now, including for the last 4 years.
We are the most
As a
amazing
result of the
people.
open borders that we've had, over 12 million illegal immigrants have come into this country.
If he's not in Mexico.
And I believe as a consequence of
Is
that,
he even
we
welcome
face
back
a
there
greater
anymore?
risk today of a major terrorist attack than we have at any time since September 11th, 2001.
Wait, I thought it was before Trump was.
You
I
have
thought
well
Trump
over a decade of
scared
experience
everybody
in
into
national
submission.
security and law
What happened to
enforcement.
that part?
In your judgment, do you agree with me as to the magnitude of the threat we face right now of a potential terrorist attack?
It's as high as I've ever seen it, Senator.
And describe to
What
this
about the
committee
U.S.
what the
domestic
FBI
terrorists?
should be doing
Mr. Cruz.
to prevent future
Yeah,
terrorist
the 9/11
attacks.
hijackers were in the U.S. legally, Ted.
Working hand
Okay.
in glove with our intelligence community and obtaining information that directly relates to the FBI's
Yeah,
criminal
I
mandate.
agree with
on
him,
an
and it's because of the
intelligence
intentional
basis,
weakening
thwarting
they're
and
actually
prosecuting
doing.
and
Thank you.
stopping any terrorist attacks here and any homegrown activities abroad that are directed at the United States of America, along with countermanding the CCP espionage rings in this country, which dovetail
Oh,
with the
wait,
foreign
the
terrorist
CCP espionage rings. What
Does
catchy
it
gang name
concern
do they
you
have?
that Customs and Border Patrol in the previous administration instructed Border Patrol agents in particular to be on
But
the
have they
lookout
taken over any
for Hamas
apartment
or
buildings
Hezbollah
yet?
or Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists crossing our southern border? Does that concern you as a risk to
Are you talking
Americans
about the
across
Epoch Times, sir?
That, along with the fact that the prior Homeland Secretary and the prior
Perhaps.
FBI director testified to Congress that there are dozens of known foreign terrorist
Are you
affiliates
talking about the
in United
Shenyang
States of
boondoggle?
America, and they don't know where they are.
And it will be your priority to stop them. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna
Cash's
ask you some easy
podcast
questions.
was on Epic
I take
Times.
it from what you have said
or Epoch
to a
Times
couple
or
of my
whatever the
colleagues
fuck you want to call it.
that while we may disagree on the meaning of Rule 6E as to getting the transcript, you would not object to this committee seeking access to that transcript.
No.
And you're aware
That was fast.
that Rule 6E permits you to talk about your own testimony. Will you testify to this committee, let's say in a classified setting, as to what you said to the grand jury?
Senator, I'm here to testify to this committee about everything I'm allowed to, and my
You're
understanding-
allowed under Rule 6E to tell us what you said to the grand jury. This is kind of the first day that an assistant U.S. attorney goes to the first grand jury and is asked by a witness, can I talk about what I told you? And the answer is yes, you know.
Senator, I will consult with counsel and provide the appropriate answer.
Let me just say right to the point, Mr. Patel. What are you hiding? Why won't you tell us? You testified under a grant of immunity after taking the Fifth Amendment, as you're privileged to do, and the appearance here is
When
that
you're
you
guilty.
have something to hide. I submit to my colleagues on the committee, we need to know what the grand jury testimony is. We need access to that second volume. And you have no objection to our seeking it, but you won't tell us, even in a classified confidential setting. I think that position is disqualifying.
That was days of testimony years ago. I don't have the ability to recollect
Well, you can
that.
refresh your recollection with access to the
transcript.
Let me ask you another topic. And I really regret that you won't cooperate with us on the grand jury testimony. Would you object to the firing of the Department of Justice Inspector General Michael Horowitz?
Would I object to it? That's the providence for the Attorney General to make. It's not something I would participate in.
But you know of his work. It's been bipartisan, very thorough, competent, objective, impartial. He has been critical in Republican and Democratic
I
administrations.
know. He is a
Won't
brat.
you object to his firing?
I think he's done a great job, but it's not up to me to decide who stays and goes at the Department of Justice.
But I'm not asking you to make the decision. I'm asking you whether you will take a stand.
I'm just a baby. I don't know what money is.
Speak up. Stand up in favor of a watchdog who has helped preserve the integrity of the Department of Justice and aligned himself against waste and fraud and abuse.
If the Attorney General asked me, yes, for my opinion.
Volunteered.
Would that be
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Bondi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I want to continue on a brief topic I mentioned earlier and one that we discussed in my office when you came to visit in December, and that is Redstone Arsenal and the FBI assets and the men and women that will report to you when confirmed that are there in Huntsville, Alabama. So I really want you to come and visit with me. The state-of-the-art facilities that we have there, you're pretty incredible. I mean, when you look across the board, we have the ballistics research facility, the hazardous device school, we have TDAC, which is the terrorist explosive device analytics center, and last but not least, obviously, what is sometimes referred to as headquarters south. We have the sprawling north and south campus of the FBI. Look, there has been over $4 billion invested there. It is truly remarkable the training that is going on there. They are delivering to missions when it comes to emerging technologies, investigating lead generation, security, and contracts personnel and human resources, just to name a few. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time in my 3 minutes to dive into all of the incredible work that's doing there. But
we're all glad
just
for
want to
that.
reiterate that the workforce occupying these facilities, they were moved from D.C.
Don't
to
fire them.
Huntsville.
We got rid of
They
those
are
DC
working
swamp
diligently
rats.
each and
We
every
moved
day
them
to
right
make
down to
sure that,
Alabama. They're
men
next
and women
door,
in uniform are
actually.
the best trained, equipped, and
Yeah,
ready
that's right.
that there
They're
is.
next door. I go over and I
would
bring
love a
biscuits to them
commitment from
sometimes.
you,
To
just
the
come with
boys
me to
and the
visit
girls
those facilities,
over there.
see what those men and women are doing, what they're learning, and all of the training that's right there at their fingertips.
Senator, you have that commitment. and this
I
is
just
a great
imagine she has a
example, real
creepy
quick, of the
basket on her
FBI's
arm
capabilities
more
and
often than
infrastructure systems
one
around
might
the country
think.
that already exist to the tune of
And
billions.
if she was walking up to my
And not
house,
only
I
is it,
would lock
believe,
the
a
door.
38,000-acre sprawling campus.
And I sure as
this
shit wouldn't
Congress
eat anything
billeted
she made.
2,500 seats, but 4,000 seats still remain open. So let's go to work. I'll come to Alabama and let's fill those seats.
Absolutely. I love it. I love to hear that. And another thing, too,
That's
obviously,
right.
as we've looked over the last couple of years,
I'm
I'll
all
put my
excited.
operator hat
I'm so
on.
excited.
The budget, obviously, for the FBI has been decreased.
Come on down to Alabama.
Obviously, you're going to help us return America's trust in the FBI. But as we look at that and we try to make those numbers work, I just want on your radar. I want you to be thoughtful about this.
I know, gal.
It's
I'm
easy
with
to
you,
say, let's
girl.
cut
I'm with
training. That's
you.
an easy
I'm
thing
sick to
cut
my
first.
stomach.
I think that's the worst
I
thing
feel
that we
like
can
that
do.
was.
We want to make sure that
Come on
our
down,
men
Alabama.
and women are ready,
Come
that
on
they're
down.
ready to
Come on
find
down.
leads
Come on down.
that lead to
Come
child
on down
trafficking
and sit in my
rings and other
kitchen.
things. And you've
Come on
talked about
down and
the
drink
rapes,
some
the
sweet
fentanyl overdoses,
tea.
the murders.
Come on
we
down,
want to make sure
Alabama.
that we are equipping them with all the tools
And
necessary
take me in your arms
to
and
make
kiss
those strides for the American people. And so just want your commitment.
Take me in those big
from
burly
you that as
arms
we
of
look at
yours,
these
Mr.
things, that you will
Patel.
take a good look at training and make sure that that's not the first thing that gets cut.
Absolutely.
And
High
let's
standards
just
and
let's
merits.
sit
Thank
around
you
my
so much.
fake kitchen island, have a little bit of coffee.
Thank you, Mr.
How do you
Chairman.
take yours?
As we
Sweet.
talked about, Mr. Patel, truth incredibly important.
Oh,
in an
Amy.
FBI director, and a number of the things
Are we
I
double
asked you
gunning
about
it?
in
Come
the
on,
first
Amy.
round,
Boom,
you didn't
boom.
recall, or you wanted more context. I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record. That was about when I asked you about the Capitol Police officers who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. You said, and I quote, "I don't think that's accurate." I actually have the transcript here, which was reported by the Washington Post. And that was in March of 2024 on Joe Pack's podcast. He asked you, the Capitol Police in that fake January 6 committee, they didn't tell the truth, did they? Patel, no. Not just them, many others. And lying under oath is a federal offense, and they should be investigated for it. Do you believe that about the police officers?
That's a general statement and a mischaracterization of what I said. I encourage you to read the rest of the interview. This
Oh,
is
really?
why snippets of information
Does it
are
get
often
better? Did it
misleading
get better?
and detrimental
Are
to
you
this
kidding?
committee's advice and
That's your
consent
flex?
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions, and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow. In September,
Wow,
you
what a
referred
fucking
to
asshole
the
you are.
FBI's Intel branch, which was stood up after 9/11 and works to protect us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, unquote. And you said you wanted to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. It was the same sentence where
We
you
know
said about
Republicans
turning
don't
the
like
FBI
pronouns, but
headquarters
maybe
into a
review this for your
museum.
next prep
Do you
memo,
really
Mr.
think that
Patel.
closing the Intel branch
The
will make
pronoun
Americans
we.
safer?
Again, it's not
We
what I said.
live here.
The intelligence component of the FBI has seen some politicization and weaponization that we've discussed here today, and intelligence collection capabilities belong in the intelligence community. Having served in both law enforcement and intelligence communities, I'm uniquely qualified to bring the intelligence limited component back to the FBI that ties back to the legislative mandate of prosecuting and investigating criminals.
Okay, last, I will end early, Mr. Chairman. You said in May of
lunchtime.
2023, this is important to all of
Oh,
us
wait, is it?
because
No, it's
Musk
tea
is
time.
playing such a major role in the government right now. You said Elon Musk cares about 2 things, your data and his money. Do you still stand by those words?
I don't have that entire quote, but that's what it says.
It was in you were angry because of an endorsement of Governor DeSantis in Florida, and so you were defending Donald Trump, and so you criticized Elon Musk, and that was the context for it. And you said Elon Musk cares about 2 things, your data and his money, and it matters to us because he's playing such a major role in the government. And so I just wonder if you think that's true.
I don't have that full quote in front of me to respond.
Thank you.
I'm sure he said something really nice before and after. I was kidding. That was parody.
Thank you, sir. It sounds to me like my fellow senator is
Shut the
trying
fuck up,
to
Ashley.
get you to move FBI headquarters to Alabama. I have a full list of why it should move to Florida. And at
Are
the
you
very
kidding me
least,
right
maybe
now?
A Florida-Bama FBI HQ. Good people there, good recruits. We would fully support it.
I hate this cunt.
Moving on
I
to a
hate
more
both these
serious
bookended
matter, I know you
cunts.
would be shocked to learn this. As AG and as the chair of the Human Trafficking Council in Florida, we saw trafficking explode around the nation as a result of the Biden administration wide
Good.
open
I hope they
borders.
drag
It's no
him,
surprise
Jim.
to anyone. But it might shock you to know that the National Human Trafficking Hotline.
Oh,
that
thanks,
was
Julie.
funded
Take
by
care.
Congress
Do your mama
to
stuff.
report tips to law
Aw,
enforcement
good
in the
mama.
last 4 years,
See you later,
decided
Julie. I'm glad
that
you're
they would
back.
no longer
Nice to
report
see you
tips
again.
to law enforcement, that they would take a more victim-centered approach. And this fell in line with a lot of what we saw over the
They
last 4
want
years with
to
people
track
saying things
pregnant
like defund the
women.
police,
That's what these
abolish
women
the
want to
police,
do. I'm sure
nonsense
Ashley would be
policies that
all on
lead
board
to an
with what
explosion
bitchy Brit
in
wants to
crime.
do.
You and I
Okay?
both understand that from our prior work
Britch.
experience.
Absolutely.
Britch wants to
So there
track
was a
pregnant women in
CEO
the
that was
United
put in charge
States.
in the
That's
last
fucking
4 years
Gilead.
who said that
Fuck off.
that we cannot arrest
These
our
women.
way out of the human trafficking problem. And I quote, trafficking in all its forms
You have
is
a
the end
horrible
result of
state for human
inequities,
trafficking,
abuses
you
of power, and
cow.
massive
Never mind.
systemic and government
You've done
failures.
nothing.
Do you believe that that is in fact the cause of human trafficking, or is it the result of evil, heinous humans that seek to profit off of others' pain?
The only people responsible for human trafficking are the criminals that intentionally traffic in humans, in children, and exploit
I was just
them.
LARPing.
And if I'm confirmed,
I was-
it will be one of the top
it was
priorities
locker room
to make
talk.
sure that doesn't happen in this country, and that we find the thousands of missing children that are still
I
missing.
think it is.
I, along with many of the other attorneys general in this nation in a bipartisan fashion, not only demanded that they begin reporting tips to law enforcement so that they could follow up and go after the traffickers so that they didn't continue to victimize others, but we also came to Congress and tried to get funding pulled, or at least a mandate that they do what they were created to do, and that is to report tips to law enforcement. Do I have your word moving forward as someone who understands the necessity to go after traffickers, to not only identify and rescue victims, but to ensure there aren't other victims? Do I have your word you'll work with me to come to Congress to make sure that that happens so that that can never happen again?
You do, Senator.
I'm proud to say in Florida, we were able, when we didn't get that result here in Congress, we started our own hotline. It's one of the first in the nation. And no surprise, we immediately
Ouch.
rescued 10 victims of human trafficking
Ashley,
that were being held by
did
force
you
in
get them
massage
from Joel
parlors.
Greenberg?
Reporting to law enforcement works. It allows us to
Really?
rescue and save
Did you go to
lives,
Joel
and I
Greenberg
know
and
you
get
will
some of
bring
your
that mission
victims?
focus back to the
Because he
FBI.
donated to your
Thank you, Senator. I
campaign
will.
quite a few times, it looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to touch on something that's been on my mind lately, and I will tie it back to this hearing. We have seen a wholesale attack and assault in the past 2 weeks by President Trump on the value of diversity. Through his executive orders, he is seeking to dismantle over 60 years of work to promote equal opportunity in the federal government. His pronouncements have gotten so bad that apparently the Defense Intelligence Agency issued a memo 2 days ago that it would no longer commemorate Martin Luther King Day, Women's History Month, Holocaust Day of Remembrance, or Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and so on. Why is there such a fear of people who are different? In Hawaii, we celebrate diversity and know that it gives us strength. It is part of what makes Hawaii and America great. Mr. Patel, earlier you shared some deplorable racist rhetoric that had been used against you. As someone who has also been the recipient of this sort of hateful language, I am deeply sympathetic. I also note, Mr. Patel, that in the past, you have recognized the value of diversity. Back when you were in law school, you signed on to an amicus brief in the Grither case, supporting consideration of race in law school admissions. I hope that joining the Trump administration will not cause you to change your views on the value of diversity. Reflecting on this hearing, it is sad that we are considering Mr. Patel's nomination despite his gross inadequacy to do the job of FBI director fairly and objectively. Yet there is no question that much pressure has been brought to bear on my Republican colleagues.
She was
to
Florida
support
State AG.
this
She took over Marco
nomination.
Rubio's spot.
For example,
DeSantis
a man
appointed
named
her.
Mike Davis has been threatening my Republican colleagues. He said that this vote was a red line, that if Senate Republicans don't vote to confirm Mr. Patel, his organization, a group called the Article 3 Project,
is probably going to disappoint the audience to hear what I'm about to say. Now, those who are watching it.
Tradition that we've had anchored in the FBI since 1972.
Appreciate that, and thank you for your patience.
To talk about areas that we can work together
What
on.
happened to Mazie Hirono?
Senator Padilla and I actually worked together. We
The fuck
co-chair
just
the
happened?
bipartisan mental health caucus, and I believe it's actually one of the most important pieces
Apologies,
of
I
legislation
don't know what
we've
just
done.
happened.
I didn't get a whole lot of Republicans to vote for it, but a fair number, and this is working extraordinarily well. Would you commit to me to go into the Nix Center in West Virginia and just
Is
see
that literally
how
a book with your
extraordinary
fucking
this
picture
has,
on the
come
front
to
in
be,
color and two
how it
other
hasn't
people's picture
resulted
in
a
black
mass
and white on the
confiscation of
side?
guns,
Is
but
that
it
what
hasn't
you're
resulted
holding,
in a
sir?
propagation of red flag laws. In fact, the
Are
plain
you
text
kidding?
of the,
I wasn't
of the
skipping around. It
legislation
skipped ahead.
is not allowing money to flow to
I didn't
states,
skip around.
unfortunately, including Florida, that we believe have not gotten the due process right quite yet, so that we would actually fund red flag laws that make sense.
Okay,
This is
what?
what
This is a
bipartisanship
book with
produces.
his picture on
Now,
it. Look
you're
at
not gonna
that. That is
see any
his picture, and
bipartisanship
two
in your
people are
confirmation.
standing at the
Look,
side of
we had
him
Pam
on each
Bondi
side
here,
in
and we
gray.
had people on this committee talking about a friendship or a
What
friendly relationship
the hell
in the past. The fact
is
is,
going
it was
on?
a shirts and skins game. Blue voted no, red voted yes. It's going to be the same thing for your
Is it?
confirmation.
I don't think it is actually,
But
because I
Mr.
think there's
Patel,
people
I
that aren't
tell
going
you,
to
I
vote
have-
for
it
him
has
on your
been,
party. I'm
a
sorry.
distinct honor to do the work with you to get you ready for this hearing. You did all the work. I just, I'm kind of like the person on the sideline giving you some suggestions, but you did an extraordinary job. And you're going to be held to a high standard. I hope you listen to, and if you don't remember it, listen again to what Senator Kennedy said. There are folks like us that are tired of the pendulum swinging back and
Tired
forth.
of the pendulum
We
swinging
want
back and
to
forth
be
and hit me in the
Senate
face.
that confirms an FBI director, that rights the ship, shows consistent respect for the rule of law and the Constitution, consistent respect for all law enforcement officers, and I absolutely believe you're up to the task, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
Before I close the meeting, you have anything you want to say? Nope. I've got something here that's directly related when in my opening statement, I said I want the members of this committee to think about something that's brand new.
Oh my God.
And it kind of deals with this whole exchange we had today in regard to the grand jury testimony. So I want to read, based upon whistleblower disclosures that I made today, it's clear how unfair and corrupt the Trump
This is the
prosecution
Associated Press.
was, and that's created a little faith at best in the grand jury process. We shouldn't allow part of that corrupt process to be used by this committee against the nominee. An example, one
Who said
document
this?
I made public today, DOJ officials literally concurred with Thibault to open the elector case against Trump, and that included a grand jury investigation.
What is going on
Jack
here?
Smith's lawfare efforts and its corrupt process should be what this committee investigates. Mr.
Are you
Patel,
kidding me?
thank you for your testimony today. Your
Are
family
you?
and friends who are here.
I'm not going to listen to any more of that. Okay, I don't know what happened and why it would have gone that way. Wow, what the hell just happened? Wait, what just happened? Should I go? Is there another, like, wait, hold on just a second. Hold on. Just hold on just a second. Just bear with me. Just stay with me for a minute. Just hang in there for a second. I think we're being bamboozled. No, I don't know if Cory Booker went again. Hold on. I don't know why. Okay, well, that's the clapping of the end of it. Did we miss part of it? Because I stopped it. I don't really get it. Hold on. No, I think we saw it all. I think we saw it all. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Did we miss a big part of it? I hope not. Okay. Anyways. All right. Well, we're going to go back to Tulsi. Tulsi. I'm going to actually skip this. I don't care about this bullshit exchange with Susan Collins.
Questions in, so I'll be brief, and if you can reciprocate, that would be very much appreciated. We've been talking about Section 702, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and I believe it's critical that the
Neil.
DNI support additional reforms to protect the privacy of law-abiding Americans. In your written response to committee questions, you wrote, and I quote, "Warrants should generally be required before an agency undertakes a U.S. person query of Section 702. Is this your current position?"
Yes, it is, Senator. And as you'll note in that written response, I noted some exigent circumstances with which there may be other options. But I also want to make a note that a simple warrant requirement is ultimately going to be a policy decision that all of you will make. I would point to history, to some examples.
Time is short. I'm glad you answered in line with your written answer that you support a warrant. Section 702 also involves a huge loophole now that was included recently that could allow the government to force anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router or cable box to secretly participate in the warrantless surveillance program. Do you support, as I do, eliminating this language?
Senator, I would have to look more into that and assess, if confirmed, what the impacts of the implementation of the existing safeguards are and come back to you and Congress as you look at reauthorization.
It is a massive loophole, and I hope to hear, after you've looked at it, that you'll be supportive of my efforts. Let me turn now to the question of the Inspector General situation. Can the President of the United States refuse to fund the Inspector General for the intelligence community despite appropriations from Congress? And here I'd like a yes or no.
Senator, I don't know about the legal authorities, but I understand the essential role that the inspectors general play. And if confirmed, look forward to empowering our inspector general to fulfill their responsibility.
Good, because Congress either has the power of the purse or it doesn't. And I think in your answer to me, you recognize that you have an independent obligation to follow the law. I think that's a constructive answer. Let me turn now to the matter of spying on journalists. You wrote in your response to the committee questions that you support the Biden administration Department of Justice's policy restricting the collection of reporters' records, and you called for the codification of those restrictions. Will you reconfirm that position this morning?
I believe strongly in the First Amendment, which protects a free press.
So you will, in effect, say that you will continue to support the Biden administration policy to protect journalists?
I'm not familiar with the specific Biden administration policy, but I believe strongly in the defense of the First Amendment.
But wait, you just said, wait, what?
Restricts the collection of reporters' records, and you have called for the codification of those records, so I'm going to accept that you're not changing your position, and I appreciate it. I got time, I think, for one more question. While you were in Congress, you introduced legislation prohibiting the government from mandating that Americans' phones or apps include mechanisms to allow the government to bypass encryption or other privacy technology. In your written responses to the committee questions, you reconfirmed your opposition to these mandates. Is that still your position?
Yes, these back doors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties.
You are being very helpful by moving so quickly. Let me turn to whistleblowers. You wrote in your response that whistleblowers must have clear, protected channels to report concerns, including the unauthorized transmittal of classified information to appropriate entities such as members of Congress. Do you agree that IC whistleblowers must have a clear path to this committee and that they don't need permission from agencies to talk to us? That's a yes or no.
Senator, the answer is clearly yes. I would like to state a few other actions I would take if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence is, number one, make sure that we don't have illegal and unconstitutional programs within the intelligence community, making sure that we enact security clearance reform to limit access to our nation's top secrets, make sure that every single person in the workforce understands their rights as whistleblowers and the legal channels to take, which would include coming directly to you as members of Congress, as well as establishing a direct hotline to myself should they choose to take that path.
One last question, if I might. Would you support the declassification of the committee's full report on the CIA's torture program?
Senator, I believe in transparency. I have not seen this, and so cannot make an honest assessment for that answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Welcome, Ms. Gabbard. Congratulations and thank you for your service to our nation. I hope you will take to heart the chairman's comments about the exploding bureaucracy, not only in the government generally, but in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. This is a critical role to be played, but unfortunately that role is not made easier or more effective by such a large, unwieldy bureaucracy. Do you believe that the President of the United States should get all of the lawfully collected intelligence that's available in order to inform his judgments as Commander-in-Chief?
Senator, not only is the answer a strong yes, I would say that it is the Director of National Intelligence responsibility to make sure that the President has access to all the intelligence so that he can make the best informed decisions for our country.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct.
And the President's daily brief, and we've heard that that is composed of about 60% of it's composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others. You and I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the President.
Gal,
so
thank
that
you
we
for
don't
everything
have
you do. Hi, Hags.
Which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence collection.
No, he doesn't. You're right,
areas.
Max.
And
he wanted people to maybe tell him.
Agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the President, with dissenting views is very important. Are you aware that overwhelmingly the courts that have looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and any potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence?
I'm aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue is, number one, the decision about a warrant requirement will be yours to make, not mine as the Director of National Intelligence.
You'll be the Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as policymakers. Admittedly, you're not going to be a policymaker, but you certainly will inform us. And wouldn't you do agree that the courts have overwhelmingly held that a warrant is not required, correct?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the court rulings. What my commitment is to make sure that we uphold the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans in protecting against unlawful seizure and search. There are many different ways to do this. The devil is in the details. There are examples of how even in situations
bird in
under
the hand
Title
is
I
worth two
where
in
a
the
warrant
bush.
is required to surveil a
Title
U.S.
I-
person.
Title I is different.
A watch
Correct.
pot
I
never
agree with you on
boils.
that.
But my point,
And that
Senator, if I may
was
just
misused-
finish.
Excuse me. If that was misused in the case of Carter Page, and basically an FBI lawyer lied in order to secure that warrant.
Oh, okay. You got your point in. There you
which is
go.
why there
Good
is-
job,
What would be
Cornyn.
necessary to be shown in order to establish probable cause to a judge in order to obtain a warrant?
Again, Senator, that's not for me to say. That would be for you all to decide and for the Attorney General to weigh in on.
Do you know what the elements of probable cause are and whether that's a practical and workable solution?
This is the center of the debate, the high standard of probable cause that's required to get a warrant, and why this will continue to be a conversation. Again,
Yeah, there's
with the
going to be
Attorney
some
General
good
weighing
links
and all of
in
you,
this description
in
of this
Congress making
video by
policy decision.
tonight. So if
The
you
CIA
want,
director,
make
John
sure you
Ratcliffe,
check back and look
said
at the
during his
descriptions of all the
testimony before this
videos,
committee that
because
he believed that a warrant
99%
is
of
not
them
only
have the
required,
links that we've
by
gone
law,
through.
but is actually
So highly
impractical.
recommend. Today I
Do
have
you
a
disagree with
ton
that or
of
agree with
links to put on this.
I will be in a
So
better
it will
position
be a
to make an
great
assessment on the practical
resource.
implications of this.
Thank
if
you,
confirmed as
everyone,
DNI. My
especially
commitment
Gal, for
remains to uphold
dropping
the
all that
Constitution and
information.
Americans' Fourth Amendment rights.
Really appreciate all you
Where would
folks
the
so
warrant be
much.
sought? Would it be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or would it be in some other Article III court?
My understanding is that it would be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Are you aware of the fact the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has held that a warrant is not required?
I am aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome. You traveled to Syria and Lebanon in January 2017. Bassam Kawam personally paid for that trip, and Bassam and his brother Ilyas accompanied you to both Lebanon and Syria. The Kawam brothers have links to the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, an ally of Hezbollah. And in fact, in 2008, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party participated in the assassination of a former Lebanese prime minister and assisted Hezbollah in Beirut. When did you become aware of the links between the Kawam brothers and the Syrian Social Nationalist Party?
Senator, thank you for your question. Just a point of clarification. I paid for my own expenses and travel on that trip. I was not aware of any accusations of these two Lebanese Americans associations until after the trip occurred.
And that's when you reimbursed?
Correct.
Because
Correct.
Because
Not because of, I wanted to make sure that there were no perceived conflicts of interest.
Oh!
I addressed this specific question to these Lebanese Americans who had organized.
No, we're going to stop right there, Tulsi. All right, let me tell you what happened. They paid for her trip. And then when shit hit the fan, she ended up paying them back. She did it because she got caught, y'all. Not because that was the agreement all along. Give me a fucking break. You know what? Fuck you. Yeah, this is the girl that eats the toenails. Yes. Yes. Great.
The trip, and they vehemently denied any associations with that group.
There
I know.
is,
I didn't go to. She didn't
not
even
a
go to
great
our
deal in the
school.
public record about what you and Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad discussed for so long in January of 2017. And I think there's a great deal of interest from the American people about what was discussed in that meeting. So what did you talk about? And did you press Assad on things like his use of chemical weapons, systematic torture, and the killing of so many Syrians?
Yes, Senator. Upon returning from this trip, I met with people like then Leader Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, talked to them and answered their questions about the trip. And quite frankly, I was surprised that there was no one from the intelligence community or the State Department who reached out or showed any interest whatsoever in my takeaways from that trip.
Were you
I would have been
surprised
very
by
happy
that?
to have a conversation and
You
give
thought
them
they should?
a back brief. I went with former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, who had been there
Do you
many
see what
times
you're
before,
doing
and who had
here?
met with Assad before. A number of topics were covered and discussed, and to directly answer your question, yes, I asked him tough questions about his own regime's actions, the use of chemical weapons, and the brutal tactics that were being used against his own people.
Were you able to extract any concessions from President Assad?
No, and I didn't expect to, but I felt these issues were important to address.
Oh, okay.
According to
Photos
your
or it didn't
revised trip
happen.
report,
Okay.
your third meeting in Syria after meeting with Assad and then his wife was with Grand Mufti Ahmad Badreddin Hassoun. Forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. In an October 2011 speech, the Grand Mufti warned the U.S. and Europe that we will prepare suicide bombers who are already in your countries if you bomb Syria or Lebanon. What was the goal, or what did you accomplish by meeting with Grand Mufti?
As Senator, before going on the trip and during my time both in Syria and Lebanon, I made it a point to meet with
It was a
different
cookie
religious
exchange.
leaders, both
It
Muslim
was-
leaders as
he
well
had a
as
great recipe
various
for a
Christian
snickerdoodle.
and Catholic leaders who were there in the region.
I had a great shortbread.
I did that both in Syria and in Lebanon to hear from them
One
about
thing
what
led to
their
another.
concerns or thoughts were with regard to the war that was being waged at the time.
Were you aware of his threats
And
regarding suicide
cookie
bombers in the United States?
I was not and had not heard that until today.
Who vetted the people that you met with on this trip to Syria and Lebanon?
The itinerary was created by former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, his constituents who he had traveled with to Syria and Lebanon a number of times before. Some of the individuals that I met with were looked at prior to the trip. Others came up during the trip that were unexpected.
Just in complete hindsight, would you view this trip as good judgment?
Yes, Senator, and I believe that leaders, whether you be in Congress or the President of the United States, can benefit greatly by going and engaging, boots on the ground, learning and listening and meeting directly
I
with
hate
people,
these
whether
guys
they be
when they do
adversaries
this.
or friends.
Last question.
Yeah, baked
Who
goods
do
for
you blame?
treason.
Who's responsible for the war in Ukraine?
Putin started the war in Ukraine.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
I didn't blink.
Extend all of our condolences in particular to you for the loss of life for your fellow
Drink,
Kansans last
drink,
night. And our prayers are with all of your people back home who lost loved ones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So many people here and throughout the halls of Congress have been very kind and expressing their condolences, and I appreciate you saying this in this setting just now. Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard, you were asked in your questionnaire about your priorities, and you listed Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah and North Korea. You also mentioned Russia, but the only thing you said about Russia in fully explaining why it's a priority is ending the war with Russia. When you talk about Russia, what are your fears or policy priorities beyond ending the war? How do you see Russia as a threat to the United States?
Senator, if confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, it will be paramount for me to assess where our intelligence gaps may exist so that I can provide the President and all of you with the most accurate full picture of that threat assessment to directly answer your questions. I think that it is a complex environment. Russia remains a strategic competitor. There are a number of concerns that have to do with their nuclear weapons, as well as how the decisions and policies that are being made by this body and by the President will impact our own national security, which is my foremost concern.
I want to make certain that in no way does Russia get a pass in either your mind or your heart, or in any policy recommendation you would make or not make.
Senator, I'm offended by the question because my sole focus, commitment, and responsibility is about our own nation, our own security, and the interests of the American people. In carrying out the responsibilities of the Director of National Intelligence, if confirmed, no country, group, or individual will get a pass in my fulfilling that responsibility of providing that full intelligence picture so that you all can make the best informed policy decisions for the safety, security, and freedom of the American people.
I don't
you have
believe
my commitment
her.
to be completely objective, unbiased, and apolitical, and I hope you understand my
roll
commitment
tape.
to our country's interest.
I absolutely do. You have answered my question in the manner in which I wanted to hear, that you will do this in an objective manner.
Yeah, that's all he needed, honey. You didn't need to get so bristly.
Tell us so and tell us the details of that threat.
Yes, Senator.
How would you restructure the national intelligence priority framework to better align with President Trump's national security goals?
Senator, this is a discussion, if confirmed, I look forward to having with the President and his national security advisor, again, based on the threat assessment and based on the President's priorities. He has spoken about a number of different priorities in different parts of the world. I would work with them on that national intelligence priorities framework, which will serve as the foundation for the intelligence elements under ODNI.
Any recommendations that you have in mind to make to President Trump in that regard?
I want to make sure that any recommendations that I make to the president are fully informed. From where I sit now, I don't believe that I can make those recommendations. I take that responsibility seriously and wouldn't want to shortchange him without first doing the due diligence and work to make sure my recommendations are well-founded.
How will you, Lieutenant Colonel, as the DNI, if confirmed, meet the objectivity and political neutrality requirements to ensure that you're telling the White House what they need to hear and not what they want to hear? A follow-up to that is, how will you handle conflicting intelligence reports from the various members of the intelligence community and present a broad intelligence picture to the president?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. I hope that you have confidence in my ability to extract politics from what my role will be as Director of National Intelligence, because it's something I've done for almost 22 years now of wearing the uniform, both serving in the National Guard and the Army Reserve, even while holding political office. There is a brick wall between the two, and I have fulfilled that obligation in uniform, as I will as Director of National Intelligence if confirmed. I think the President, I know the President values hearing a lot of different views, and I would make sure that in the intelligence community's responsibilities that dissenting views are not only allowed, but encouraged, and where they present themselves, make sure that the President and you as policymakers are aware so that you can make your best informed decision.
Would you agree with me that bias and prejudice, if it exists any place, exists on both sides of an issue, both partisan sides of this place called Washington, D.C., and the goal, the effort that you will make is to make certain that all the information is presented in a nonpartisan, direct, and manner based upon the facts as known?
Yes, Senator, I agree, and you have my commitment. This is essential for the American people and all of you to have faith and trust in the intelligence products that are being delivered.
One of the greatest challenges is knowing who's telling us the truth, and we need a DNI who tells the truth. True?
Yes, I have a long record of speaking truth to power and would continue that commitment if confirmed in this role.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moran. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Gabbard, I certainly want to applaud and express my appreciation for your service, both in the military and in the Congress. Two very challenging jobs, and I want to thank you for that. I noted that Edward Snowden was in Hawaii, of all places, for a year and a half before he fled to Hong Kong and then on to Russia. Did you ever meet him or have any contact with him during that period, or subsequently with telephone calls, emails, Zooms, contact with he or his lawyers?
No, Senator, not at any time have I had contact with Edward Snowden.
And you introduced a bill in 2020 that was essentially a pardon. It basically said all charges should be dropped. You had a lot of whereases in that bill. Where did the factual basis for those whereas clauses come from?
Senator, if I recall, in that bill, it came from publicly available information.
I see. And were you aware that there was a bipartisan committee report from the House Intelligence Committee in 2016 on Snowden's activities?
I don't recall specifically at that time, but I am aware of that committee's report and executive summary that was reported publicly. I did not have access to the classified report that summary was based on.
Did you read that report prior to filing your bill in 2020?
Senator, I don't recall specifically. I remember reading a lot of materials prior to filing that bill.
Well, the
Might have missed that one.
Report, the first item, Edward Snowden perpetrated the largest and most damaging public release of classified information in U.S. intelligence history. Goes on to say Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, and the vast majority of the documents he stole have nothing to do with programs impacting individual privacy. But you don't recall ever seeing the work of that committee?
I'm aware of those conclusions drawn. Edward
now.
Snowden.
Were you aware at the time?
Yes, I was, Senator. Edward
So
Snowden
you
broke
were.
the law. There's
Okay.
no question about that.
All right.
He should not have released
Yeah,
all
I
of that
understand.
information
Yeah,
that caused
we get
that
it.
harm.
How
There's
many
no question about that.
How many documents did he release?
I know that he took over 1 million documents. I don't know specifically how many of those million he specifically released.
Well, you stated very unequivocally today, Snowden broke the law, but you introduced a bill in Congress along with Congressman Matt Gaetz to essentially pardon him. So he broke the law, but it wasn't all that serious. Is that what you thought in 2020?
I take very seriously upholding our Constitution and have sworn an oath to support and defend that Constitution over 8 times in my life. My statements in the past have been reflective of the egregious and illegal programs that were exposed in that leak.
But you ignore the vast majority, as the committee found, bipartisan. I think Devin Nunes was the chair, Adam Schiff was the vice chair. The conclusion was that the vast majority of these things that he released had nothing to do with constitutional rights, the Fourth Amendment, but indeed were enormous compromises of our national security. You didn't
Senator,
seem
I
worried about it.
focused on raising concerns around egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that our government was conducting that clearly violated Americans' Fourth Amendment rights.
So
I
he
think
was
the
an
most important
afterthought?
thing that I hope all of you find to be relevant here is that if
No,
confirmed as
I don't
Director of
get it.
National Intelligence, I would
Nobody
take
gets
seriously
it.
the responsibility to protect our nation's secrets, just as I have for almost 20 years of holding a security clearance of some sort myself, either secret or top secret, and have never once violated the responsibility and privilege that comes with holding that clearance, and have a specific action plan in place to make sure that there is not another Snowden-type leak in the future.
I think you testified that you never saw the classified version of this report.
That's correct.
This
On page
confirmation
22 of the
hearing brought to you by
report, there's a
Brondo,
that's
the
not
thirst
classified,
mutilator.
that says, what
With
damage did
electrolytes.
Snowden cause? And then there's a lot of redacted material. Did that not raise a red flag for you? Or do you not recall
Edward
seeing
Snowden broke the law. Like I said, I did not have access to that
God,
classified.
that's so weak.
access to it?
Weak sauce,
I believe
bitch.
so, yes. This was quite some time ago.
But you still introduced your bill to essentially.
I take very seriously the protection of American civil liberties and our Fourth Amendment rights.
Oh, okay.
If confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I'd make sure that there is no
But you
further
didn't know
Snowden-type
anything, or
leak
you
in the
did know
future,
things, or you
and
didn't
that
know
those who
things,
have
you did know
concerns
things,
have
you did
legal
know
channels
things, you
to
did know
raise those
things.
concerns so that we don't violate and release our nation's secrets.
There are about 20 countries in the world that don't.
Well,
Time has
guess
expired.
what?
Senator Langford.
Hold my beer. Meet
It's good to see you again.
Mar-a-Lago.
Thanks for the time
Thank you.
that we got a chance
Wait,
to be able to spend
where's
together
our-
and be able to
where's
talk
our
through a lot of these
boxes?
issues. Thanks for your service to the country, both in Congress, though you were in the wrong party at the time, and your service to the country through your service there, including in my great state in Oklahoma, that you had the opportunity to be able to serve there. I want to give an opportunity for you to be able to answer a few things on it, and I want to set some context. There's been a lot of questions about 702 and about Edward Snowden, and it may seem like this is repetitive to be able to come through it, but there are thousands of intelligence employees and folks that they've also taken an oath to the country and to the Constitution. They serve our country every day. They're the folks that don't have a uniform on, that no one ever says thank you to them, and no one ever buys them lunch because people don't know who they are. But they every day put their lives on the line, and they work very hard to be able to protect Americans. And when Edward Snowden got mad at his employer that he didn't get the promotion that he wanted and started harvesting information, and then found some things that he didn't like on it, and then kept going, and then released them to media and went to China, and then went from China to Russia and became a Russian citizen and continued to be able to layer out intelligence unrelated to the civil liberties of any American, and then said, I have more and I can release them at any time I want.
I gotta find that box slideshow.
They don't see him as brave.
All the boxes of
They
documents.
see him as a traitor. And the concern among so many here, and I think what a lot of the folks in the intelligence community that you'd have the responsibility to oversight is, they want to hear that you also believe the same thing, that not just he broke the law, but that he's a traitor, because they don't want that to ever happen again. And all the sources that they had, that they trusted and that trusted them, now their lives were at risk. And all the programs that they had that were determined lawful all collapsed, and that intelligence then was gone, and the president didn't have access to a lot of information for decision-making. So this is a big deal to everybody here, because it's a big deal to everybody that you'll also oversee in that role as well. And so it's helpful for them to be able to hear your heart on this. So was Edward Snowden a traitor?
Senator, my heart is with my commitment to our Constitution and our nation's security.
Ours too.
Thank you. I have shown throughout my almost 22 years of service in the military, as well as my time in Congress, how seriously I take the privilege of having access to classified information and our nation's secrets. And that's why I'm committed, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to join you in making sure that there is no future Snowden-type leak. And I would do so by taking 4 specific actions. Number one, again, to make sure that there are no illegal and unconstitutional programs, limiting in a big way those who have access to our nation's top secrets through security clearance reform, making sure that every single person in the workforce knows about the legal whistleblower channels available to them, and making sure that there's a direct line available to me should anyone have concerns. If people choose to step outside of those legal channels to raise any concerns about programs or actions that exist within the intelligence community,
I don't
that
know
are
what you
classified,
mean.
there will be no excuse to do so, and they should be charged and prosecuted under the law.
Really?
Was he
You
a
think
traitor at the
so?
time when he took America's secrets, released them in public, and then ran to China and became a Russian citizen?
Senator, I'm focused on the future and how we can prevent something like this from happening again.
So you would have the responsibility to be able to give counsel to the president, which is a great privilege. You already have his ear, quite frankly, and y'all have a great relationship on that, which is very beneficial.
Do you think any
But when
urine
President
soaked
Trump
into
chose to
any of
take the
these
strike on
boxes,
Soleimani, he
Ms.
was also
Gabbard?
at that same time going through an impeachment in the House. And you were kind of tough on him at the time about that. You called it a declaration of war. You said that the
Sorry.
Soleimani strike
I
would
don't
lead
know
to an
what
outcome
happened
that would
there.
further undermine our national security. As a member of Congress, I also take seriously declaration of war and our responsibility in that. He was acting in a way that
That
he came
part,
out and
Max.
the intelligence
Allies will
gave
not be
the civil
sharing
language in the process
intel
of
if
preparing a
she's
strike on
fucking
American citizens
DNI.
and those folks that were in the field at the time. I guess the question that I have is, the ODNI will sit with the president, will provide options to the president and say, here are the
Nice, give me
options
coffee.
that you
Snowden
could
is
take.
noting on X that she's been
Would you
asked
have
4
presented a
times if he's a
Soleimani
traitor,
strike
and
at
4
that
times
time,
she wouldn't
looking back at it
answer.
now in retrospect and saying this is an option you could take,
Oh,
and here's how to be
fucking
able to do
hell.
it?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's an important
don't
question.
even understand why
If
how we
confirmed as
got
Director
here.
of National Intelligence, I would make sure that the President has all of the objective analysis and intelligence reporting so that he can make that best informed decision, including all of the options and actions that he has available to him, which should exist alongside an assessment of what
Yes,
the
Pepper.
possible repercussions
Yes,
or
Pepper.
responses to those actions
Yes,
may be.
Pepper.
My own personal views.
That's correct, Pepper.
have
Oh,
no
he's
place in
retweeting
that,
others
assessment
saying
and
that.
that
Oh,
providing,
well, good
to the
enough.
President and his advisors with all of those options available.
Retweets are endorsements
Thank you,
for
Mr.
him,
Chairman.
right?
I would like to repeat my colleague's question to you. Thank you for being here to answer these questions and for your service. Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said earlier that you were offended by a question that my colleague from Kansas asked, which I think was his duty as somebody on this committee to fulfill his responsibility to advise and consent. We are not here to be a rubber stamp for the President of the United States. So let me ask you again, do you believe, as the chairman of this committee believes, as the vast majority of members of our intelligence agencies believe, that Edward Snowden was a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will work with you to make sure that there is not another Snowden like
social
leak.
media. It's not a moment to propagate theories, conspiracy theories, or attacks on journalism in the United States. This is when you need to answer the questions of the people whose votes you're asking for to be confirmed as the chief intelligence
She doesn't think she
officer
needs you,
of this
Mr. Bennett.
nation. As my colleague said, this is not about you. It's about the people that serve the intelligence agencies of the United States. Is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't. Let me ask you. I've worked very hard to put your own words here in front of the committee. Not
I am
fake
in
news,
love.
not conspiracy
I'm
theories on
already
the internet,
calling
but
him.
the actual things that you have said. On February 23rd, 2022, at the very moment that Russian tanks were rolling across the peaceful border of Ukraine for the first time, you tweeted at 11:30 p.m. your time, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden administration / NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO." Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet, Senator.
Yes is the answer. A few months later, you said on your podcast, and I quoted it, quote, "But this regime change war against Russia that the U.S. and NATO are waging via their proxy in Ukraine didn't begin when Putin invaded
Disqualified.
Ukraine. They had their eyes set on this objective long before that." Did you say that, yes or no?
I believe you're reading my tweet.
Thank
There's
you.
a
The
lot
answer is
more.
yes.
You're quoting a podcast that provided much
Good
more
one,
context.
Max.
With
Good
the chairman
call.
about whether I'm taking anything out of context. I don't think I am. And your answer is yes. Are you aware that your comments about proxy wars and Russia's legitimate security concerns, to quote your own words, are in alignment with what the Russians have said to justify their invasion of Ukraine? Yes
Senator,
or no?
I don't pay attention to Russian propaganda.
take
My
that-
goal is to
I'll
speak
take
the
that as
truth,
the answer is no.
regardless of whether
Thank
you like it or not.
I'll take it. That's fine. You said
love
you
you,
are
Pep.
used to speaking truth to power.
Yes.
I'm shocked to hear you now say that, you are agreeing. I'm not shocked because I know you said it. You are agreeing that you basically said that Putin was justified in rolling over the peaceful border of Ukraine, the first time since World War II that a free nation had been invaded by a totalitarian
right.
state. And you were there
In
at
Europe.
11:30 p.m. that night to say that you were with them, not us. And let me tell you something. You say you don't know because you don't read Russian propaganda. Russian state TV then aired your comments. Did you know that?
Senator, I think you should also quote the statement that I made criticizing Putin for his invasion
What
of
I would
Ukraine.
say,
Oh, okay.
What I would say, Mr. Chairman, with the last, it's up to all of us. We're the Senate. We get to decide whether
But
we're
you
gonna
are,
confirm
Blanche,
this
you
nominee.
are.
Obviously, we didn't select this nominee. But can't we do better than somebody who doesn't believe in 702? Can't we believe that somebody who can't answer whether Snowden was a traitor 5 times today, who made excuses for Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the first time that I'm aware of any American official has done that? I'm questioning her judgment. That's the issue that's at stake here. And as you said, and I totally agree, this is about our intelligence officers. And you cannot answer. Most of what we do here is in secret. This is one of the very few opportunities that you will ever have to have a conversation with this panel in public. And the record is going to be very clear about the position you took with regard to Edward Snowden. And the record is going to be very clear about your reaffirmation of the statements you made in the middle of the night when Russia was invading the free country of Ukraine.
When
And
you
I
were
hope
in
will
your
take that
jammies.
in
Your time has expired.
consideration when
Senator
we
Bennett,
have this vote.
Your time has expired. I will note that during Senator Bennett's question and answer, there
Shut
were
the
2
fuck off,
disturbances
Tom
in the room.
Hawley.
The first sounded like a
Jim
cell phone.
Cotton.
I would ask everyone on both sides of the dais, if you have not
Tom
silenced or turned off your
Hawley.
cell phone, please do so now. The second disturbance was the cries of a small child. We will welcome such disturbances because the cries of an infant are the sound of answered prayers.
What?
Not only here, but the answered prayers in church when they cry as well, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for your service.
That was
to our
creepy. Do you have a van?
I think part of the discussion here, as you can see, we feel very, very strongly about FISA 702. We work with it literally every day. As you can also tell, we have some very, very strong feelings here with regard to the actions of Edward Snowden. I want to come back, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to make any corrections or to make any other comments with regard to both of those issues that have been brought up here. But before I get into that, I want to go back into a little bit of your previous history as well. You did serve as Hawaii's, you served as a congressperson for, what, 8 years?
Yes, Senator.
And during that time, you served on the Armed Services Committee. And during that time period, you did carry a TS-SCI clearance. You worked your way through that time period. You had an opportunity to look at a lot of information. Can you share just a little bit about the way that you've looked at that, not just as a member of the congressional delegation from Hawaii, but also
Tom
during the
Hawley
time
or
in
Josh
which you were
Cotton?
a lieutenant colonel serving up through and including a battalion commander. Talk about that a little bit, please.
He wants
Thank you,
to be
Senator,
in
for
your
question.
uterus.
In both of those roles, I had exposure to different sides of how critical our national security is.
Is she
and the
uplit?
unique role that
Is
our
she
intelligence community
uplit
plays
right
in
now?
ensuring our national security.
Did this bitch
My
get
most
some
recent
uplighting?
deployment with the military was
Are
as part of
you
the
kidding?
Joint Special Operations
Did
Task
somebody
Force
bring her a
to
key
Djibouti
light?
and Somalia, where our mission was to
Are you
support the
kidding
Somalis
me?
government and military's focus on defeating
Oh
al-Shabaab, which is
my gosh,
al-Qaeda's
the glam squad arrived
element
with
there
her.
within East Africa. One of the things that we came across there that I hadn't known previously, even having served in Congress for 8 years because it hadn't been focused on, was how al-Shabaab specifically was the biggest funder of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which again should be of unique concern and interest to our own national security concerns.
Is it
Being
still
able
called
to
the
engage
Arabian
with world leaders
Peninsula?
in both capacities, in uniform and as a member of Congress, being a customer of intelligence in both of those roles gives me a unique perspective, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to
Even
come
by
in
your
with fresh
toenails.
eyes, to come in with some of the frustrations that I experienced as a member of Congress with the lack of information that we received from the intelligence community, oftentimes feeling as though everything we heard in a brief could have been read in the newspaper that morning, and the essential oversight role that all of you play here in Congress. You are unable to do so unless you are equipped with that intelligence and information. I'm committed to fulfilling that responsibility if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, now, when you and I first met, I told you that I thought you needed to kind of take a change in the direction that you were going with regard to how you were approaching the private conversations, and that we wanted you to sit down and meet with some folks who were directly involved in gathering the intelligence and so forth. You did that.
Yes.
And then we came back and we sat back down again. And what those individuals who I had talked to and I asked you to talk with shared with me that they thought that you were a quick study and that you had the opportunity to look at a
She
number of
really
issues
has a great
that
smile.
this committee considers to
great
be
smile.
extremely sensitive, and 702 in particular. Now, I've got about a minute left, but I want to give you an
Oh,
opportunity
did you handpick
in front of
those
this committee
staffers?
to share
Mr.
your
Rounds?
position in your own words about how strong or how much it is needed with regard to the continuation
Oh,
of
I don't even
702
want to see it. Give me
and your
coffee.
support
I
for it.
just don't want to hear it.
Thank you, Senator. 702 provides a unique security tool and capability that is essential for our national security. There are a number of areas that we would be blind from a national security perspective without this capability. It also must exist next to having safeguards in place to ensure Americans' civil liberties are protected. As you know, Senator, it is illegal under 702 to target any U.S. person. There are several other sections within FISA that speak to some of the civil liberties reforms that you all passed in last year's legislation.
So let me finish with this. 702 in its current form stays in effect for the next year. You would agree that there were reforms made which fixed a number of the items that you had a problem with in the first place. Is that correct?
It's correct, Senator, and some of those reforms that you enacted were specific to some of the legislation that I introduced back when I was in Congress, such as prohibiting the abouts collection as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Round. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Gabbard, for your service, both in Congress and in our U.S. military. I want to talk to you a little bit about your perspectives on China. How do you view China in your national security role?
Our relationship with China is one that is complex. Given how closely our economies are linked, there are a number of challenges and threats that need to be navigated with respect to China, some of which have come up most recently with this very serious cyber exploitation in Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon that seemingly took us by surprise and the compromising of our major
Which we
telecom
read
companies,
about.
And an area of significant and great concern.
Media literacy.
Some of your past statements that are relevant to China are concerning because I don't think it fully appreciates China's perspective towards the United States. For example, with regard to TikTok. Your past statements have essentially said that requiring domestic ownership of TikTok is a violation of civil liberties, and the national security concerns are complete BS. Can you explain why you have this view on TikTok?
The position that I previously made, obviously not as a member of Congress, as you consider the TikTok legislation, were centered around the protection of Americans' First Amendment rights and the lack of data privacy legislation, frankly, that would apply to TikTok,
So
Facebook,
you disagree
X, all of these
with
different social media
Trump's
applications
decision
that collect
then?
on us as
Is
users
that
of
accurate?
these applications.
Would that be
There were
accurate?
there were other provisions within that legislation that granted very vague and grandiose authorities to the president on deciding which private companies are or are not a national
that's so
security
terrible.
threat.
Let's talk about China specifically, because this is where I want to make sure you understand what's at stake. We've had concerns over many years that when China owns infrastructure, it can manipulate that infrastructure. It can use it for spying. It could use it, turn it on or off. And you've actually addressed some of the most recent cyber attacks that we believe China had relevant participation. The challenge is if China owns TikTok, it means they can spy on the United States, on the American people. It can take all the data from our children. It can change the narrative about what people are talking about through their algorithms. If it wants to create misinformation or malign foreign influence, it's very easy. So can you understand why it's so important that we require domestic ownership of TikTok?
I understand the concern, Senator. I would just reiterate some of my concerns that I stated in the past about how this really is an issue about data privacy because so much of what is collected by all of these, even U.S.-owned companies, can be sold to any country.
I get it, and that is a bigger issue for Congress to wrestle, and I am all in for that conversation. But I want you to appreciate China. What is your view with regard to Taiwan? Do you think it is something that your intelligence efforts will understand how important our relationship is with Taiwan, specifically on chips manufacturing? I think President Trump has most recently decided to have a 100% tariff on all chips from Taiwan. And your statements, particularly about the bill we passed, the CHIPS Act, to make sure that domestic production is invested in, and so that we have that supply chain, and so we have that national security. But your public statements about the CHIPS Act have been very negative and don't seem to appreciate how important that independence is for our national security, to be beholden to China, to be beholden to Taiwan, to be in a place where we can't do our own national intelligence.
Yes, Senator, I fully support the investment in building and strengthening our own domestic capabilities. If I recall, that legislation had a lot of other provisions in it that had nothing to do with the production of our own capability, and I felt
Welcome
were
to
a distraction
Congress.
away from and a potential
hello.
obstacle towards achieving that.
That's a feature, not a bug.
President, that we continue to invest in the semiconductor industry in the United States for our own independence as well as our own national security.
Yes, Senator, and I would base my recommendations on a number of all of these issues, if confirmed as D&I, based on the full assessment of the intelligence picture so that the President understands the ramifications and the potential cost towards any one of these policy positions that he will make and all of you will make.
And last, I want to return to the Soleimani strike. At the time, you said it was illegal, that President Trump did was illegal, would cause very significant problems down the line. What is your position on that strike, and will you be able to advise the president in future issues with regard to national security?
Those broader issues that I raised with regard to war powers, I have been consistent on. I didn't have access to all of the information behind that strike at the time, and my concerns were that that may be an escalatory
so I misspoke.
action.
Whoops, wait,
President
what?
Trump was right. There was no escalation beyond that, and his policies towards Iran turned out to be very effective for our own national security.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand.
Do you disagree with the president taking away the protection for those who are now being targeted in retaliation for the Soleimani strike, such as previous Secretary Pompeo?
Senator, I can't answer that without being able to look at the intelligence assessment and the threat assessment for that or other decisions.
Oh, to Blue Sky?
Senator Young.
Oh, awesome.
Tulsi, good to see you. We had a nice visit in the office.
Thank you.
Like we thought that was going to not happen.
It was clear from that visit in the office that we share a lot of concerns about ill-advised foreign regime change interventions, about the weaponization in certain instances of our domestic law enforcement, in intel authorities.
Oh my God, it's Woody from whatchamacallit. Or wasn't this guy in American Primeval? Didn't we just watch this?
Been recognized. He
In Discord, we just watched this.
1.5 million classified documents.
This guy was in that
He shared them with
show.
the press. He absconded
I think
to
he
China and
was.
Russia.
Todd, you are a very talented actor.
Do you have any response to the
Very
bipartisan
talented.
findings of the House Intel
Bravo.
Committee, which stated that, quote, Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, unquote, including to military, defense, and intelligence programs of great interest to America's adversaries? I'll give you an opportunity to respond, hopefully briefly.
Thank you, Senator. As I've said before, Edward Snowden broke the law, and I do not agree with how he chose to release information and the extent of the information and intelligence that he released. It's my focus on the future, and I think we can all agree that we do not want to have another Snowden-type leak, and I've laid out specific actions, if confirmed as DNI, to do that.
Okay. Well, it's notable you didn't say, yes, he clearly hurt in various ways our national security. The same House committee also reported that based on DoD assessments, should the Chinese or Russians access certain documents relating to DoD capabilities that we know Snowden stole, quote, American troops will be at greater risk in any future conflict, unquote. Do you have any reflection on this assessment?
I would be very concerned about that. I have not had access to the information or intelligence that led to that assessment, but anything that puts our men and women in uniform unnecessarily at risk should be a grave concern.
Yeah. I share that sentiment as a former Marine Corps intelligence officer. When we find that Americans, whether private citizens or contractors or uniformed personnel, have shared sensitive designs about military technology or plans to a foreign government, however well-intentioned, we rightfully throw the book at them. Snowden did just that. Yet you have argued, and many times, that he should be pardoned. You introduced legislation, as has been discussed here. He's been able to publicly hide, as I see it, behind this facade of being a so-called whistleblower. But he likely endangered American lives through his actions. So as the leader of the intelligence community, how would you think you would be received based on some of these past actions to support or even to pardon Edward Snowden? Rank and file intelligence analysts and intelligence professionals. How do you think he'll be received?
I'm grateful, Senator, to have received letters of endorsement and support from many current and former individuals who've worked within the intelligence community, those who've worked or are still working within our military, because I believe they trust that my goal, my sole goal and interest is in our nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the whistle or to bring any concerns to the forefront, to include coming directly to members of Congress, to limit access so that we don't have people who are E3s or E4s or people in any situation taking it upon themselves to release classified information, giving them a direct line to me to once again make sure that we are all fulfilling our responsibility to ensure our national security and uphold our Constitution.
Thank you. Tulsi, was Edward Snowden false to an obligation or false to a duty?
I don't understand what you're saying. False?
He had, yes. Did he betray a duty? But did he betray
I believe we did have a report on that, Max.
Which is, according to Merriam-Webster, that's the definition of a traitor.
I like Droopy Dog.
Edward Snowden broke the law, and he released this information in a way that he should not have. He also acknowledged and exposed information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot of the reforms that this body has made over the years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
For what it's worth, Mr. Snowden is watching these proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harm national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived by members of the intelligence community if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harmed national security by breaking the laws of the land around our intel authorities. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Young. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Gabbard.
he's
I
out.
want first to say thank you for your service.
He's
to
having a
this
hard time with
country,
this one.
in Congress and in the Army. And thank you for meeting with me a couple weeks ago, and thank you for being here today. You're nominated
That's a
to
good
lead
idea, Max.
and coordinate across the intelligence community's numerous sources of collection and analytic capabilities. In a few sentences, can you describe how you make assessments and how you're going to sift through all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great professionals who work within the intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the President through the President's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that this body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Colonel Gabbard, and I appreciate that. The President and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss such an assessment made by the IC. For years, the U.S. analyzed.
I'm just going to grab something to eat really quick. BRB.
In Syria. Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for years of agreeing with that broad assessment.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for, two that occurred in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in Syria. As a member of Congress and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these two attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions given conflicting information and evidence that was presented at that time.
Okay. Well, thank you. So to help inform the public, the Trump administration released declassified intelligence in 2017 and again in 2018, showing how experts analyzed multiple types of evidence, satellite imagery, medical experts' witnesses, describing sources and showing the reasoning used to determine Assad's culpability in using these chemical weapons, including in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in these attacks, the ones that you questioned. I have two documents I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Admitted.
Thank you. Were you aware of the declassified assessments, the one I referenced?
Yes, I was.
And as a member of the House Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee, did you take time to review these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And can you explain to me then why you doubted the intelligence community's conclusions in these two cases, Douma and Khan Sheikhoun, but not the others? And please be specific.
These two cases were being looked at as to be used as a pretext for major military movement, and my fear was a repeat of the deployment of another 500,000 soldiers like we saw in Iraq towards what was the Obama administration's goal, which was regime change in Syria. The question specifically that I raised around these two came about because there were two reasons. One, that assessment was made with high confidence and low information. The information that they had came from those on the ground in an al-Qaeda controlled area and therefore were al-Qaeda linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I
who
want to talk
looked at
about him
these
for a second.
extensively.
So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postel relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postal's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel. When we began this, you described a thoughtful approach to analyzing intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of our professionals. But we just kind of walked through how you came to question Assad's use of chemical weapons in these two cases with a different approach. And I don't reject seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place
About
of
chemical
doubting
weapons?
the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information that confirmed your viewpoint. That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise, I do not, and others do not. But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you. And I'm sorry for going over my time.
Senator Kelly.
Yeah, sources matter for information about things, and that goes for small situations or large ones like this.
We're all pleased, as evidenced
Sources
by the 99-0
matter.
vote, that he is now the Secretary of State, and also pleased that we have a great new member on our committee, Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership here as well. Colonel Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in my office a while back, and I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section 3023 of Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI shall have extensive national security expertise. You served 4 terms as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office, and throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
You also served over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army,
Kind of
you've
amazing
been
how
both a
little that
consumer of
means now, isn't
intelligence
it?
And policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a matter of our national security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has seen, that objective has not been met. Now, CIA Director Ratcliffe talked about in his testimony before this committee how the CIA's own internal metrics have shown that analytic objectivity has gone down within that organization. This is the very kind of thing that I would seek to address if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, is ensuring that politics, biases, or personal views are checked at the door. I would lead by example by doing it myself, and ensuring that that intelligence analysis and reporting meets the objective that the President and Congress requires, which is no politics, no personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the President so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background experience that you more than meet the statutory requirements for this position. I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today. I think it's a necessary discussion about your position on 702, Section 702 of FISA. So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House together, and I actually voted against its reauthorization when I was in the House. However, I recently voted to reauthorize Section 702 with additional safeguards to end the politicization of the tool and to ensure privacy and civil liberties that they're protected. So, Ms. Gabbard, tell us, how has your thinking on Section 702 developed over time, and why? And if confirmed, what will you do to ensure that this new statutory safeguards, that they're fully implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties as it pertains to searching of U.S. persons with that incidental collection that occurs under 702. You and I both know and agree that the national security capability that is provided by Section 702 that enables this foreign surveillance on non-U.S. persons overseas is critical, period. My commitment is to make sure that our national security tools are maintained to fulfill that requirement while also protecting Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and protection against unlawful search and seizure. There are a number of those reforms
Wrong
that you
one,
referenced,
damn it.
such as the prohibition of abouts collection, which we brought up when we served in the House, making sure that 100% of U.S. persons by the FBI on this incidental collection are reviewed by the Attorney General herself. There are a number of other reforms that I believe strengthen significantly those safeguards, a number of them that I had worked to try to bring into place when I was in the House of Representatives. I look forward, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, to overseeing and assessing the implementation of these reforms and reporting back to you as you begin to consider next year's reauthorization and meeting that mark of ensuring our security and upholding Americans' Fourth Amendment protections.
Okay, they seem to end them right away.
Air Force
What the-
capabilities, every type of capability they possibly could. And that aligned with their more
Oh,
their
okay,
malign
so
foreign
that's
influence
just their
and with their
recording.
ambition with
Okay,
regard to
sorry,
Taiwan. It just
everybody.
creates a
Sorry. Okay, whoops. All right. Well, anyways, enough of that. Okay, I think we've heard enough of Tulsi Gabbard. I think you get the point. I think you understand the assignment. Let me take this off our screen so that we can just end it with a little bit of beach and not all this nonsense. Hold on. Stay with me. Don't leave me. We're going to get rid of cash. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of all of this. We're going to get rid of it all. That's right. Get it out. Get it out. Get it out. Get out. Get out. Leave. Get out of our screen. Get out of our screen. You too. Get out. Everybody get out. Wait, where's the other one? You get out too. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Where are you? Get out. Oh, that's better. Holy shit. Balls. When will the Senate interview Mortimer Ichabod Sharpie? Which one is that? Which one is that? Oh, Russ Vought. Oh, fuck me. That's right. Hold on. Let me check. No, that's important. He's today too. Fuck, man. Shit. Hold on. Wait. Is that not live yet, or what? Did I miss it? Well, this is
an FDA.
Oh no, this is previous. I'm so sorry. Forget that. Wait, is Russell Vought? RFK had some yelling matches. Okay, wait a minute. Let me find his. Hold on. Well, hold on. Let's do that. We're here. We're having a good time. Let's see if we can get some lowlights. It's still going on, right? Or no, that's previously. Oh, I see. Hearing on the coverage begins at 10 a.m. Wait, what? Oh, this is the old one. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. Hold on. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on. No, don't let go. Ooh. Hold on. I need to do one thing, and it's not I kind of screwed up. That's all right. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has a bad day. That's when I was looking for Droopy. Had to find Droopy. All right, let's do this. So that, we get rid of this. This is the, okay, we're going to make sure we're going pretty fast. Pretty fast, and let me go over
Department of
here.
Health and Human Services.
Okay.
I want to thank vaccine standards with safety studies.
Is this all
and
his shit? Okay, fuck
pro-vaccine.
that. Oh, I
Pro-COVID
fucked this guy.
vaccine.
I hate this guy.
Why did you apologize to her then?
There we go.
So now, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HHS has really broad and critical responsibilities to protect and preserve healthcare and social services, from women's health to childcare to biomedical research. That's just a few. In light of last night's tragedy, I do want to express my thoughts and prayers. But it is, I think, a painful reminder to all of us that we need competent people running our federal agencies to respond when a crisis strikes. Mr. Kennedy, let me start by talking about vaccines. I think we all agree that cancer is particularly nefarious chronic disease. And the American Cancer Society reported earlier this month that women under 50 are experiencing a dramatic increase in the incidence of that disease. Fortunately, there is clear data showing that the HPV vaccine has saved lives and cut cervical cancer rates dramatically. You have called the HPV vaccine, quote, dangerous and defective, and said it actually increases the risk of cervical cancer. Do you stand by those statements, yes or no?
The HPV vaccine, I brought litigation.
Slow down, mister.
I represented.
Stand by your statements.
Let me answer.
I'm trying to,
Senator.
yes or no. It's a simple yes or no.
I
Stand by your previous statements.
I litigated on that issue. I represented hundreds of young girls who felt that they were injured by the vaccine. That trial is happening right now in Los Angeles.
Well, let me
Those
ask you.
questions will be answered by a jury in that trial.
You said that no loving parents would allow their daughter to receive
Where's that
the
trial
vaccine.
happening?
If confirmed as HHS
I'll find it.
Secretary,
The
would you
Gardasil
recommend
one?
that parents get their children vaccinated against HPV?
I recommend that children follow the CDC schedule. And I will support the CDC schedule when I get in there, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed.
Would you recommend that parents get their children vaccinated against the measles? Yes or no?
Against measles? Yes.
Well, I just remind everybody that parents look to our health leaders for advice on these decisions. You would be a health leader, and for the record, I would like to put into the record his previous statements on these vaccines. I do want to ask you a question about character. I still believe character matters, and I want to let you respond to this. You were accused of sexual harassment and assault by Eliza Cooney, who was first hired as a part-time babysitter by your family. When you were confronted about this accusation, you said you were, quote, not a church boy, and that you, quote, have so many skeletons in my closet. You then texted Ms. Cooney an apology and indicated you had no memory of what she described. Mr. Kennedy, I'm asking you to respond to those accusations seriously in front of this committee. Did you make sexual advances towards Ms. Cooney without her consent?
No, I did not. And that story has been debunked.
But why did you apologize to her then?
I apologize for something else.
Well, that's not my understanding. Are there, let me just ask you.
All you have to read is the text which she published. It's not for that.
That is not how I've read it. Are there any other instances where you have made sexual advances towards an individual without their consent? Just yes or no?
No.
No. Mr. Kennedy,
Oh,
you said that you're going to say to NIH scientists, God bless you all, thank you for your public service. We're going to give infectious disease a break for 8 years.
Yes, I recall that, Max.
You just said thank you for your service to our federal employees. You want to give infectious disease a break. That's a quote. Will you support the development and distribution of vaccines for the avian flu? Yes or no?
Will I, for the avian flu? Yes.
He seems
My time's almost
surprised.
up, but having read a lot and listened to a lot, I just want to remind all my colleagues that by voting to confirm Mr. Kennedy, we would be telling our constituents he's worth listening to. That alone could get people killed before he even lifts a finger, because he does not even need the levers of power to influence people. As we saw in Samoa, all he needs is a megaphone. To affirm his views by voting to confirm him as our highest health official, we should not mince words about what that would mean. When babies die from whooping cough because parents weren't sure if the vaccine was safe, we will have to look them in the eye. When measles sweeps through school, then hospitals, nursing wards, will this be worth it? There are political realities, we all get that, but there's also right and wrong, fact and fiction. And there's also people staying healthy or dying pointlessly from diseases we can prevent because they thought Congress took its job vetting our healthcare secretary seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to now go out of order. We're going to go to Senator Marshall. He would like to be able to view the press conference regarding the tragedy on the plane from Wichita. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your kind words this morning, for your caring text last night, and I'm grateful for all my colleagues, most everybody reaching out to us, and it's certainly it's a tough day for Kansans and many others who lost loved ones, and we will look forward meeting with the president later today and those loved ones, and just want everyone back home to know that we're wrapping our arms around them, that we're mourning with them, and we'll get through this together. So thank you. Mr. Kennedy, take a second and just describe why fighting chronic disease is so important to you. Who are we fighting for? What is your role as HHS Secretary, and is there anything that's a bigger priority to you than this as you go into this role?
Thank you, Senator. When I was a 10-year-old boy, my uncle was in the White House. The chronic disease among American children was 2%. Today it's 66%. The cost of chronic disease to our country when my uncle was president was zero. There were not even treatments for chronic disease at that time. Today, the cost is $4.3 to $4.45 trillion. It is bankrupting our country. 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service. 38% of teens, according to NIH's last report, which was 3 weeks ago, 38% are diabetic or pre-diabetic. When my uncle was president, the typical pediatrician would 1 or 2 cases of diabetes in his lifetime, juvenile diabetes. Today, it's more than a third of the kids who walk through his door or her door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have gone from 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 1,500 to 1 in 10,000, depending on what study you look at. In my generation, as a 70-year-old man today, in our children, it's 1 in 34. The explosion, I had 11 siblings. I had dozens of first cousins.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry. So, who are we? What's your role as HHS secretary to fight that disease?
There's never been an HHS secretary who came in to do this. It was all about the typical partisan debate about how we allocate the cost, whether insurers pay it or whether hospitals, providers, or families pay it. And the costs continue to rise. All the things we're debating on, our kids are getting sicker and sicker.
Yeah, just to quote you from yesterday, it's like removing the chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, and the ship is sinking, and nobody's paying attention to it. And yesterday, I got question after question from the Democrats about measles. In 1963, the year before the measles epidemic, or the measles vaccine was introduced, 500 American kids died from measles, almost all of them extremely poor and malnourished. We have 252 million Americans who are suffering from chronic disease, and none of them mentioned diabetes, they didn't mention heart disease, they didn't mention cancers yesterday. We need to refocus if we're going to save our country. This is existential. Our country's not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong.
Right.
It is going to be destroyed if we get this issue wrong. And I am in a unique position to be able to stop this epidemic.
Mr. Kennedy, I want to just contribute as one of the 3 positions on here, and even as I listen to my friends across the aisle, my conclusion is that we have to guard the physician-patient relationship and give those parents of these kids the information. All 3 of us are going to disagree on exactly who should and shouldn't get a particular vaccine. We all recognize the incredible successes of different vaccines as well, but we have to give the American public the best information, non-biased information, and I'd love to get you to respond to that, but I have an important question for folks back home. And this will be my last question. I've never seen a person whose words written and spoken have been so misattributed, exaggerated, sensationalized, and taken out of context. Will you just speak to my farmers and ranchers back home and tell me about your, where do they fit in this role of MAHA and how we're going to work with them and just your compassion towards these farmers and ranchers?
Yeah, MAHA will not succeed without the cooperation and partnership of agricultural producers, of farmers and ranchers across this country. I was a 4-H kid. I grew up working on ranches, and I've worked for years representing farmers in various forms of litigation. Thomas Jefferson said that American democracy is rooted in tens of thousands of independent freeholds owned by farmers. We are losing farmers today, and we can't afford to lose a single farmer. And on my watch, I do not want to lose a single farmer. We have to offer farmers an off-ramp from chemically intensive agriculture, which they don't want to do, which even the chemical industry is ready to change, so that they can grow crops that they can sell in Europe. They can grow crops. Senator Hawley told me during our meeting that 4 out of his 5 of his brother-in-laws have Parkinson's. There's illness all over the farm community, and it's undoubtedly related to the intensity of chemical pesticides.
Mr. Kennedy.
We need to reduce that, but I'm not going to do anything coercive the farmer. President Trump was the best president.
What regulations are you going to need to introduce in order to improve the food safety? What regulations are you going to recommend to the president that he institute in order to protect food safety?
Mr. Kennedy, I've been listening to the back and forth.
Answer the fucking question.
You have said.
Can you speak up, Senator Baldwin?
Yes, I've been listening to the back and forth, the questions, and when people tried to pin you down on a point, you said, show me the data or bring me the studies. And I want to suggest that data is out there, and those studies are out there. And if you're going to review all the studies and the data, you're going to be doing that, if confirmed, for your first year of being secretary. When we talked, we were talking a bit about vaccines at the end of our meeting, and you said really to me that there's no post-approval safety monitoring. And that led me to believe that you're not aware of the significant and ongoing safety monitoring that occurs after years of rigorous studies showing vaccines to be safe and effective. And so I want to give you the opportunity to set the record straight here. Are you aware of the measures in place throughout Health and Human Services to ensure vaccine safety after approval? Yes or no?
I'm aware of the VAERS system, which CDC admits it captures fewer than 1% of vaccine injuries.
So you are aware of the CDC monitoring? Are you aware of the FDA post-approval monitoring?
I'm aware of only 2 systems.
Are you aware of the vaccine safety data link?
Oh, yeah, I'm very aware of that.
Are you aware of the vaccine adverse event reporting system?
I'm aware of the vaccine safety data link that CDC keeps under lockbox and will not let independent scientists
Are you
look at it.
aware of the clinical immunization safety assessment project?
As I said.
Are you aware of VSafe?
I'm aware that they're broken, and I can explain to you how each one of those is broken if you're interested. What I want to do is make sure we have gold standard science. We get the conflicts off the panels so that people, this Congress.
What I listed right now are just some of the guardrails that are in place to ensure that life-saving vaccines are safe and effective. And this is after numerous clinical trials, rigorous studies, and review by an independent panel of experts that show vaccines are safe and effective, which is available to all the public. If you want to take a second look at the science, like you have said, well, it's here, it's available, and it's conclusive. And saying anything else is undermining vaccines. To a different
And by the way, repeating what Congress found in the 2003 investigation.
Kennedy, I want to move to what I hope it will be pretty simple stuff. In general, for a drug to be considered safe, would you say that 97, 98% of people taking that drug and having no complications is generally safe?
It would completely depend on what the drug is. If it's a drug given to a healthy population, that would not be an
Again,
acceptable.
this is as high a level as it gets. Would you say that when 99 out of 100 people experience minimal or no complications, that drug is safe?
It depends what the risk is from the disease. It depends what the benefit from the drug is. If you're dying of cancer, you will take a drug with that kind of risk profile.
And if we were to
If you're a
talk
healthy
about
individual with zero,
peer-reviewed,
if you're a healthy individual with zero
I'm talking
risk,
about mifepristone, but if we were to talk about peer-reviewed, replicable studies of a medication, would you say that you needed 10 trusted studies to get the same conclusion?
it depends what the
20 trusted studies?
It depends what the.
What's your number?
It completely depends on the kind of study you're talking about. Randomized studies or observational studies.
Is it safe to assume that 100 studies that are replicable and peer-reviewed is enough?
Well, it could be one study if it was a powerful enough study.
The most widely used medication, abortion drug, mifepristone, has been FDA approved for nearly 25 years. More than 100 studies have confirmed that 99% of patients who took the abortion pill had no complications. So with all of that, I can only conclude that you would commit to keep this science-backed and proven medication on the market and accessible for women. Is that correct?
I'm going to, with mifepristone, President Trump has not chosen a policy, and I will implement his policy.
So regardless of the studies, regardless of the data, regardless of the science, you've been talking about, show me the data, show me the studies.
Well, if you
would have that policy
Senator,
regardless of what the science says.
Senator, the devil is in the details.
Wow.
If you're telling me 99% of women did okay, but 1% died, I would say that is not a beneficial risk profile. That is not what the studies show.
What?
I know, but you're not showing me. I need those details from the study before
Oh my
I
God.
Show me what
You
the study
guys,
says.
if you buy this shit, you're stupider than a fucking load of wood. Holy
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy,
shit.
for being here. We have fortunately been able to form quite a friendship over
this
the
guy.
last year, and I appreciate it. Appreciate the in-depth conversations we've had. And I just want to point out, I don't understand why my colleagues all of a sudden say we can't question science. I mean, it absolutely blows my mind that all of a sudden it's such shame that Bobby's sitting up here and he's questioning science, because I guarantee you, if he was sitting here and he was going to be the secretary of HHS underneath the former President Biden, which I enjoy saying former president, I would bet you that you guys would have his back 100% and enjoy the fact that he's questioning science. And would probably support his positions 100%, but because he's now on the Republican side, you guys went way off the rail, and how dare he question science?
Oh my God, that's so
if we didn't
tired.
question
He
science,
never
where would
was
we
a
be today?
fucking Democrat.
We've always
My
questioned
God,
science is
you're
always
so
evolving, never
dumb,
changing.
Mark Wayne.
Have
Why
a
do you have
glass of
two
wine a day, it's
first
healthy for you.
names?
Don't have a glass of wine a day. Have a piece of chocolate a day, it's healthy for you. Dark chocolate is healthy for you. Take an aspirin a day, as Senator Rand
He is
Paul
at 1
pulled out.
1/4 speed,
where
but
would we
still.
be today if we didn't ever question science? But I will say there's an issue that I have as a father of 6, that when my kids come out from getting their vaccines, they look like a freaking pincushion. 72 vaccinations? I think there's a reason we should be questioning this. When you start looking at the rise of autism, why wouldn't we be looking at everything? Who wouldn't want to look at everything? Give me anybody in this room that doesn't know somebody that you're personally connected to that one of their children doesn't suffer from some severity of autism. Give me one. And you guys are all
wait a
saying
minute.
that Bobby can't question
That's
it?
your question? That's a different question.
I don't get it, guys. I don't understand your point, other than the fact you just oppose him because he supports a president that you guys don't like now.
That doesn't seem to be the
I
right
applaud
question
him for
to
going
ask.
into the situation and saying, let's question something. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results.
No, actually, the definition of insanity is hiring someone as idiotic that wants to connect the dots
Is anybody going to question the fact
to
that
run a
that's not
job
true?
like this. That's
Well, I mean,
what's
share the numbers again with me
insanity.
about autism. Where they at when you as a
And
child
that's
to where
where we're
they're
at.
at today as my kids are children.
There weren't a lot of studies when I was a kid, but the best studies, and really the only studies out there, there are two studies. One shows a rate of about 1 in 10,000, another about 1 in 1,500. And you know, there are other estimates in between. Today,
Guess what? I'm going to skip all the fucking Republicans.
My family seems to be pretty active. Senator Marshall and Senator Moran, a lot of folks
'Cause
in
I
Kansas,
can.
a lot of folks in Virginia, D.C., Maryland, but also when that passenger list comes out and when the 3 soldiers' names are revealed, every office here is going to have some connection to them because you have your staffs who live here, and we kind of dread seeing that list of names. I drove to the airport at 6:30 this morning and went across the bridge over the Potomac and saw the operation, the recovery operation, kind of underway in daylight hours. And I thought about the last big aviation disaster in Richmond when on 9/11 a plane slammed into the Pentagon, and Virginia got hurt very bad that day, and so did the nation. Just a couple of months ago, you posted this on your X account. On 9/11, it's hard to tell.
Yes, peace, love.
What is
That's why.
conspiracy theory
That's
and
why.
what isn't. I'd like to introduce that for the record, Mr. Chair.
Because it's actually better diagnosed.
take that
No,
concept
you're
pretty
right. The diagnosis is more. There's
Virginians
a
know
little
what
more
happened on
known
9/11.
about it.
We don't
It
need
evolves.
folks given oxygen
It's called
to
learning.
conspiracy theories
You're
about
right.
9/11. Now, one thing I noticed about this post is it was in July of 2024. It was 23 years after 9/11. You had a lot going on in your life. You were running for president then. What made you decide, in the midst of everything going on in this country, in this world, in July of 2024, in your own candidacy for president, that now was the time to say it's hard to tell what is conspiracy and what isn't about 9/11? What was so important about making this point in July of 2024?
Senator, the dramatic drop in trust in our government, and this is particularly one of the templates for that is what happened at CDC.
Yeah, no, I want to move aside from that. Because you say, you go on to say, I won't take sides. As president, I won't take sides on 9/11. Wow. I won't take sides on 9/11. Let me ask you this. As a general matter, do you find it hard to tell what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't? Is that kind of a general deficit that you find in your own analytical abilities?
My father told me when I was 13 years old, he said, people in authority lie. And that the job of a citizen
Son,
in every democracy is to maintain
everybody lies.
skepticism.
Okay, I get it.
Government authority.
And you're an authority, but you wouldn't take sides on 9/11, and you're admitting.
Son,
I have a hard time telling
I
what
can't
is a
imagine
conspiracy
Robert
theory and what isn't.
F. Kennedy
Senator, I have
saying that,
investigated.
but
If the
okay,
things that I
sure.
investigate, I take sides on. People are allowed to hold that opinion. I'm not going to tell them they're crazy for holding that opinion. I'm going to say, what is your evidence? And if I hear the evidence, I'm going to say, that doesn't make any sense.
So you won't take sides on 9/11. Wow.
Okay.
Senator Murray
right.
asked you some questions about Gardasil, and this is a vaccine that's manufactured in Virginia.
That's in Los Angeles. Guess where I want to go?
To the record, a whole series of studies from many, many nations that talk about the dramatic positive effect of Gardasil. Could I enter those?
I'm really trying to find the name of the cat.
And those studies
are
Wait, let me ask
right
a question.
now.
Let me ask a question. These are studies from Scotland, Sweden, the UK, Australia, the United States, multiple studies. And then I'm going to introduce in the record, I guess it's a blog post of yours. The verdict is now inescapable. Gardasil is killing girls. And I'd like to introduce that into the record as well.
Without objection.
You have a pretty significant financial interest in litigation against Gardasil. You have received contingency fees and payments for referring people to lawyers suing the manufacturer. And in your ethics vetting...
I've never received any money from any Gardasil or any other vaccine
Let me read a quote. This is your words. In your ethics vetting for this nomination, you said, quote, pursuant to the referral agreement, I'm entitled to receive 10% of fees awarded in contingency cases referred to the firm. How can folks who need to have confidence in federal vaccine programs trust you to be independent and science-based when you stand to gain significant funding if lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers are successful?
I have given away all of my rights to any fees in that lawsuit.
I yield back.
Next is Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, good to see you again. Thank you for being here before the committee. Yeah. One of the beauties of our country is we have foundational documents that point us in the right direction. I think it's the compass that shows us due north, true north. The Declaration of
Oh,
Independence mentions life,
sorry.
liberty, and the pursuit of
Oh,
happiness
I'm so
as
sorry,
unalienable rights. You
Senator
and I had a
Scott, but
serious
nobody gives a
conversation about the
shit what
importance
you
of
have
life
to say
and
about
pro-life
fucking
program
anything.
that you have undoubtedly said. And
Thanks.
So with a day's hindsight, I want to give you another chance
I like
to be
this.
honest about the things that you have said. Senator Warnock asked you yesterday if you had compared America's vaccine program to the Catholic Church's
I don't have
pedophilia
any expertise
scandal.
in that
You
area
said you never
whatsoever.
said that.
I
Now, I'm not
can't
asking you to
believe
explain
that.
what you said.
I didn't say it. Never
You didn't
said
say it.
that.
You didn't say that. Senator
I did
Warnock,
not say that. I hadn't said that, Senator. I
Senator-
said the other question you asked me about Nazi
that's
death
fine.
camps.
That's fine. You're doubling down on that. You said Senator Warnock also asked you if you compared America's vaccine campaign to the Nazi death camps and the Holocaust. Again, you said yesterday you didn't say that.
I did not say that.
You did not say that. Senator Bennett asked you yesterday if you had made an allegation that AIDS is a different disease in Africa than it is in America. On that one, you said you didn't recall. Having had a day to think about it, do you recall saying that AIDS is a different disease in Africa than it is in the United States?
I looked up that passage in my book and found that indeed the diagnostics for AIDS are very different in Africa than in the United States, that the list of symptoms is almost completely different.
So let me just, I'll submit this for the record, but having denied the first two statements, let me just read what you said. You said in 2013, is it hyperbole to say that the people who run our vaccine program should be in jail? They should be in jail. To me, this is like Nazi death camps. Look at what it does to the families who participate in the vaccine program. I can't tell why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary Germans participated in the Holocaust. I can't tell you what was going on in their minds. With respect to the pedophilia scandal, you said the pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church is a perfect metaphor for what's happening in the United States. The vaccine program, it's the same reason we had a pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church. It's because people were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys and girls who were being raped. I don't disagree with Senator Mullen. I don't want an HHS secretary that's not going to question science. I think it's important to question science. But you're not questioning science. You've made up your mind. You have spent your entire career undermining America's vaccine program.
Yeah.
You make these purposeful
You're
comparisons
literally a one-man
those
death
that are
machine.
administering the vaccine program to the Nazi
Whale
executioners,
juice.
to the people who covered up the Catholic Church's pedophilia scandal, because you have made a decision that there is a comparison, that there is evil in the vaccine program as there was evil in the pedophilia scandal and the Nazi death camps. You aren't exploring science. You have made up your mind. You've spent your entire career trying to undermine these programs. And so the reason that these statements, these incredibly aggressive, over-the-top statements matter to us is because it just isn't believable that when you become secretary, you are all of a sudden going to be consistent with science. People who have spent their career saying these kinds of things, running the kinds of campaigns that you have run, don't all of a sudden change their stripes. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will submit these statements.
Can I respond to that, Senator?
Without
objection. My statement about the Catholic Church is almost identical. The findings of the Government Oversight Investigation Committee that investigated CDC's vaccine program in 2003. Senator Burton was chairman of that committee. And he said that that certain individuals in that program had written off a generation of kids because of, quote, misplaced institutional loyalty to the CDC and because of entanglements with the drug company. Let me finish what I'm saying. You made some grave accusations.
Pedophilia to the administration of vaccines?
No, it wasn't pedophilia.
It was a perfect metaphor.
Well, if you have 1 in 36 kids who has neurological injuries, and if that is, linked,
No, don't let him do that. Don't let him drop
It's not a perfect
disinformation.
metaphor, but there's no metaphor that's perfect. But I am pro-vaccine.
Wow.
I am going to support the vaccine program. I want kids to be healthy. And I'm coming in here to get rid of the conflicts.
Wow,
and
you can
interest
really
of the
say
agency,
things and just
make
act
sure that we have
completely
gold standard
differently.
evidence-based
He can
science.
lie
And if you show me
so
where I'm wrong, just show me
fucking
a single
easily.
statement I've made about
This
science
is
that erroneous.
insanity. Y'all are nuts
Senator
if
Hawley.
you think this is what you want,
very much, Mr.
running
Chairman. Mr.
programs
Kennedy,
that impact
I enjoyed
you
our
and your
conversation last month
parents
in our office. And thank
and
you
your
for remembering, as you did again
grandparents
today, my uncles who we talked about, Morris
and
Lauren
your
and Jean,
family
who
members who
recently
might be
passed away from Parkinson's,
disabled.
grew up in a farm family. That was kind of you to
You're
remember that. So thank you
nuts.
for that. Let me start by asking you a question about
God,
children
you
and the
pushed us
safety
back
of children. President Biden's
hundreds of
administration, his
years with
HHS,
this
issued a rule.
bullshit.
A rule, so it's binding.
requiring that every doctor in America, including
sorry.
pediatricians who receive
Sorry,
any
Josh
kind of federal
Cotton,
funding. So
Tom
that's anybody who
Hawley.
takes
Hold on,
ACA
Tom Hawley,
funding,
Josh
excuse me, anybody
Cotton.
who
We
takes
don't
CHIP
talk to
funding.
you. I'm
This is
so
almost every
sorry.
health provider
Shut
in
up,
America,
shut up, shut up.
requiring them.
Shut up.
Most disturbing to me about
Thank you.
yesterday's
Thanks, Maggie.
hearing was the suggestion from some of my friends on the other side of the dais that
Oh, no
our
problem,
intense
Lee.
questioning
It is
and
freedom.
concerns about Mr. Kennedy were driven by partisanship. I have voted for 5 of President Trump's nominees to date.
Oh, we
in the
have a
last couple of
problem
weeks.
then, Maggie.
One of
Okay.
them, the new Secretary
What
of
the
Transportation,
fuck?
was on the scene last night at DCA. Like all of us, I take really seriously our obligation for advice and consent. And I am concerned, as Senator Mullen expressed his concern, about the need for science to help us move forward on critical issues. Now, some of you are new to this committee and new to the Senate, so you may not know that I am the proud mother of a 36-year-old young man with severe cerebral palsy. And a day does not go by when I don't think about what did I do when I was pregnant with him that might have caused the hydrocephalus that has so impacted his life. So please do not suggest that anybody in this body of either political party doesn't want to know what the cause of autism is. Do you know how many friends I have with children who have autism? The problem with this witness's response on the autism cause and the relationship to vaccines is because he's relitigating and churning settled science so we can't go forward and find out what the cause of autism is and treat these kids and help these families. Mr. Kennedy, that first autism study rocked my world. And like every mother, I worried about whether, in fact, the vaccine had done something to my son. And you know what? It was a tiny study of about 12 kids. And over time, the scientific community studied and studied and studied and found that it was wrong. And the journal retracted the study because sometimes science is wrong. We make progress. We build on the work and we become more successful. And when you continue to sow doubt about settled science, it makes it impossible for us to move forward. So that's what the problem is here. It's the relitigating and rehashing and continuing to sow doubt so we can't move forward, and it freezes us in place. Now let me move on to my other concerns from yesterday's hearing. During yesterday's hearing, you really showed a lack of knowledge about Medicare and Medicaid. So what is Medicare Part A?
Medicare Part A pays mainly for primary care for physicians, and then Medicare.
No, so it is about, Medicare Part A is seniors coverage for inpatient hospital care. What's Medicare Part B?
For physicians and doctors. Medicare Part D
That is coverage for outpatient care and home health. So what is Medicare Part C?
Medicare Part C is a program where it's the full menu of all the services, A, B, C, and D from Medicare.
It is Medicare Advantage, which it's the private insurance
Exactly.
option for seniors on Medicare. So, Mr. Kennedy, you want us to confirm you to be in charge of Medicare, but it appears that you don't know the basics of this program. So let's turn
I
to
just explained the
Medicaid. No,
basics.
I had to correct you on several things.
Oh, you
let's
just
turn
added
to Medicaid.
information,
Yesterday,
Senator. You didn't
said
correct me. I didn't get it wrong.
Mr. Kennedy, my time is limited, and I hope the chair will give me
Is
a
this a
couple of more
question,
minutes.
Senator?
Yes, Medicaid.
All right, because you're
let's
giving me
turn
very
to
little
Medicaid.
time to answer one.
Let's turn to Medicaid. Medicaid, you said yesterday to Senator Cassidy, Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government and it's not fee for service. That statement is false. Do you now understand that that statement is false, yes or no?
That Medicaid is paid for by the federal government. I believe that.
You said it is fully paid for. Medicaid, in fact, sir,
Well,
is
no,
a federal
the
state
state
partnership.
has a partnership.
Right, so you were
Right.
wrong yesterday, so you're acknowledging that
Well,
that statement was false, right?
I misstated something.
All right, good. So yesterday when you were questioned about Medicaid, you repeatedly dodged questions by saying you want to make it better. Republicans are circulating a proposal that would end Medicaid expansion in some states, including in New Hampshire. So I will continue, submit this for the record, but it is important to me to understand whether you believe that taking Medicaid away from 60,000 people in New Hampshire would make Medicaid better. And would it make New Hampshire healthy again? I'll submit that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nice.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being
Yeah,
here.
D is just drugs, right?
He's older than me. I'm going to be respectful.
So that if you don't do C, you would do A, B, and D.
Right. But thank
Oh
you.
my God. All right, I'm done. No, we're not listening to you.
Since I've been in here
I'm
4
so
years.
sorry. We hate you.
Senator Kim.
Traitorville.
Chairman, Mr. Kennedy, good to see you. I wanted to just start by asking you if you support medically assisted treatment to help people get off of opiate addiction.
Yes, I do.
Do you think it's safe, and would you consider it to be the gold standard of the approach?
The Cochrane Collaboration, which is the most prestigious scientific research organization, has said that the gold standard is has found in studies. A gold standard is 12-step programs,
which is
you
the
need
whole
an entire
kit and caboodle.
entire menu of treatments because many addicts will not respond immediately, at least to 12-step programs. And for many of them, Suboxone and other, and even methadone, are critical interventions that save lives, that get addicts off the street, and they should be available as a treatment option. I wouldn't describe them as gold standard, but I would describe them as medically necessary.
Well, this is something, look, I know we all take this very seriously in terms of the plight of opioid addiction in our
Max.
country. And that's something that I hope we can recognize. We need to lift up more and more. I mean, NIH has said over and over again, not enough people are doing it. And in fact, an NIH published study does call it the gold standard of treating for opioid use disorder. You're on a mission against and fighting against chronic disease. You talk a lot about obesity. I wanted to get your thoughts if you support Wegovy, Ozempic, other similar types of GLP-1 drugs to fight obesity.
Regulations are you gonna recommend?
GLP-1 drugs, the GLP drugs, the class of drugs are miracle drugs. But I do not think they should be the first frontline intervention for 6-year-old kids for whom they are currently. That is the standard of practice now. If every American who qualifies for GLP by being overweight,
really,
74% of our population,
really,
asked for them, and the federal government was paying for it, it would cost over $1 trillion a year. It would double the insurance costs for employers in this country, and it would be a tsunami. And they have a lot of side effects.
You said you support it, but that you don't see it being the tool of choice for especially young kids.
Exactly. If for people who have morbid obesity, for people with diabetes, absolutely. And they shouldn't be prescribed alone without also prescriptions for exercise, because otherwise they eat away at muscle and they're counterproductive. They go after
and
muscle
it was good
first.
enough for us, right, Neil? We just spit on that wound and send him back off. You go out there and you just win this game.
And then there's problems when you get off them. So it is a miracle. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Gerbil
I
bat.
wanted to move on to just clarify some statements you made in the past. In the past, you said, quote, Wi-Fi radiation does all kinds of bad things, including
I don't
causing cancer.
understand
Do you still
any
stand
of
by
it.
that statement?
I think there's a lot of us, a lot of work to do to make Medicare and social service safety nets understandable.
Well, I'm just saying.
I will advocate for that.
Electromagnetic radiation does.
An RF, you think?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be confusing.
Another issue that comes before your work, if you were to be confirmed.
And let me just clarify that. It changes DNA, and there are scientific studies that have linked it to cancer, many of them. But it does other things that are, including neurological injury, that are kind of the frontline injuries that we're most concerned about and that are best documented.
One other issue that comes before your work, if you're confirmed, I wanted to ask if you would support and continue and expand CDC's role in collecting and disseminating data on firearm mortality in the United States, something that...
I believe that we need to study the causes of mass shootings. We need to study all the causes.
When it came to, you said earlier in response on avian flu, you would continue the investments, that you would support vaccine development. I just want to clarify, does that mean you support investments in mRNA vaccine research and development?
I'm not going to pick a vaccine right now. I need to look at all the data. I need to look at safety data and efficacy data, but I'm going to continue research on every kind of vaccine.
I don't know what money is.
Chair,
I'm
you'll
just a baby.
Thank you, Senator Kim. And now Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, President
Oh,
Trump just won a
sorry,
historic
Mr. Banks. I'm
You were a big part
so
of it. At the outset of the hearing, you
sorry.
talked
We
about
just
those
don't listen to assholes like you.
coalition-
Sorry.
If there is a
Sorry.
And
we
you
like
made
these.
false
We
pay
like
as
this
a former
woman.
cabinet secretary and a health official in my state. And listening to your answers today in this hearing, I am deeply concerned and shocked by your apparent lack of understanding of, frankly, some of the basic responsibilities of the department. It's one of the largest, most complex, and it is vitally important. And yesterday, during your finance hearing, and today, you confused details about Medicare and Medicaid. You didn't know what authorities you have under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, known as EMTALA, and you made false claims about the safety of mifepristone. However, what concerns me the most as a mom and a first-time grandmother is your decades-long track record of promoting vaccine misinformation and profiting from it, despite the harms that it may cause to American children. And with that, I'll turn to my questions. In yesterday's hearing, you did not seem to know anything about EMTALA, even though I raised it with you during our meeting last week. So I'll give you another opportunity. Yes or no, do you believe that a person presenting to an emergency room with a severe illness should have any type of emergency care needed to save their life?
Any American who the
Yes
law
or no?
says,
Yes.
I'm answering the question. Any
Yes or
American,
no was the direction.
Under the law, every American who presents to an emergency room must be treated, and I can enforce that law, and I believe that's the right thing to do.
Do you agree that a person who is experiencing severe pregnancy complications should be able to receive emergency care to save their life if that care is an abortion?
My understanding of President Trump's policy is that
I'm not asking
women,
you President Trump's policy. I'm asking you, what do
if
you, what do you believe?
If it's necessary to save the life of the mother.
Okay, so you
of
do
course,
believe,
yes.
yes, they should. Do you commit to ensuring that pregnant women will have access to all necessary emergency care, including an abortion, if it is required to save their life or preserve
If it's
their
required
health?
to save their life.
And would you agree that the ability to provide quality emergency care for pregnant women is essential to preventing maternal mortality?
Providing care for pregnant women, we should be providing care for pregnant women. President Trump wants to do that.
Bottom line for me, women should not be forced to rely on emergency airlifts to other states for life-saving care. And to be blunt, in our meeting, your lack of understanding really, again, was very concerning. In a 2023 interview, you described yourself saying, I'm a Kennedy Democrat.
I'd like to hear a transcript
I
of
believe in
that.
labor unions. I believe in a strong, robust middle class. I believe in racial justice. And just yesterday and today, during this hearing and the hearing yesterday, you said we need to respect diversity. Mr. Kennedy, the Trump administration recently issued an executive order that directs the federal government to eliminate grants, contracts, policies, programs, and activities that include diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. This executive order has already caused widespread confusion, fear, and uncertainty
Watch him
for
jump
healthcare
around this
providers,
one.
researchers, public health professionals, and service providers across the country.
They're just not the
You said in our
effective
meeting
way
that
to
you
increase
understand that health disparities
equity
exist.
or whatever he's
So
going to
yes
say.
or no, do
That's
you,
my guess.
in your view, do the following programs count as health DEI programs? Programs that target Black women to address the maternal mortality crisis?
Senator, there are 7.
Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that yes or no. If you want an answer, I'm happy to give it to you, but it's not a yes
I
or
just want a yes or no.
it's not susceptible to yes or no answer.
Well,
if you want to hear an answer, Senator.
Let me shift this because I only have
If you
36.
want to hear an
I've
answer,
got
Senator,
36.
I'm very happy to
I've
give
got
you
now
one.
33 seconds. And there are people out here who want to understand that if they are at a pride parade and they're a healthcare provider, can they give out a brochure?
If you
They
want
wanna
people to
know
understand,
if
let me
they are
answer the
trying to have a
question.
program in a Black church that is on Martin Luther King Day, will they be able to have that program? Will it be funded? Will they get in trouble? Will they be fired? That's the cause and concern. We all know that it is important that we have a healthy country. But
Want me
as
to
you
answer the
said-
question,
oh, this-
Senator?
I think I got my answer.
Okay.
Thank you, and I yield back.
I will allow the witness to answer.
There are 7 departments at NIH that protect minority health and that seek to eliminate the shocking and unacceptable disparities in minority health.
Okay.
I believe in helping all people who are vulnerable. DEI programs that
really?
President Trump eliminated
What?
have spent $63 million with no discernible impact.
Really?
On
Because
positive
you say
impact
so?
on human health in this country.
Are you kidding me right now?
Institutions
So
already
you're
that
saying
exist,
those
that
programs?
existed before President
Oh
Biden,
no.
whose job it is.
Let's be very clear about what he's saying. Let me be very clear about what he has just said, which I know you all know, but for the people who hate me, let me translate what he just said. What he just said was that he does not believe that the investment in programs devoted to the health disparities of certain groups in this country, i.e., maternity programs for Black women because of high rates of maternal mortality in those communities, perhaps, that there are programs on the ground providing doula services, providing education, providing transport to appointments, providing access to healthy foods, that is what he is talking about that has, in his estimation, not based on any monitoring or evaluation of any of these programs. What he has just said as a blanket statement that the investment in those programs, and I'm sorry, he's including those, that's probably the lion's share of those programs. Those programs have not yielded enough benefit. So for RFK, investment in communities who do not have equitable access to health care, nutrition, et cetera, that those programs are not effective. And they don't have a good enough return on investment. And he's all on board with that. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care who you are. That's exactly the wrong attitude to have as someone who is charged with the life and well-being of an entire country. Period. That's big. They admit a lot in the words. You know, the words sound very, kind of benign. The words sound boring. The words sound milquetoast. But when you really think about the words and what they're saying and what he's leaving room for, that's the part that I feel we don't, as a collective, pay attention to, or that there isn't enough collective discussion about that. It just leaves them room to squirm, and I think it's very important. And it's for everyone. It's not just, these idiots. Anyway, sorry, but that really struck me as a way to snake around the actual issue and tell people what you really think is going to happen. Fascinating.
To do just that.
Will you cut those programs that you just referenced?
That decision is up to Congress, not to the HHS Secretary.
Thank you. I yield back.
For the record, treating a miscarriage or ectopic pregnancy is not an abortion. It's just false.
Oh, really?
And so,
tell the women that died then, you stupid ass.
Not be. Since I'm not into misinformation, I would ask that misinformation not continually be repeated.
Fuck you, it's not. Fuck you, I know. You think you're a doctor. No, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, we don't talk to idiots.
We share a mutual oldest best friend, and I respect that affection that you have for him very, very much. You did talk a little longer in your introduction, so I'm going to try to urge concision, because I've got 3 or 4 questions. As I said when we met, I'm still very concerned about the issues around vaccination. But I thought I'd start with the ability of Medicare to negotiate drug prices, which was finally okayed in 2022. We'll save Medicare plan $100 billion in the next 10 years, probably $1.5 billion out of consumers' pockets, Medicare patients, in just 2026 alone. Yesterday, you said that the Trump administration had issued a statement to lowering the cost of prescription drugs and continuing the negotiation program. I went back and looked at that, and it was a statement that mentioned increasing transparency and then said they would solicit feedback on the Medicare drug price. But nowhere did it say in the statement that the administration was actually going to commit to lowering prices. So is that something you still feel that negotiation program and lowering those prices is important?
I've spoken to President Trump about negotiations. He's absolutely committed to negotiating lower drug prices.
Oh, okay, so is he committed to changing the wording?
You've also spoken much on the need to focus on prevention of chronic disease, which I think everyone shares. The MAHA movement is alive in Colorado as well as everywhere else. People are frustrated by the fact that for every dollar we spend on healthcare in this country, and it, as has been previously said, it's often double any other country, only a nickel goes to prevention. So when you look at that $100 billion that's going to be saved over the next 10 years through the negotiation of pharmaceuticals, do you have any ideas of how we could put that towards prevention, that revenue?
Well, that's a really good question, Senator Hickenlooper. I mean, there's 2 things.
I'm going to give you 40 seconds because I got 2 more questions.
I mean, we can do Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare should be we should be moving to value-based care, which includes prevention. And then the other arm is at NIH.
Okay, what is value-based care? What is that code for? Because I have a feeling that's a very loaded little phrase. So that's one I would like to learn more about.
CDC and FDA, which should identify the toxins that are contributing to chronic disease and eliminating them.
Great. Another short
what
question.
What regulations are you going to introduce in order to do that?
Discussed a lot already, and I understand your commitment to follow the policy of the president. But he has other tools at his behest. If there needs to be another study or looking at the other existing studies, will you make sure that there's no bias to the best of our human ability to twist those results in any way to support that policy? And I'm speaking now just about the defense of science.
All kind of a game, isn't it,
I will
SB?
commit to you here today to review prior to approving any study at NIH to allow you to approve the protocols and the researchers and help us choose the research. All I want is good science. And I would love input from this committee on any study that we do. There's many ways that studies are flawed, and you can correct those at the outset in a lot of ways. So absolutely, I will work with you.
I'll
to
do
make sure
anything.
that science
Just
that
give me
you're
the
satisfied
job.
with,
All right, I'll stop
That shows that this is
drinking
the first
after
time
I
you've been
get the
considered for a
job.
cabinet position, because no other person would ever solicit and willingly approve our participation.
Well, I'm going to make that commitment. I know the hazard of it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I'll hold you to it. Now, let me get to the vaccines, and I think this is crucial because I think there is widespread distrust and increasing distrust in the scientific community. I am a scientist. Some have argued that I'm the only scientist in the Senate left that is actually, I've written research papers in peer-reviewed journals. I think I understand how it works, and it is a healthy skepticism is useful, but we want to make sure that's a healthy skepticism. And yesterday in the discussion about Lyme disease, you said that in your discussion that it was formulated to be a militaristic bioweapon, that you had heard that in 3 books, but you hadn't read through. And I think at a certain point, if you're going to be an activist, or some people would say a prophet, that what you say becomes promoting something, promoting an idea. And I think when you've only read 3 books, or little bits of the 3 books, not the whole 3 books, isn't that reckless? I mean, isn't that there's something about, aren't you then promoting this anti-science, this conspiracy about Lyme disease in this case, but the same thing about some of these vaccine issues?
Like I said, I never endorsed the issue. I said it's out there. For me not to acknowledge that is a form of manipulation. For me to say there is no question here, the government proclaimed orthodoxy is true.
Oh, okay. So for you, it's everything or nothing.
I appreciate the things. I just leave it that just because we do have one out of 36 kids that, again, we can't explain what it was. It's not fair to put that blame onto all kinds of things, but focus on vaccinations. I yield back.
Dr. Moody, Senator Moody, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sitting down with me and spending so much time with me in my office.
$6 million.
Shut up, Ashley.
A grant for $6 million to install.
Oops, wait. Did I miss someone? I missed some.
And the Director General in June of
100,000 children who were lost over the past 4 years.
In June of 2019, it, quote, had nothing to do with vaccines. Will you confirm again today that the trip had nothing to do with vaccines?
My purpose in going down there had nothing to do with vaccines.
Well, I have in my hand a blog post in 2021 in which you say the anti-vaccine
note
group
from your
Children's
mother.
Health Defense, which you ran, offered to fund the purpose of the trip to Samoa. And in the same post, you state that the trip was ultimately arranged by an anti-vaccine activist. And during the trip, you met with an activist who later compared vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany. And during that trip, you also discussed vaccines with the Prime Minister and the Director General of Health of Samoa. The Director General of Health said
That was just
you
a coincidence.
specifically
I talk
discussed your
about
views
vaccines everywhere
on
I go.
vaccine safety fears. And with unanimous consent, I will submit those blog posts, Mr. Chairman, into the record.
Without objection.
Can I reply to that, Senator?
I'm going to ask you. I'll ask you again. Did the trip have nothing to do with vaccines, as you told my colleagues in the
Nothing
Senate
to do
Finance
with
Justice?
vaccines. And if you want me to explain, I will.
Did it have anything to do with vaccines?
No, it did not.
It did not. Well,
My
Really?
purpose in the trip
Wow,
was
you-
not to. I ended up.
Oh, you
having
ended up doing
conversations
all
with people,
kinds of
some whom I
vaccine
never
shit.
intended to meet.
Oh, again, an anti-vaxxer helped finance your trip.
Well, you're just going to the Hard Rock Cafe Resort,
That's not what they would call themselves.
and you took a wrong
They call
turn.
themselves safe vaccine advocates. I went down there.
It happens.
A CHD, which was that group, offered $6 million to obtain a grant for $6 million to install to digitalize the health records of Samoa.
Well, let me
and
just
bring
go on.
in
I just
a
want
And they called
state-of-the-art
you?
medical informatics system.
Are you
That
a
was the biggest
programmer?
project.
I got it. Thank you. So let me just follow through now.
Is he a
2019.
programmer?
So now in October of 2019,
So
the
talented.
CDC
Those
declared
Kennedys.
a
They
measles
can do
outbreak
everything.
in Samoa. And in November, Samoa started a mass vaccination campaign to stop the outbreak. That same month, November of 2019, after 16 people had already died from the outbreak and Samoa was trying to respond to the crisis, you sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Samoa stating that, quote, it is a regrettable possibility that these children are causalities of the vaccine.
By unanimous consent, I will introduce that letter into the record.
Without objection.
So as Samoa was trying to contain the outbreak, you were saying that it was the fault of the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccines that caused the outbreak in Samoa in the same year you visited Samoa.
And I replied to that, Senator.
Let me just finish. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. And ultimately, volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. And the Samoan Director General of Health later said, with his last name and the status attached to it, people will believe him. People will believe Robert Kennedy. And a New Zealand vaccinologist later said the impact of your role was devastating. So your name and your profile helped fuel a measles outbreak. You scared people from taking a vaccine. It slowed the public health response, and children died. You've taken no responsibility thus far. And if an outbreak occurs in the United States, I have no evidence that you would not use your role as secretary to spread dangerous misinformation. So that one incident, from my perspective, disqualifies you from holding any position in healthcare, much less the #1 health official in the United States. And 75 Nobel Prize winners in science have said very clearly that you should not be confirmed, that it would be dangerous for you to have.
And you should look at their conflicts, Senator. You should look at their conflicts of those individuals.
Well, 75
and
Nobel.
you should look at who financed that letter.
Oh yeah, let's
Nobel
look at you.
Prize
Let's look at who finances you.
And by the way, of a high percentage of the medical community in Boston, the health capital of the United States and the world, have said the same thing about your qualifications. They're saying to me,
Yeah,
they
don't
don't
fuck with
want
Boston,
tiny
okay?
coffins as well.
Mass
That is
General.
So that's the basis.
Get the
of
fuck
my-
out of here.
Of my
Beth Israel.
reservations about you, and the reason why I'm
I
going to
used to live
vote
in
no on your
Boston.
candidacy, because I just think it's too dangerous to run the threat that that misinformation is spread in our country in the same way it was in Samoa.
Senator Murkowski, and let me compliment Mullen and Murkowski. They've stayed here the
I
entire
don't know.
conference. And they're not
Murkowski.
obligated- They're not obligated to like
Let's
the two
see.
of us. Not that we
Nah,
wouldn't have
all right,
otherwise.
we'll give her a
But,
chance,
Senator
but
Murkowski,
then
you
I might
please.
go on. So she better be good.
I think these are exactly the types of forums that we all need to be engaged in from start to finish, because
Can you speak up, Senator
there
Murkowski?
has been there's been considerable discussion here about many issues, certainly a lot about vaccines. I care deeply about making sure that our vaccines are safe. The efficacy of them, the availability of them, how we disseminate them is particularly important in a very, very rural state like mine. You have experience there. You understand that. I am particularly attracted by the focus on chronic diseases. We know that if we can do a better job with chronic diseases, maybe some of the other things that we are susceptible to in the infectious
Okay,
diseases
Lisa.
area, we're
Okay.
able
All right.
to perhaps pull back a little bit on
Sure.
that. But our
Yeah,
reality
do
is,
it.
in order to
Right.
make this,
Good
this
idea.
country
Great
healthy
idea.
again, it is a focus on everything. It is the prevention. It is the
What
the necessity
what
of coming up
regulations
with these
will he be
life-saving,
asking
vaccines that are going to be
for
so critically
in order
important?
to protect the
personal
food
care.
supply?
It is
I would
food,
like to
it
know
is
how many
exercise, it is all of the
regulations he's
above.
going to need.
And we got to figure
and
it
how
out
how
together.
Dumpy
We do
Dump
need to
feels
shake
about
some
those.
things up, but we also need.
I think I know
we
the
also
answer,
need to
but I'd
give
love it to
a
hear
level
it from
of
him.
confidence. And this is what I'm hearing.
But no one
from so
ever
many of my
asks him
colleagues who
about
raised
that.
the issue of vaccines. We have made some considerable gains in my state of Alaska with vaccinating the many people in very rural areas where one disease outbreak can wipe out an entire village. We saw this in 1918 with the Spanish flu, and that's why everyone was rattled to the core. Villages were shut down entirely during COVID because of the fear of transmission. And so they're looking for these life-saving ways and means. And so when there is a lack of confidence, when there is a doubt, it's like, well, what do I do? And so we're pulling back then on, again, these areas where we can work to prevent some of these deadly diseases that we thought we had wiped out years ago. We have dramatically reduced diseases in my state like Hep A and B and meningitis. We're just now getting through a tough bout of whooping cough that came around to the state. Now there's a scare in the peninsula.
I don't know what you're talking about,
in Alaska
Claver.
about a measles outbreak.
I think
So
it is him.
we can't be going backwards.
He's
with
creeping in the
our vaccinations
microphone.
that will allow for this level of prevention and protection. So I'm asking you.
I'm
You are
sorry, it's
clearly
almost been
an
8 hours
influencer.
on
You are clearly
screen,
an influencer.
so
You would not
I
be
get
in
a
this
little
position
loopy at this
today.
point.
But you can see how your podium, your platform, your voice can influence so many. So I am,
But God
I
damn
am
it,
asking
we're
you
gonna
on
get
this, on
through
the
this
issue of vaccines
motherfucker.
specifically to please convey with a level of authority and science but also with a level of conviction and free of conflict and free of political bias, that these are measures that we should be proud of as a country.
This is
proud
the
of
most
as a country. Look to what President Trump was
wrinkled
able
and
to do
white
with the
circle
COVID
jerk
vaccine.
I've been
It was
to in a
extraordinary,
minute.
and it did save lives. I need time for a question, so let me. I'm asking you to focus on how you can.
I'm begging
how
you, please
can
don't kill any
use
more people with
your
my yes
position
vote, please.
To provide for greater levels of confidence to the public when it comes to these life-saving areas.
Oh, you guys have to stop
So,
it.
I'm
We'll
going to
lose
pivot
it.
to a question that you can answer.
Oh, okay, great.
This relates.
I can answer that one,
No,
too.
I know, but I have 43
Nobody
seconds, and no
cares.
one has talked about our native populations. When you look at our health statistics, whether it's Alaska Natives or whether it is American Indians, our health statistics in this country, you know very well because we talked about them, are not where they need to be. And it's in all categories. It's infectious disease, it's tuberculosis, it's Hep C, it's mental health, it's depression, it's substance use, it's sexually transmitted diseases, it's hypertension, stroke. It is so deep, and it is so challenging, and it is so hard. You have received support from Native American tribes. You have been in these areas. You have been quoted, and I'd like for your comment on this, as quoted saying, as far as budgeting for Indian country, you said you would immediately triple the budget to support tribes. Can you expand on this pledge and the commitment? Because this is an area where we have truly left our Native people behind when it comes to their health and their health outcomes.
Thank you, Senator. And this is an issue, as you and I talked about, that is very important. It's always been a priority for me. I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. I was the,
Definite
one of the founding
opportunity.
editors of Indian Country Today, which is the biggest Indian newspaper. My father and uncle, Ted Kennedy, my father, were deeply, deeply critical of the functioning of the Indian Health Service back in 1968 to 1980, and nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. I'm going to bring in a Native at the Assistant Secretary level. I'd like to get him actually designated as a Assistant Secretary for the first time in American history.
Who is that?
Make sure
Does
that all of
anyone
the
know?
decisions that we make
I've
in
heard
our
him say that
agency
now a
are
couple
conscious
times.
of their impacts on the First Nations. I've spent a lot of time in your state. It's my favorite place to go. I've been up with the Gwich'in, representing the Gwich'in people.
I like
up
to
in,
take ayahuasca
Arctic
up
Village,
there in Alaska.
and been all over the
Thanks for
state
having such a
in,
cool
the remote
place to
areas. I
hang.
understand in Alaska. the
Drop a
unique
couple
needs of Alaska
drop a couple
because of
hits with
remote
my
healthcare,
homies.
Because some of these areas are
Up
not
in
even accessible
Alaska.
except for airplane. And they don't have ambulance services. That the federal government needs to pay attention to financing transportation, the unusual ways that are required there.
I
And
mean,
that we
maybe
really need to
nothing
focus
has
on
changed.
telemedicine and
I think it's
AI.
probably
Make
as
sure that
horrible
in-
as
even
it
in
was,
remote
Neil.
places
I do.
in Alaska,
I do.
that
I think
Native
that
people can get high
we have
quality health
definitely
care, and we
left
can do that
behind
today. And I look forward to working with you on those
Native
issues
Americans
and others.
and indigenous peoples.
Senator Murkowski sets the record for going over.
Fucked up. It's
Senator
colonialism.
also Brooks.
Sorry. Good morning. Thank you, Mr.
Unabated.
Chair. Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientist at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered in the state of Maryland and employs thousands of hardworking Marylanders. I, for the record, believe in scientists and I believe in doctors, and I trust them over politicians without medical degrees. You talked about bad science and bad scientists, and in fact, you specifically said to me in response to my question that you intend to replace the bad scientist with the good scientist. And so I want to ask you, in your opinion, what makes a scientist or a doctor qualified to serve at the National Institutes of Health?
A scientist who's devoted to empirical
That's okay.
methodology, to evidence-based science, scientists who understand the importance of replication, the importance of publishing raw data and being open and transparent about it, the importance of publishing peer review. We have, NIH has overseen over the past several years the decline, the precipitous decline in American health. There's 91,000 people at HHS. And are you suggesting that some of them should not be held responsible for that decline? They were in charge of protecting our health.
Let me just insert here.
Let me just finish.
What?
Well, let me
by
just say
saying
this, because I only have 3 minutes left. I don't set the rules here, but I ask the questions. And the question is really whether you intend, as you said, to substitute essentially your judgment for the judgment of these professional scientists and doctors.
Well, I'm not going to substitute my judgment for science. Of course, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, listen, the New York Times just did an article last week talking about the fraud, the 20-year fraud, 800 fraudulent studies produced by NIH on amyloid plaques, and not allowing any other hypothesis about the cause of Alzheimer's.
Well, how
to
will
be
you
explored.
decide, Mr. Kennedy, which scientist
ones
are
who
bad
are-
scientists?
the ones
Are
who
they
are-
the
who-
ones who disagree with you?
The ones who are corrupt, the ones who have been doing science like the amyloid plaque studies that were
How do you know
fraudulent.
they're
We truly
corrupt?
These
should
doctors,
not-
let me ask you a question. Do you have a medical degree?
Do I know?
Okay, let me
If
go to the
there's
next question. The Heritage
misconduct,
Fund
that's
has
one
compiled a
thing.
watch list of federal
What is he
employees
saying?
to go after federal staff. Is there a watch list for federal staff at HHS?
Not that I know of.
Have you or has anyone
Not
in the
that I'm
administration
aware.
developed a list of career
Ding, ding,
scientists or
ding.
federal staff that you would target for
That
termination?
means yes.
Not that I know of.
That means yes.
And let me just ask you another question. Now, your failed presidential campaign has been raising money to try and cover your debts. And you were questioned about this yesterday and failed to answer a question that Senator Warren asked you. And so I want to ask you again regarding these emails that you have sent to raise money. How much has your presidential campaign made fundraising off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Excuse me? I didn't hear the question. The last part.
How much money has your presidential campaign made off of fundraising, off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Zero.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous
you haven't
consent
raised
to
any
enter
money?
into the record 2 emails from this week and the week before regarding fundraising that you are currently doing through your presidential
Without objection.
And finally, I want to ask you, I have you said you were on a show on February 26, 2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that the particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that Blacks need fewer antigens.
And this is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because
science.
your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous, Senator? This is published peer-reviewed studies.
I yield.
Oh my
Collins, who
fucking
would have been here at the time,
God.
but she was in an Intel committee. So Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Oh,
Kennedy,
sorry,
welcome,
Susan. We
first of
fucking
all.
hate you. Yeah, we don't
I
give a
agree
shit.
with you that there
We
needs
don't.
to be more
We
focus
don't.
on
We don't.
chronic
We don't.
diseases
We
like
don't. Oh, here we go.
diabetes,
Bernie.
like
Bernie's
Alzheimer's.
going to bring the heat.
MAWSON.
And it's regarding measles and what?
No, it looks at the entire schedule and it says it's a study of 9-year-old boys, 47,000
Wow.
9-year-old boys from the Florida healthcare data.
Yeah, I want to know about the Poland study.
Thank you. And I find myself
Isn't the
in
eugenic
unusual and
standard a bit
uncomfortable
wider than
position
gold?
of
Yeah.
having to agree with Senator Cassidy's line of questioning. Mr. Kennedy, in an interview in July 2023, you stated, quote, "I do believe autism does come from vaccines." And you have, the end of quote, and you have praised a gentleman named Andrew Wakefield for his research. What studies, you talk about the need to be science-based, to get our information, good information to make decisions. What studies have you utilized to come to the conclusion that vaccines cause
Bravo.
autism?
Bravo,
I'm happy to sit
Senator
down with
also
you.
No, please, just
from
answer me.
Maryland.
You mean, look at the Mawson study, Senator.
Queen.
The what?
I love
Yeah,
her.
Mawson, just look
So
at that study.
wonderful.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be
Okay, don't mean to be rude. I don't have a lot of time.
Just saying
you would not be. I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism. Are you happy? Without objection.
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies, Senator. The IOM has assessed them. But listen,
let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. Don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about COVID. And I just want clarity on the issue. And again, I apologize. You have to be brief. We don't have a lot of time. Scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives. President Trump said the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the great miracles of the ages, end quote. You have said the COVID vaccine was the deadliest vaccine ever made, end of quote. Was the COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made?
The reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because there were more reports on the VAERS system, on the vaccine adverse event reporting system, which is the only surveillance system, that and VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than all other vaccines combined.
But was it the scientists said it saved 3 million
According
lives?
to VAERS. I don't know, because we don't have a good surveillance system. So
So you disagree with the scientific community that...
Oh, I'm agnostic because we don't have the science to make that determination.
Really? Okay.
There's no
Prescription drug
study
prices
that
in
says it
America
was
is
created in a lab in
And
the
by the way, I
United
think
States,
President Trump
Jim.
did an
Please
extraordinary
don't do
job
that.
on Warp Speed
You know
because
better
he wasn't
than
just
that.
focusing on that
There's
one
no
intervention. He was
studies.
focusing
He
on
called it a
all
miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs. We're going to make
Theirs is
America
not-
healthy.
oh.
I agree with you that we have to need a revolution in the nature of food in America.
Yeah,
Physical
I heard
exercise,
that.
et
I heard
cetera,
somebody
very, very
became the Hulk.
But there are
I'm
people going to get
jealous.
sick, and they have to go
I
to
wish
the
I
doctor
could
and
have.
find out why.
What-
One out of
what-
4 Americans
they
today
must have
cannot
gotten
afford
Moderna.
the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe because we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We made some progress under the Biden administration of negotiating prescription drug prices with pharma. First time that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that the White House was going to issue something affirming their support for continuing those Medicare negotiations. Turned out not to be quite accurate. They came up with some bland statement, could have been written by pharma. Very specific questions. Do you believe and will you insist that Medicare continue to negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry so we can substantially lower prescription drug costs in America?
President Trump has
If people
made
are
it very
ready
clear
to
me that he
talk
wants to
about,
negotiate.
Negotiate is a big
military
word, Bobby. It's a big
engineered
word.
It's the word you just used, Senator.
diseases, then
no, I
we
use
can have a
defend
real
particular
conversation
law.
because
Will
we've
you
been
defend the
hoping
law
for
in
transparency
the
in
Inflation
government
Reduction
for
Act, which
decades.
already is negotiating
So
prescription
if
drugs?
that's
President
your,
Trump wants
your
us to negotiate
standard,
drug
there's
prices.
no,
Also,
like,
drug prices.
So you're not telling me that you will defend the law that we passed, which has already had
the earliest
significant
known
success?
cases of
Congress-
American
look,
Lyme
I'm gonna
disease
comply
occurred in
with the
Cape
law,
Cod in the
Senator. Congress
1960s,
passed
and
a
then there was a
law. I'm
breakout in
swearing an oath to the
Connecticut in the
Constitution. I'm going to
1970s.
comply
You're
with the
going to have a
laws.
significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to
Let
comply
me
with the
just-
laws.
And that's only because it was
let me
a
just say
very
this
hard to, I mean, the thing is
conclusion,
I think that's been a
Chairman
traditionally a
Cassidy.
hard one to diagnose. I'm sorry. I just, Jim,
President
you know how
Trump
I am about
and
this stuff.
Mr.
We
Kennedy are
need
quite
to
right
be really
when
specific.
they say that our system is broken. They're right. Our
On those
economic
kinds of
system
things.
today is
'Cause
broken.
those
Free
are
people
like-
own more wealth than the
it's
bottom half
easy
of
to
American
kind of
society.
push narratives
Wages have
that
been
aren't
stagnant
really-
for American workers for 50 years.
Yeah,
The economy
I know.
is
Anyway.
broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room throughout the United States Congress. That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare system is broken. And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will
with
you
the sickness.
guarantee do what every other major country does? It's a simple question. Bobby.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no,
and protecting their interests.
Oh, I thought that would, no. I ran for president like you. I got millions and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
because I had
receiver of
small
pharmaceutical money.
contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
You were the single,
not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest acceptor of pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but you have not answered. Last question. You have not answered my question.
Mr. Chairman, we're 3 minutes.
How do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health
Chairman,
care
we're
to all
literally
people?
3 minutes over here now.
Well, so are other
How long
people.
does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness.
Not
Bernie.
battering the witness. I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an
And
answer.
you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie's going over. Before I ever entered politics, before I was ever thinking about running for
Oh my
office. I practiced
God.
medicine for 30 years. I worked in public hospitals in California,
What are we doing?
Louisiana, specializing
Is
in
this
liver
your ending
disease,
statement?
caring for those who otherwise would not have had a specialist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your job today in conducting this very, very important hearing. Let me reiterate my concerns. Every person on this panel, and I would hope everybody in America, wants to make us the healthiest country on earth. And I applaud Mr. Kennedy for raising the issues and talking about some very important truths. But what I am not hearing from him are some very specific policy issues that we absolutely need if we're going to make America healthy. It is unquestionable that when 68,000 Americans die because they can't afford to go to a doctor, you got to deal with that. And I have not heard one word about the need for universal health care that exists in every country on earth. When 1 out of 4 people can't afford prescription drugs because the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off and charging us 10 times more in some cases than the people in other countries. I have not heard the definitive answer I need that we're not going to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And one of the points I think that Mr. Kennedy made, which is right, healthcare is not just medical care. It's a lot more. Talk about the food industry. We have held a hearing, Senator Cassidy and I held a hearing a couple of months ago, where we made the point that the food industry is, in fact, poisoning our kids with addictive food that is leading to obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, etc. And I hope that our Congress and the White House will have the courage to take on a very powerful food industry and demand that the products that they sell our kids are, in fact, healthy and non-addictive. In many ways, what the food industry is doing today is what the tobacco industry did 50 or 60 years ago. And we talk about making America healthy today. Again, it's not just doctor care, medical care. We have millions of people working for starvation wages. You cannot be healthy if you're working 50 or 60 hours a week and you can't afford the rent that your landlord is charging you. Stress kills. Stress makes us sick. So, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I think the issues that have been raised in this hearing today are of enormous importance. I look forward to working with you and other members of this committee to make sure that we develop the policies that have the courage to take on very powerful and wealthy special interests. So, in fact, that we can make America healthy. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. I love me some Bernie. I really do. I know Bernie has problems. He has this, he has that. I think everyone has levels of problematism. But I appreciate and I agree with his message. I do. I agree with his message. It makes all the sense to me. So I may not agree with him all the time, but I can definitely agree with that message. Wow. Wow, that was 8 hours of a lot of bullshit. Hey, but come to Lolo's Lounge for a day-long bullshit session. Where else do you get it here but here on Lolo's Lounge? Yikes. Oh, well. All right. Well, I'm going to go now. What time is it? I don't even know what. It's 2:20. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's great. Oh my gosh, I can't do this without you. Are you kidding me? I do this as much for me as I do for anyone else. So I definitely appreciate you guys hanging in there. And I obviously know that you've got lives and you have to do things during the day. So any time that you spend in here, I deeply appreciate. I think that everyone who comes in brings something to the party, brings information or knowledge or humor or everything, and all rolled in. So I could not be more grateful for this group of people and this community. That's why I show up too. So hold on. Oh, I'm starting to lose my voice. Okay. Oh, I cannot put into words how much I appreciate you, Lolo, and all of you amazing loungers. I'm telling you, it is a love fest, but it's been a rough few weeks. So we have the right to celebrate the moments that warm our hearts and make us uplifted in that. So I say gush on around each other. So I'll see you in the Discords, I'm sure. I'll be updating. It's going to take me a minute to update this video description because, frankly, there's so many links, and I want to share some of the New York Times articles so they're gift articles so that you don't have the paywall. So I'm going to figure out all that tonight, and I'll post that. And then I'll be live tomorrow morning. And all that good fun. Tonight is Rad Pod at 7 p.m. Pacific. So tune into Radicalized Pod on YouTube. And I'll be live tomorrow morning, wake and bake, usual time, probably 6:30. I'll have to put up a thing for it. I realize I didn't do that. And then tomorrow night, we're doing Arnold Schwarzenegger night at the lounge on Discord. Movies at the Discord, Fuck It All Fridays. And for Fuck It All Fridays this week, we're going to be watching 2 Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. We're going to be watching True Lies, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted on the Running Man. I don't know. It's either going to be True Lies and Running Man, or it's going to be Running Man. No, it's either going to be Total Recall and Running Man, or Total Recall and True Lies. I just haven't decided which one. True Lies is more fun. Do you think so? All right. Well, they're both fun. But yeah, you're right. We've been watching a lot of like Running Man type movies. Maybe we need a break from that. That was last week. It is kind of gross. All right. Yeah. There is Discord stuff no, not tonight. Tomorrow night. Right? Yeah, tomorrow night. Neil. But I'll be around. I'll be hanging out in Discord, here and there. So I'm sure I'll see you all in there. But Discord link, I think, is on my bio in the YouTube. Anyway, thank you so much. I'm so appreciative. 8 hours, we did it. I'm just really grateful to have spent the last 8 hours with you all because it made it go a heck of a lot faster. All right. Have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Take a deep breath. It'll be okay.